Welcome, everyone, to Umineko. I am Malleable Persona, but you can just call me Mal. I am joined today by Kat, as always.
Alright. I'm dying a little today. Took my allergy meds a little late. Still eating. You know how it is.
Yeah, today's a little bit of a scuff day.
Today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I woke up like an hour and change late, so I'm just sort of like floundering the entire time, trying to get everything ready.
Yeah.
I didn't have a song until like 5 minutes before the stream.
Yeah.
For anyone wondering, that was Niwashi King by Tsusumu Hyoresawa.
Yeah, I'll pop that into the chat.
I don't actually know much about like what that fucking thing means, but I know it's some kind of like mythological / religious influence, because I'm pretty sure Niwashi King means gardener king. And there's a few other words that I picked out during the song that like I don't know how to place it like in terms of mythology, but I'm like 90% sure it's a reference to some mythology thing, but I'm not sure. So how you been since Saturday?
I've been good. I've been playing Lethal Company. That's been a good time.
You've been playing solo?
Yep. I added.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I did play with a couple folks as well, just for a brief stint. Just went into a random lobby. Which
Oof. I never do that.
Yeah, it comes with its own problems, but the kids I got shunted with knew what they were doing, at least.
I mean, fair enough, but I just like always like, don't gamer reward me, please. Please do not gamer reward me.
Oh, yeah. Nope, they were polite enough.
There we go. That's good. Fuck's sake. No, cat, don't lay on the cable. Please. Please, I can't afford to replace that thing. Ember lays on the cable of my fucking tablet so much, I'm starting to think about, like, changing where I put my tablet. I have to reorganize my entire fucking desk for it, but damn it, like, I can't have him laying on this cable and breaking it. I can't afford to replace it.
Yeah, that
proprietary cables, like, fuck with me.
Yeah. Fuck proprietary cables.
It's like $40 for just like a power cable to this thing.
Yeah.
It's not great. Oh, that reminds me, I gotta take my fucking controller apart and like fucking clean it again. God damn it.
Yeah.
Everything's going wrong. Where did I put that fucking... There it is. I can't lose the fucking screwdriver that I use for this. It's too small. It's very easy to lose.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, with Lethal Company added...
Yes, Phoenix?
Added a few mods that make it a little bit easier to manage as far as single player.
Right on.
Though it really is just a shenanigans machine, so it is better with multiple people.
Oh, of course, yeah. The people that I watched play Lethal Company didn't know the names of any of the creatures, so like they called they eventually learned the names, of course, but like at first they didn't. So they called the Bracken the Fuck Man, because he'll just fuck you up.
Yeah, that's fair.
Although I'm sure like the Nutcracker's name is actually just the Nutcracker, right?
Yeah.
So you can't really like come up with a different name for that. It's just a giant nutcracker with a fucking shotgun, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So I will be interested if we ever find out exactly what caused at least some of the monsters, but I don't know. It's one of those things where you want to keep some of the mystery to keep the horror, but I also kind of wonder, like, alright, did you things just exist up there, or did you, like, take something out of the human mind to then make a thing?
Them giants are fucking nasty, though.
Oh, yeah.
It's like reminds me of like cartoon toddlers, how they'll I'm sure like actual toddlers do this to an extent, like with their fingertips, but like they don't put their entire hand in their mouth usually.
Yeah.
But like they'll just like grab food and then just shove their entire hand in their mouth and then, yeah. That's nasty, dude. Don't do that. You don't know where that human's been? Bad. Spit it out.
Yeah. So, last time, Shannon was starting to fall for George, which blah, 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 blah. But also, we had Ava whisper things into her ear about, don't be overconfident, stay in your station kind of shit.
Know your place, blah, blah, blah. Fuck you, Ava.
Yep. So, right now we're in the middle of her internal thoughts on that. It's time for me to take a serious look at how full of myself I've been acting. I forgot.
Fuck. I forgot to post the stream alerts. I knew I was ready to do something while I was eating all that. Don't you fucking bite me for shoving you off the cable, you little shit. He didn't actually bite me, but he rubbed his teeth on my arm and everything. I was like, nuh-uh. Don't you dare. Lay down. You little fucker. I knew I was forgetting to do something during the fucking, the intro, though. Damn it.
I'll try to remind you next time. Though you probably won't be all over the place.
This time it's... Yeah. This time it's just because I'm fucking running late on everything. My allergy meds still haven't kicked in. It's been almost an hour since I took them. I'm upset.
See, I forgot. I'm furniture. Furniture isn't human. So I am a being who must feel gratitude for even being treated like a human. And I am not permitted to wish for anything more. Again, fuck you, Kinzo. People sometimes develop affection for furniture they're used to using. But that is an emotion on the human side, and the furniture has no right to hope for such a thing.
Okay, that's like double fucked up because in Japanese culture, like tools that are well loved and well maintained for long periods of time become yokai.
Yep.
Like they develop personhood, more or less.
Yeah.
I don't remember what fucking they're called. Sushi something.
Yeah, I forget what it is.
Tsuchinoko? No, that's the other one.
Yeah.
It's the weird fat snake thing.
Yeah, but the typical demonstration of that is an umbrella.
Yeah, that's the one that you see. In fact, Neo 2 uses the umbrella as that kind of yokai.
Mm-hmm.
Because it'd be really difficult to model and animate like hundreds of different objects as these things. So
yeah. And so it's just easier to shorthand it. Oh yeah, everybody knows what an umbrella is even today.
Yeah, an umbrella's been around for a very long time anyway. I don't know when the modern folding umbrella came to be, but I know umbrellas and parasols have been around for thousands of years.
Yep.
I think it was Egypt? No, I think it was Egypt. Like 3,000 years ago, like came up with like the first like really big, proper like sun protection sort of parasol.
It's enough that
I was looking it
furniture.
up for something or another a long time ago.
It's enough that furniture serves with simple honesty day after day. That feeling I got when talking to George and Jessica is the same as a forbidden drug to me. In other words,
Tsukumogami, that's it.
Ah.
I knew it was Su something.
In other words,
Yeah.
it may be an emotion I must never experience.
Shannon, 先ほどからぼんやりが過ぎます。
Shannon. Oh, sorry. Still got like the spicy noodles in my throat.
Mm-hmm.
You've had your head in the clouds for some time now.
体調でも悪いのですか?
Do you not feel well? Oh, you know, like, Emma just like said some fucked up shit.
失礼いたしました。
No, my apologies. Natsu's words were right on the mark. Even Shannon couldn't believe that she hadn't noticed Natsu until she had called. Normally, it was essential that she focus on her cleaning at this time of day. But she spent all her time sighing and hardly making any progress.
たとえお客様がおられなくても、常に気を張っていなくてはなりません。
Even when there aren't any guests around, you must always be alert.
そんな様では、後ろ宮家に仕える使用人として情けありませんよ。
Behavior like this is shameful for an Ushiromiya family servant. You know, you could have just said that you, like, felt sick.
Yeah,
Like,
honestly.
So, like, she wouldn't scold you about it, because, like, you're not doing this on purpose. Like,
Yeah.
any other situation, like, you're normally a pretty decent servant, as far as I can tell. A little clumsy, a little awkward, but, like, hey, that's actually kind of endearing sometimes.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, if you don't make her nervous, she's pretty good at her job.
Yeah. It's just that, like, Emma's a fucking asshole. So,
Yep.
はい。以後注意します。
Yes, ma'am. I will take care from now on.
もうじき、当主様と主人がお帰りになられます。
noodles in my mouth. Son of a bitch. I can't. What the fuck? Captioner actually got that. To be like mumbling through my fucking noodles. Somehow got I have noodles in my mouth out of that. What the fuck? That's amazing.
Amazing, but also
Frustrating, but very amazing at the same time. Oh god, I remember like doing fucking like voice recognition shit like 15 years ago, like trying to unlock like using like a voice passcode or whatever on those tiny old fucking shit phones.
Oh yeah.
And like you would have to say the passcode in the exact same tone of voice and the exact same volume and projection every single time.
Oh.
So like if you were sick or you had allergies or whatever, you were fucked.
Yeah.
This is like just fucking throat hurt a little bit. Nope, not getting in. I forgot about that actually. So you know how I slept funky on my shoulder a couple weeks ago?
Uh-huh.
And then I said, hey, it was getting better. Sometime last week. I slept funky on it again.
Oh no.
And I like tying my shoes today was a fucking task and a half, I'll tell you that.
Ugh.
Oh, I gotta remember that like my shoulder is fucked up again. So I don't like wildly gesticulate and hurt myself again. Fuck. Don't look at me like that, cat. Phoenix just like glaring at me. Shh. The head and my husband will return very soon.
書斎の清掃は済んでいますか?
Have you finished cleaning the study?
階段の清掃は済んでいますか?
Have you finished cleaning the staircase?
申し訳ございません。まだです。
My apologies. Not yet.
You just said you were sick.
Yeah, you really should have. Though, I mean, Also, it's kind of, I think if you're going to have capitalism in an employer, it should be an employer's responsibility to notice something's wrong and adapt expectations to that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But also, like, people do this all the time where, like, there's something wrong and they just, like, go, no, there's nothing wrong, especially in Japan.
So, yeah. I mean, yeah, there's...
I get it. You know, like, it's considered rude to, like, press anyway, like, even though you can tell, but, like, they're saying nothing's wrong, so, like, it's fucking, alright. You get to deal with the consequences then.
Yeah. Still, I would have gone like, okay, then I'll get Cannon on cleaning up the study or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
And you get the staircase done, or vice versa, whatever.
Yeah. Something.
ええ、知っています。ですから、ルノンにやらせてお
Oh,
きました。
yeah, okay. The other servants are here right now because this isn't the family conference. That's right. Yes, I know. So I had Lunon do it.
あなたがもたもたと廊下を清掃している時間で、彼女は書斎と階段の清掃を済ませてしまいましたよ。
Damn. You were taking a long time then, Shannon. Holy shit. While you were plodding around cleaning the hallway, she finished cleaning the study and the staircase.
それは丁寧にお掃除をしていたから時間がかかってしまって。
Just say you're sick, Shannon. Come on.
That's because...
She's already lying. She might as well lie about her health. Fuck it.
That's because, I wanted to clean it properly, so it took some time. Shannon was simple and honest, so she would always carry out her tasks seriously and properly, without any omissions. Though she was always slow with her work. In contrast, Luna cleverly avoided doing extra work whenever it was possible. I can't blame you, Lunan.
But also, like, if you're gonna clean a room, clean the room. Don't leave the dust behind the fucking dresser there. Because when someone goes to move that dresser in a couple of years, they will know.
Yeah, they will
know. They will find out.
And really, it just means whoever does it properly is going to have extra work.
Mm-hmm.
So she could complete her jobs with a result that looked almost the same to an outsider, but in a much shorter time. In other words, she was a shrewd employee.
But also at the same time, like, boss makes $1 and I make a dime, that's why I poop on company time.
Yeah.
Like, go for it, Lunan. Do whatever you like. The Uchi or Mia's have like spare cash for all this shit. Fuck them.
Yeah, absolutely.
They can pay you for shitty work. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck these people, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want them to get murdered, but absolutely take them for all the money they've got.
Well, I mean, Kinzo.
But otherwise, I kind of, well, Kinzo and Rosa. Otherwise, I want most of you to live. If only for the sake of your kids.
Rosa needs that, like, fucking, like, isolation life. Like, force her to become a hermit or something.
Fair enough.
So she can really think about what she's done. Kenzo's already had, like, a very long life. If he was ever going to repent, he would have already done that shit. So you could just fucking murder that man. Rosa, on the other hand, she's still relatively young. She's like 40 or something like that, right? Or
right.
Late 30s, early 40s, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So, you know, you could just, like, stick her in a fucking, like, nunnery or whatever for 20 years. Make her actually think about the things she's done.
Yeah. That's fair. Compared to that, it's probably fair to say that Shannon wasn't very shrewd at all, talking back to Natsuhi when Natsuhi was in a bad mood. Of course, there was nothing that Natsuhi couldn't stand more than a servant talking back. Her forehead creased and she spoke sternly. And yet her slow, admonishing style of speech was even more terrifying. Finally made Shannon realize she had said the wrong thing.
ならば、存分に丁寧な清掃を心がけなさい。
Oh no. Again, you should have just said you were a bit sick, so you were moving as quick as you could, but a bit not great going on. You should have just said that. Now you just made more work for yourself. Then perhaps you should aim to do a truly thorough cleaning.
シャノン、あなたにこのまま大広間の清掃も命じます。
Shannon, I order you to clean the reception hall right now.
当主様の大切な絵画が多数飾られ、後宮家への賓客をお招きすることもある大切な広間です。
It is an important hall where several pictures treasured by the head are displayed and where honored guests of the Ushiromiya family are welcomed.
誇り一つ残さないよう、あなたが納得するまで丁寧に清掃なさい。
Clean it thoroughly so that not a speck of dust remains, and so that even you are
も
satisfied.
ちろん今日中にです。
Of course, you will finish before the day is out.
それを終えて私に報告するまで、食事も休憩も許しません。
God damn, Nazi. Until you finish that and report to me, you will not be permitted any food or rest.
Yeah, she has no control over her life, so she exerts control over the one thing she is above, which is the
I
servants.
definitely get that. But
Oh, yeah, no.
I'm picking up what they're putting down in this scene. It's just, damn, Nazi.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shit, girl.
わかりましたね。
Understood?
はい。
Yes, madam.
結構。
That is good.
使用人はその言葉だけを口にするように。
Servants should endeavor to only use those words.
次の口答えには、より厳しい罰を与えますから、そのつもりで。
The next time you talk back, your punishment will be even more severe. So with that in mind,
よく胸に刻んでおきなさい。
engrave these words onto your heart.
はい。
I'll engrave the paycheck on my heart.
ご指導ありがとうございます。
Yes, madam. Thank you for your guidance.
どういたしまして。
Obvious I was blowing the nose. You are welcome. Oh. Shit.
Behaving as though her headache was troubling her, Nazi headed off down the corridor. When she couldn't see her anymore, Shannon hung her head and sighed. This was what happened when she had her head in the clouds. Even though I'm bad at everything I do, I should be able to at least carry out the cleaning as well as an average person can, right? Because I can't even perform that very well, that I'm crying so pathetically. But what's even more shameful is that not only have I been unable to perform a single bit of cleaning well, but just now when Nazi was scolding me, I imagined that person appearing and rescuing me.
I don't think he would. Sorry, I don't think that's gonna happen.
If only George were here. Would he casually step in and save me? Surely he'd show up cheerfully, intentionally acting like he didn't know what was going on, nimbly change the subject and make me forget I'd ever been rebuked by Natsuhi. Kept envisioning him, suddenly appearing from the other side of the door, or the other end of the hallway. I envisioned the kind of person that would be an appropriate partner for him in a marriage meeting. And I envisioned how unfitting I was for him. Ava clearly told me. It's been repeating over and over in my dreams.
姉さんは相変わらず不器用だね。
You're still as clumsy as always, sister.
奥様は今朝から虫の居所が悪い。
My lady has been in a bad mood since this morning.
黙ってうなずいていればいいものを余計なことを言うから。
That just now happened because you... That was a weird phrasing. That just now happened. Because you talk too much when you should have just hung your head in silence.
カノン君。
Kenan was suddenly there. His footsteps were always quieter than a cat's, and he never left any trace of his presence. Probably could have stood there forever and she still wouldn't have noticed him. The expression on Kenan's face was one of hatred. He made that expression for Shannon, who didn't know how to do it herself.
奥様も、そしてルノンも地獄へ落ちる。
Madame and Lunon can fall into hell.
あいつは奥様がどこをチェックするか知ってて、そこしか掃除しない。
That person knows where Madame checks and only cleans those areas.
さっきの掃除もそうだった。
Her cleaning just now was like that.
見ていたから知ってる。
Hold on, I think like my neighbor's kids are outside, like shouting at the storm. Close the window to help with it. I know because I saw.
本当の意味での掃除なんかしてないんだよ。
She wasn't really cleaning.
丁寧に掃除する姉さんに寄生してるだけの最低なやつだ。
She's just the worst kind of parasite. Opportunist. Sorry, leeching off your thorough cleaning.
そんな汚い言葉を使ってはダメよ。
You mustn't use such dirty words.
汚い言葉はカノン君の綺麗な魂まで汚してしまう。
Dirty words pollute your clean soul, Canon.
だからせめ
What
て
that?
私の前ではそん
That's
な言葉
ridiculous.
遣いをしないで。
It absolutely is.
Although, like, there is something to be said about, like, the cultural idea that using vulgar language will taint you because of, like, the idea that words have power.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, like, for the most part, language is just language. It's not gonna, like, make you a worse person. Like, words can hurt people, of course, but, like, just speaking words is generally not going to make you, the person speaking them, a worse person or a dirty person or whatever. But there's still, like, an interesting idea there, I think.
Yeah, and there's, to some extent, you know, like, part of indoctrination is making people repeat a thing over and over.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
like, I'm furniture.
Yeah. Although that comes with, that's not just...
Yeah, that's not just language. Yeah, like, that
yeah, that's
has...
not just language. That's also them being treated like furniture.
Oh, yeah, like, there's absolutely other things backing it. But it's definitely one of those things. Or, like, saying negative things about yourself, either out loud or in your head, you start to believe it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, language can have an effect on people, but it's generally not going to make you a worse person or, like, somehow dirty as a person, you know? Like...
Yeah, like, the only thing is, like, if you are in an environment where your language is supposed to be modified, at worst, you get an issue of, hey, maybe I shouldn't curse that much in my personal life because I might slip up and drop a fuck in front of, you know, Natsuhi.
Honestly, I kind of gave up on, is it still code switching? I think that's still code switching, right?
Yeah, that's still essentially code switching.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, I just gave up on code switching, like, somewhere in high school. It's like, alright, now I'm done. Fuck this.
That's fair. So, at least don't use those words in front of me, okay? Kenna turned away as though sulking. It was a reaction that hid his true feelings, which was very like Canon, but I was a little happy. He was getting mad for my sake.
Cleaning the reception hall will be tough. I'll help.
ありがとう。でも、奥様に命じられたのは私だから大丈夫。
Thank you, but I was the one Madam ordered, so don't worry.
カノン君にも自分のお仕事があるんでしょ？
Don't you also have your own work, Canon?
汚らわしい仕事だよ。
It's a filthy job.
僕の魂なんてとっくに汚れてる。
Well, I mean, considering you're working directly for Kinzo, you probably got a lot of fucked up shit you gotta do.
Mm-hmm.
My soul was polluted long ago.
Kenan then hung his head and bit his lower lip.
手伝ってくれるという言葉だけで、私は十分。
Just hearing you say you'll help is enough for me.
カノン君も自分の仕事に戻らないと、あなたまで罰を受けることになっちゃう。
If you don't go back to your own job, then you'll be punished as well.
そしたら、私は悲しい。
And that would make me sad. Shannon knew Cannon's character well. Sometimes he didn't think enough about himself. But don't refuse forcefully, he'll help me even if it means neglecting his own job. Cannon was a little sad that his goodwill had been rejected, but he realized that what he was doing would only hurt her more in the end. He gave a single small sigh.
わかったよ。姉さんも頑張って。
Understood. Do your best, Shannon.
それに、私にも責任はあるから。
Yes, and I am also partly to blame.
姉さんには責任なんて何もないよ。
You weren't at fault at all, Shannon.
あるの。
No, I am.
だから、もう行って。
So go now. Cannon's face showed that he still hadn't completely accepted it, but without being any more obstinate, he disappeared. Even though Cannon came to give me words of comfort when I was down, even so, I was dejected again because it wasn't him. Then, that in itself was a sin. It went far beyond any dream the likes of me could be permitted to see. I don't know my place. Shannon, who had neglected breakfast, already felt her concentration begin to waver. But if she didn't finish up cleaning the reception hall, she wouldn't receive Natsuhi's permission to eat. Hate this family.
Yeah. Also, it's just, PSA. No matter how you feel about things, like emotions, like having emotions, no matter what they are is not a sin. It's what you do with those emotions. Your actions based on them. That can be sins.
Yeah.
You can be jealous. Don't treat people poorly because of your jealousy or whatever,
Yeah. Basically, thought crimes are one of the worst interpretations of religious texts ever.
Yeah.
It's what you do with those things that's the bad thing, or can be the bad thing. But having those thoughts, it's important to acknowledge you are not your thoughts. You can think some horrible shit, but you might not believe it. And even if you do, if you don't act on it, it's kind of the same as not believing it. To an extent, anyway. Mileage may vary, differences on different situations.
Yeah, just in general, it's the actions that matter, not really the intent so much. The intent also matters to some extent. Obviously, if you don't mean to kill someone, then you didn't commit a murder. You
committed, yeah.
A negligent homicide or whatever.
Yeah.
Which a lot of people think that, killing a person is always murder. No. Murder is very specifically an unjustified homicide.
Yep.
If it's self-defense, it's not murder, for example. Or if it's an accident, it's not murder.
Yep. Yeah, those will be different crimes entirely.
Yeah, you have to intend to hurt or kill someone, even if it's only in the moment for it to be murder.
Yeah, exactly. So, that's one of the things with certain crimes is they have to prove intent. That cruel Nazi had surely told the kitchen something to that effect. To respectfully receive Madam's punishment. That's right. My position in the world is furniture, and I've been intoxicated by a dream that's beyond me. I finished cleaning the hallway and went to the reception hall. Maybe my hunger made my nose more sensitive. Could sense a delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, even though it was far away and my empty stomach was encouraged even more. Till I finished up here, I wouldn't get any soup. Just had to resolve myself to doing it.
Speaking of food, like I think I ate too early after I woke up. Or maybe I made the fucking soup too spicy, I don't know. It's like, now I'm just sort of bleh, you know?
Yeah.
Meow yourself.
We're chatty today, Phoenix.
That's Ember this time.
Ah.
Phoenix is somewhere. I don't know where he is. Fat boy, where you go? Phoenix. No, there he is. He's outside the curtain.
Ah.
Phoenix. Come here, buddy. Hi.
Several portraits were hung in the reception hall. One of those portraits was thought to hold a special meaning amongst the servants. It was the portrait of the witch. That wasn't its true name, but everyone in the mansion called it that. The name of the woman was...
So this tells me that when this portrait was hung 2 years ago, they weren't dating yet. So, like, this age gap is getting slightly better.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so, yeah, it was just literally a couple years ago. And they used several very incorrectly.
Yeah.
Like, I thought maybe
I'm
they...
surprised about because, like, the translation has done that a few times already.
Yeah, but I figured, instead of a few, they said several. But no, it's literally, like, 2 years. The name of the woman with elegant blonde hair drawn as the subject of that portrait was Beatrice. It was whispered that she might be the former mistress of Kinzo, the family head.
The word several is even, like, literally wrong here because it's explicitly more than 2 years. So it's just sort of like, you just used the wrong word there. Just downright the wrong word.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just the wrong word. And also that she was the great witch who had given Kinzo the gold of the legend. Witch Beatrice, master of the night on Broken Jima, who was gracious to those who respected her, but she would surely curse those who made light of her. It was in Shannon's character not to neglect rules and beliefs such as those. As she thought of the portrait of her other master as that person herself, and always treated it carefully, treasuring it. And it had become part of her daily routine to tell the witch, who only existed inside the portrait, the secrets of her heart. She was furniture. Furniture doesn't complain. Cannot complain.
Like, guarantee, like, you'll get some complaints out of some furniture if you sit down on some old woodwork. It'll creak and wobble. If it's not actual emotion, but damn it. That's what we call it when like inanimate objects complain, is like they'll groan, they'll creak or whatever.
Yeah. So she had no right to speak her mind about her difficult days. She had no right to open her mouth and say those words. So she at least spoke her mind inside her heart. She spoke her mind inside her heart using words she couldn't say aloud, and protested to the formless witch. Of course, the witch didn't answer. She didn't console, and she didn't laugh at all. Shannon could only interpret that silence as she liked, as though the witch was responding agreeably.
ベアトリーチェ様、みすぼらしい私の話を聞いてください。
Lady Beatrice, please listen to the story of my worthless self. Shannon wiped the dust from the witch's portrait. She spoke that inside her heart.
私は確かに、エヴァ様の言う通り、無能で無教養な家具です。
I certainly am incompetent and uncultured, just as Lady Ava said.
人じゃな
And
い。
you can fix that though. Like that's easy.
I am
Well,
not
I
a
mean, it's not
person.
necessarily easy, but it's pretty simple. You just gotta study.
だから、恋をする資格などないかもしれません。
So maybe I have no right to love.
でも、だったら、どうして恋を知ることのできる心など、
But in
お
that
与えに
case,
なったのでしょうか。
why was I given a heart that can know love? At that point, Shannon held back her tears for a moment. The sound of the rain, which had started falling along with the chill air in the reception hall, made her feel as though her shabbiness had increased another level.
本当の家具なら、心なんかない。
Real furniture doesn't have anything like a heart,
だから、人を愛したりしなくて済むじゃないですか。
so they don't have to love people, right?
だから苦しまない。
So they don't feel pain.
私も同じ家具なのに。どうして心なんかあるんですか？
If I'm just another piece of furniture, why do I have a heart?
こんな苦しくて
I
辛い
already
思い
have
を
our
するな
break
ら
song. Thank you, Shannon.
こんな心なんて与えないでほしかった。
It's gonna be this painful and this harsh. I wish I was never given a heart like this.
なるほど。
I see.
家具に心を与えたか。
So, a heart was given to furniture.
あれも時には愉快なことをする。
It would seem that even that man is capable of some quite amusing things every now and then.
The witch that never answered or laughed. Answered. And laughed.
Yeah, thank you. We could hear that.
Was it my imagination? Was I hearing things? No, that's wrong. After all, the next words became a voice. I could hear them, not with my heart, but with my ears.
人間は世界を構成する元素について紀元前の昔から探求を続けてきた。
Humans have continually searched for the elements that make up the world since before the modern era.
古代ギリシャ人たちは風、火、水、土の4つで世界の説明を試みたという。
It is said that in ancient times the Greeks tried explaining the world with the four elements of wind, fire, water, and earth.
その後も数千年かけて人間たちはその4つにさまざまな元素を加え、
After that, over several millennia, humans added several elements to those four.
5代、6代、7代、8代、12代とさまざまな解釈で世界を説明しようとしたが、
Trying to explain the world with several interpretations, such as the 5 elements, the 6 elements, the 7 elements, the 8 elements, and the 12 elements. And now there's like fucking 300. I don't know the exact number,
元
but
素を説明することはできなかった。
let's see. 118, okay. It's not nearly as much as I said, but a lot.
Yeah.
But they were never able to describe the one sole truth that exists, the single element.
しかし、星の導きによって現れた一人の男が、ついにこの世界を構成する一なる元素を説明した。
However, a single man appeared by the guidance of a star and finally explained the single element that makes up the world.
何かわかるか？
know what it is? I don't think she would know.
What? Who? Shannon fearfully turned around.
You're okay, Kitty.
Right there, she
Hi,
existed.
Amber. Just manifested out of nowhere. There you go, that's how that works.
Not as an illusion, but as a reality. The contrast made by the lightning made it clear that this was no mere daydream.
それは愛よ。
What? I mean, I knew this is where she was going with it, but also, like... What? Huh? You're okay, Amber. He's responding to my random gesticulations. My buddy. It's love.
The witch of the portrait elegantly held a golden pipe to her mouth and giggled. She laughed at the ignorance that causes humankind's thoughts to stray far from the most simple answer.
その男は世界のすべてを愛で説明した。
That man explained everything in the world with love.
それこそが一なる元素。
That is the single element.
男は最小の数で世界の構成を説明しきったのだ。
That man fully explained how the world was constructed with the smallest possible number.
なんとも単純明快にして豪快爽快愉快痛快。
How simple and clear, how splendid, exhilarating, pleasant and thrilling. I think the translation on this one is actually kind of good.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't have the same rhyming that the Japanese had, but it's still got the right, like, cadence.
I think this scene is doing pretty good at the translation.
So that's also how I tend to write things like this. Start with an and like cut out the and then like cut that out and then return with the and. It's like it gives a nice like flow to dialogue. The year that man was finally born is called the start of the modern era. Yeah, I thought she was referring to Jesus, god damn it.
Yeah, I had to wonder. And then no, she's actually talking about Jesus. Which I mean makes sense because she's European, not Japanese.
Yeah.
Oh, had a smudge on my screen.
No, you're all good.
Shannon lost any words to speak. He thought that when first meeting an unknown guest, her first words should be to ask that person's name. Without saying anything, Shannon knew this person's name, so she refrained. Oh, surely it would be the greatest disrespect for someone who lived or worked on this island to ask this woman her name. After all, she was the other master of this island, besides Kinzo.
Kind of interesting how the portrait makes her look more childish than she actually is.
Yeah.
いかにもわらわがベアトリーチェである。
Indeed, I am Beatrice.
千年を経ても人がわらわを見て最初に浮かべる表情は変わらんな。
Even after 1,000 years, I still see that people still always give me that look when we first meet.
The witch giggled at how Shannon's reaction didn't betray her expectations. Shannon realized that she had met with a being that mustn't be met with. She took a step backwards. That's where the wall and the portrait were, so even as she gazed at the witch's portrait was touching her back.
お前の悩みは愛ゆえよ。
Oh, cat. Wait a second. Just filling into pitcher with water to filter for tea.
Yep.
The source of your troubles is love.
それはすなわち世界の一なる元素。
Love, the single element that makes up this world.
つまりこの世のすべてだ。
In other words, it is everything in this world.
それが満たされぬということは、
Give me
世
like
界は
some
満たされぬということだ。
ReZero fucking whatever that guy's name is vibes.
Oh, yeah, Betelgeuse or something.
I think it's supposed to be like Beetlejuice, but like all Japanesed up.
Yeah.
So isn't it like a bishop or something like that, or whatever of that cult? I don't remember.
Yeah, I think
Been
it
so
was
fucking
something.
long.
Yeah.
Most I remember, what I remember about that guy is like him screaming, "My brain is quivering," or something like that.
Yep. That and being able to
are okay.
possess people after death.
You are okay, buddy. You too, Phoenix. You're fine too.
そ
Fucker.
れは穴の開いた水筒に水を汲み続けるのに似ている。
When it is lacking, then your world is lacking too. It is no different than scooping water into a canteen with a hole in it.
汲めども汲めども満たされぬ永遠の心の砂漠。
Even if you scoop and scoop, that internal desert of the heart never fills.
人間の基礎にして全てにして現在。
It is the original sin that humans are founded upon and everything is made of. Interesting perspective on that, but sure.
Yeah, fair enough.
Then again, I suppose you could reframe most, if not all, of the 7 deadly sins as like
A love of something.
some kind.
Yeah.
Yeah, love of like quantity, love of self, love of money, you know, so on and so forth.
Yep. Let's see here.
All right, my kettle is
わ
like
かるか？
hissing a little bit, which it doesn't normally hiss, but it's actually showing up on the microphone monitor thingy. So I'm sort of trying to figure out how to. No, that's a little better.
Yeah, at least it's noise gated on the Discord enough.
Yeah, it just looks like it's bubbling a little in the background for the stream.
愛だったのだ。
When Adam and Eve put the fruit of knowledge to their lips, love is what they learned of.
それを知ったがゆえに、人は楽園を追われ、人足り得たのだ。
Because of that, humans were chased out of the garden and became fully human.
すなわちそれは愛を知り、苦しむからこそ人であること。
I wonder if this is like a Ryukishi's thing or just Beatrice's thing on this.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think this might be a Beatrice thing.
Because I do have some like issues with the idea that you must feel a certain emotion to be human.
I mean, yeah.
Obviously, I would have an issue with that. I am human, and I can't feel a lot of emotions. I can feel love, sure, but like that's not the point.
Yeah.
It's not the specific emotion that's the point. It's the fact that any emotion can be used as like an indicator of humanity. No, thank you. That's not great.
Yeah, like, to suffer as human is a common concept. Like, the world over.
Yeah,
Mostly
and
because...
that's fine.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think that's fine because like everything suffers somehow, some way, right? It doesn't. Even in a paradise, even in a utopia, there would still be like some measure of suffering. You know, like you'd stub your fucking toe sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, it's suffering can happen anywhere, anytime. Everything goes through suffering, whether it's human or not. Like there will be trouble or conflict or pain or what have you in your life at some point, no matter how good your life is. but like suffering isn't an emotion; it's something that you do.
That's
it's
fair.
being in pain through some means, right? But like using like because people bring this up a lot actually in like video essays and like media critiques and all that stuff. But like you can really tell what an author's view on
Certain
what it
issues
means
are.
to be human
Yeah.
is based on how they treat like non-human entities like androids and AI and shit like that. But like the problem with all this is that like a lot of ways of depicting AI and androids are also just like can be very easily swapped out with like an autistic person or a person like me or you know whatever.
Yeah.
And you would see no difference in behavior. So it's just sort of like,
Yeah.
I don't think that's really the case.
Yeah, you can get, you know, a person like you, autism, asexuality, or is another common one.
Mm-hmm. Like, I can't even say that I've done it properly and that like my AI and my androids are, you know, the true representation either because I don't fucking know that.
Yeah.
I try, but I can't guarantee that.
Yeah.
There isn't an AI yet. There isn't an android yet. Like we just don't have that yet.
Yeah, exactly.
And besides, like the time that I've actually like gone full bore on writing an AGI android, her explicit goal in her explicit metatextual goal is to become human, to become more human. So like she's already exhibiting like human traits up to and including using human pronouns instead of just calling herself it.
Yeah. Well, now there are humans that do use it's.
Yeah, I mean, of course there are, but
I know, but I'm just
assume it. Don't call strangers it unless they specifically ask you to, because it is extremely dehumanizing.
Yeah, absolutely. Do not refer to somebody by that unless they explicitly ask you to.
Yeah, like they or he or she. You know what? That's just a mistake. Don't call people it though.
Yeah.
I try not to even call animals it. All right, like it still happens sometimes, but like I try.
Yeah. Yeah, I usually just default to they, them until told otherwise.
Yeah. Or like, a lot of time I'll just replace like pronouns with stuff like that little bastard.
Fair enough.
I don't know.
心優しき娘よ。
Which means that knowing love and suffering is what makes one human, you kind-hearted child.
そなたは誇っていい。
You ought to be praised.
それを知った今、そなたはもはや家具にあらず。
Now that you have gained this knowledge, you are no longer furniture.
そなたは今こそ人間なのだ。
You are now human.
我が名にかけて、それを認めようぞ。
I like that line because I've used similar lines before, and I just like it because of that. Whatever. I recognize that with all of the authority of my name. It's like I've shown you fucking scenes and excerpts where I've used that line.
Yeah, absolutely. Still speechless.
Wouldn't you fucking be for the most part?
Yeah.
Granted, I wouldn't be, but that's because I'm like, I'm me. But
granted, like by the next line, I'd be like, "Okay, can I be your apprentice?"
Yeah, it's like that's the next thing. It's like, hey, can you teach me magic?
Yeah,
I like magic.
Yeah, let's continue the upgrades. I went from
come on, like upgrades, people, upgrades.
Yeah, furniture to human to witch. Let's do it.
凡庸の身には理解も辛き話か。
Oh, that actually does remind me of something that I wanted to point out last time.
Oh.
It's interesting to me how in a lot of Japanese media, even like mages have very specific special abilities.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you could say that in the case of like these witches that they had these special abilities because that's what they focused on, that's what they learned, and sure, maybe that's actually the case, but like either way, the fact that Beatrice specializes in turning back time for a specific group of individuals or an individual is weird, right? Like,
yeah, like, it's a little broader than that, but it's basically that.
And then, like, all the other witches also were said to have, like, specific but esoterically vague abilities.
Yeah.
Like, Baron Castell was just like, she can guarantee anything that's not, that the probability isn't 0 on.
Yep. And the other one can guarantee near 0 odds.
Mm-hmm. And it's just like, what? Why? How does this happen?
Yeah. Like, I can kind of see it with Burn Castell, just because they are very clearly the protagonists of Higurashi.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, surviving all that shit despite the odds, and finishing that story.
It's interesting, though. Didn't she imply that she was very old?
Well, if you're hopping universes, what's
True.
years? So, that would also explain why Beatrice could be 1,000 years, despite the fact that Kinzo met her, possibly as a human, when she gave him the gold.
Yeah. And the time probably doesn't flow the same in the witch world, right?
Yeah, like
the in-between, whatever the fuck is going on there.
Yeah. Yeah, it probably moves differently, plus, if you are moving between, I believe they call it the shards, you are moving between universes, essentially, so, you know, who knows what time dilation and shit happens.
Yeah, and besides, like, doesn't she have, like, 100% total control over the Golden Land as her, like, a demi-plane or whatever? Like,
probably.
She could easily fuck with the flow of time there.
Yeah, that would certainly make sense.
And if her special ability is rewinding time for, you know, like a specific area or for specific events or whatever, then she could easily, like, rack up her 1,000 years like that, too.
Oh yeah, like, who knows how, you know, what things she might have repeated when she was dealing with Kinzo or something.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, maybe she made that gold legit.
Could be. Fuck. But yeah, I just think it's strange how, like, strange and interesting, rather.
Yeah.
How, like,
they have
Japanese
domains,
characters
essentially.
always have, like, these, like, very specific abilities. It's just, like, even as, like, they do, Ryokishi does this right with, Nanjo, actually. Like, he's a general practitioner, but he still has, like, a little bit of ability to work in other fields because he's a general practitioner. He's a doctor. He learned more than just being in an office, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Illnesses and shit. He learned other shit too. And I would assume it would be the same way for witches and wizards and sorcerers and like everyone. It's a strange thing where like
they cross into being not human because they considered them to be like yokai. And they turn, they kind of ostensibly become spirits.
Yeah, it's like how everyone assumes that all knights, like in their fiction, would only know how to use a sword, but that's just not true. They would know how to use every weapon. Yeah. They may specialize in the sword, but they would have at least above average skill in all other weapons too.
Yeah, or at the very least, sword and spear, whatever the, main arm and sidearm are.
Yeah, and then they would also have unarmed combat training as well, because sometimes you're going to have to fucking wrestle another dude in plate armor so you can stick your knife in his throat somewhere.
Exactly. So, yeah. So maybe not literally every weapon under the sun, but at the very least...
the major ones for their culture, right?
The major ones for their culture that they might be armed with in a circumstance, because maybe they don't have enough swords. So... here, you get a spear and you get a dagger.
Yeah, the samurai were also the same way. They trained in bows, swords, spears, staves, I think.
Yeah, and when they got them, even though we consider it the end of the samurai era, they fucking used rifles.
Yeah. And they also, worked... the samurai themselves probably didn't, man the cannons, but...
They still at least know how to use them,
so they could tell people when to fire and shit. How much time would take to reload, etc., etc.
Yeah.
It's just like knights, samurai were the noble warrior class, and that means they would often take command of units on the battlefield and shit like that.
Yeah, exactly.
まあよいわ。
Is it hard for a common person to understand? Very well then. Forgive me.
久しぶりに人間と話すのでな。
It has been a long time since I have spoken with a human.
饒舌が過ぎたことを謝ろう。
Allow me to apologize for my talkativeness.
Without waiting for a reply from Shannon, Beatrice laughed pleasantly for a while.
詫びと言ってはなんだが。
Random hiccup? Goddamn. Perhaps this isn't much by way of apology.
わらわの力で、そなたのその願望を叶えてやってもよいぞ。
But I would be willing to grant that wish of yours with my power if you so desire.
The meaning of those words surprised Shannon even more than the witch's sudden appearance.
そなたを思い人と添い遂げさせてやってもよいと言っている。
I am offering to bring you and the one you love together.
本来
Seems
ならば
like...
それに見合うだけの対価を
How
要
about you
求
just
するところだ
give her
が。
opportunity and not force people to love each other? That's kind of... Normally I would demand something of equal value in return.
わらわは機嫌が良い。
However, I am in a good mood.
それに、そなたはわらわへの礼を欠かさず。
You did raise a good point about how witches are not considered human here because they've become yokai. That's I don't think we mentioned that before when we were talking about this, but that's a good point.
I think we did very briefly, but we didn't belabor the point of they've essentially become yokai.
Yeah, because mages and all that stuff, there's a specific tradition of sorcery in Japan, or at least believed to be sorcery. It's called
Amyoji.
That's what they are called. It's Onmyodo, I think. Is the way of magic, more or less. I don't remember what the Onmyo means, but it's the way of magic or whatever. Same as Bushido is the way of the warrior, etc. Somehow they're still human, probably because they haven't given it up or whatever.
Plus, they also beseech spirits for their abilities.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that, but you can also say that witches are beseeching spirits for their abilities, right? Where it replaces spirits with demons, of course, but...
Fair enough. I guess it's the witch can do it without the demon afterwards, but an Onmyoji needs a spirit to be there to do the thing.
Yeah, Onmyoji also need their catalysts, right? Their paper talismans, their They're implements, more or less. A witch does not necessarily.
Yeah, it's a lot more like, well, a lot of European magical practices as well. You make the object, you do the thing.
Yeah, that's also the case in European stuff. In most things, in most cultures, magic is not something you simply do. You usually need a catalyst or an ingredient or a ritual or something.
Yeah.
I think the only one that I know of that is not like that is Celtic mythology, where magic is not something that you cast. It's not a spell you weave. It's simply something that you do. Like in a lot of myths, I don't remember the character's name, but there's one where he turns into a fish to get away from something, and he doesn't say, like, the story does not say that he, like, mutters an incantation or summons all his power or, like, uses any implement or whatever. He's just like, and then he turns into a fish. That's it. That's all you get. And as far as I recall, that character is not anyone special. It's just a character, some dude. It's the same for, like, everything in Celtic mythology. There are some rituals and all that stuff, but for the most part, magic is just something you do.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I can't remember his name now. It starts with an L. It's not Lu, because Lu is a god. But there's another important L name, who is, like, the poet, more or less, you know, like, the kind of poet whose words cut the wind and all that stuff. That guy uses, like, puts his magic into his words and just, like, fuck shit up by yelling at them, basically. If I recall, he was also on the ship that brought the current settlers of Ireland over in the cycles. It's been a very long time since I read that, alright? Anyway. However, I'm in a good mood, and you have never failed to pay your respects to me in the past. That is something worth rewarding. So, this is definitely why Shannon believes in the witch. It's not even something that she's just doing because she was told to. She's met the witch.
Mm-hmm. Granted, she believed in the witch before that, which is why she can see her, presumably given everything everyone else has said.
Yeah.
Is that true? Normally, Shannon would have been shocked and struck dumb by the seemingly impossible guest. However, almost as though she was already under the witch's spell, Shannon responded.
With my magic, it would be no trouble at all to arrange for you to be joined with the one you love.
Yes, of course. Shannon almost said that without thinking, but held back with her last bit of common sense. After all, this is a witch, a sinister being. The witch Beatrice is clearly trying to slip in through the cracks of my heart and take me prisoner. That sort of temptation, which so many fairy tale picture books warned me about when I was young, is right in front of me now.
Yeah. For a lot of people, you might think, oh, I just simply wouldn't fall for it. No. You absolutely would. Because they'll tempt you with something that you may not even know you want until they say it. It's like, that's kind of what they do. That's their job. It's their whole thing. Maybe you'll resist, but, like, it's not so easy as saying, yes, I definitely would. You never fucking know. Like, Beatrice could come up to me and be like, hey, if you offer me the hearts of, like, 3 people, I will give you, like, the perfect human body again. And I'll be like, sure, let's do that. I don't care. Because, like, I don't think people, like, understand, like, how much I miss being able to do all that stuff, you know? Like,
yeah.
It's easy to say, no, I simply wouldn't kill anyone. Are you sure? Are you absolutely sure about that?
Yeah, I need the John Cena meme. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, just like him ripping the paper and just like sticking his face in through.
Yep.
Are you sure about that?
Just Just have him poke through, like, this corner of the painting.
Odds. Yeah, it's... Like, I think, as much as I hate Christianity, I think a lot of Christians have it right. At least, like, in how they, warn people about how convincing the devil is. Not that, like, anyone ever actually fucking pays attention to it.
But yeah, like, how temptation is actually pretty fucking strong if someone gets a beat on what you want.
Yeah. Technical difficulties. Stream is disconnected.
Oh.
Oh, there we go. We're good again. Excellent.
Okay.
I don't know when that started, so I can't just repeat what I was saying during that. But yeah. And I don't know if it actually sent all that information either. So I don't know. Maybe it stored it and then just sent it when reconnected. Who knows?
Yeah, let's, I guess, just move forward.
Yep. Fear is also a form of respect. I can sort of see that, I guess. May be pleasant for me, but we will make no progress this way.
Yeah, I also just love her smug fucking expression.
Yeah.
You know, looking more at the portrait and kind of comparing her, I think what it is not that she looks younger. She looks like a doll.
Yeah, like dolls are usually given like childlike faces too.
Yeah,
what I was getting at there.
Which is true, but I think this is specifically like there's a certain uncanny valley, a lack of the human element to it. Like the highlights in her eyes, if she even has them, are incredibly muted.
I just had a terrible thought.
Mm-hmm.
With what we know about Kinzo and Beatrice, maybe Kinzo met Beatrice when she was a child. Yeah. And that's why she looks like this in this thing. It's like she's been made into a doll, like with childish proportions.
Yeah.
Because you can definitely see like the difference between the art and
the woman herself.
Yeah.
Yeah, the woman herself is, she's got a fucking chin.
She's got sharp features.
Yeah, she's sharp. She's sneering.
Her neck is proportionally thicker in the her neck is proportionally thicker in the portrait as well, which is like a child thing.
Fair enough, yeah.
Because like the smaller everything hasn't quite like grown in properly yet, it's.
Yeah. Shorter, fatter neck. Yeah.
We should like move out of the way a little bit, Beatrice. I need to like look at the rest of your portrait for a second. Scoot to the side, woman. Her hands are all covered up. Like the dress seems a little looser on her in the portrait too. Especially about the shoulders.
Yeah, I kind of see it.
I don't know. There may not be actually any meaning in this because, like, the portraits that were like the character sprites that we're using are from a mod. So,
well, no, because even the pachinko ones are pretty sharp.
I just mean like the proportions and everything.
Yeah.
So I don't know if these backgrounds and scenes were actually like redone for each release or not. I don't suppose you know.
I do not. But I am going to type to you a theory.
Oh. Yeah, that's also what I was thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it out loud because it'd be spoilers.
Yeah.
It's like it's one of the few actual like real plot points I know that's ahead of time. So.
Yeah. Anyway, did you read this line? I forget now.
Not yet. You as soon as it popped up, you said you read it. Send me something, so I hadn't read it yet. I may not differ much from the image of a detestable witch that you hold in your mind. However, I do bestow my favor upon those who respect me. Aren't humans the same?
そのように身構えられて好意を返せる人間もまたおらぬと思うがな。
Well, I doubt any human would bestow a favor upon one with such a hostile attitude.
失礼しました。
My apologies.
そんなつもりは。
I didn't mean... Shannon eventually realized how rude she was acting towards this guest, and she finally digested the words that had been spoken to her a short while ago.
Okay, Shannon, you need to, like, decide whether she's the master of the house or a guest.
Yeah.
Although I guess it's daytime, so maybe she counts as a guest during the day? Fucking.
I guess kind of.
Shit gets complicated.
You are no longer furniture. Now you are human. She reflected upon those words. Shannon felt as though the witch understood all her worries.
Well, I mean, you have been praying to her with all of your worries in your heart this entire time, so I would be surprised if she didn't understand your worries.
Yeah, a little bit.
褒美の話って
What was that just now?
何ですか?
About a reward?
お前がその心を虜にする男と結ばれるように取り計らってもいいと言っている。
This is why she called it literal magic when they got together.
Yep. Yeah, when they had their date, which was probably like a year.
6 months from now or whatever.
Yeah, like
6 months or a year from now, whatever.
Yeah.
Some undetermined amount of time.
Mm-hmm. Basically, yeah, just sometime nebulously before the events of the actual murders.
At least we got a timeline that makes... Well... Maybe George isn't all fucked up.
Yeah.
He's been, like, love magicked.
Yeah, I mean, there is that for a start.
I mean, it's not as bad as we thought it was before anyway.
Yeah.
Like, this is only 2 years before. Or it's somewhere between 2 years and, like, a couple months before the thing, so...
Yeah.
We don't know exactly, but we know that the portrait has already been hung, and that means it's less than 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So she's 15 or 16 right now, maybe 17. I don't know.
Yeah. And then
George 17 in the modern day, right? Like,
yeah, something like that. Because yeah, they said around their age. Around Jessica and Battler's age.
So 17 or 18 or something like that.
Yeah.
You were saying something about George?
Oh, and then George would have been like 18 or 17 himself, depending on the month.
No, George is 23 in the modern day.
Oh, is he?
Mm-hmm. That's why there's the big age gap, remember? Because like 3 years age gap is fucking whatever, dude.
Oh, yeah. No, never mind. So, yeah, he'd be like 21. Never mind.
Yeah.
So, 17 versus 21. If we didn't have the issue that he's her superior, I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with that. Necessarily.
Yeah, like it's a little close for comfort, but also
yeah, like I'd at least wait and see, but the fact that he's her superior.
Yeah. Position of power and all that. But like, if he is like all loved magic, then like he's not at fault at all.
Yeah.
He literally got magic in his brain fucking with him.
This is also true. So we'll see what...
But we don't know if we don't know if it's actually like
full control,
or if she was just given like the opportunity sort of deal.
Yeah, if it's an opportunity sort of thing, you know, like obscure her from Ava, do something about the arranged marriage. That kind of thing.
Yeah. Shit. If it is like love magic, like full on fucking brain control, like I wonder why the content warning says like what it does and not like, you know, mind control or whatever. Instead.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
Anyway. Speaking of, I will drop that real quick.
Drain Bangle. Never actually fucking read the username. Let's see. Because isn't it near the bottom where it talks about this?
Yeah, it says something in episode 6. Let me see.
It's implied that this started when the 23-year-old was 17 and the latter was 10, but that's literally not what's going on. I think they just sort of fucked this one up.
Yeah, no, I think they just fucked over the wording. Because, yeah, this was about 2 years ago.
Yeah, and they're not dating yet, so, like,
Yeah, so, no, I think it's just they saw the several and, yeah, screwed that one up.
Yeah, which, I mean, same. Like,
yeah. Like,
I was right there with him.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, if
this is why you gotta, like, look into the connotations of the words when you're translating stuff.
Yeah.
Right? This is why.
Because you can wildly change the opinion of character. Like, I still give it like an iffy, but not as much.
It's definitely still like super iffy, but like
not as much.
Let's see. Umineko, Shannon.
Oh no! Do not do that.
Hmm.
You will get spoilers for Shannon. Just close it.
Okay. I hadn't read anything yet. I'm just looking at like the title of a Reddit comic, trying to avoid looking up further.
All right.
So the Reddit thing is just George and Shannon's age gap, so like I'm not seeing anything fucked up.
Okay.
Okay, because we do need to know the exact age gap here.
Yeah.
For this conversation.
Yeah. No. Absolutely.
But regardless, like, yeah, this is why you check the connotations of the words, because like when you use several in English, it may literally only mean more than two, but not like a huge amount.
But
that's still
we will think
the
like
connotation
5.
is like 5 to 7 in that range, you know, for several, and
Mm-hmm.
a few is like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
And depending on context, couple can mean 3, you know, like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
You gotta look at the connotations as well, not just the dictionary definition. That's what I'm always going on about with the connotation versus denotation. You need to know this. We were taught this in like junior high English class. You know, like this. It's actually important. This is actually an important thing. And they I don't think school classes put enough emphasis on this because it shapes how we even view each other based on the words used. Like this isn't just like a literary thing, but also like an interpersonal social thing. Big important, all right? Big important.
Yeah.
And it's like this in every language. It's not just English, all right? It's the reason why, there's fucking 8 different words for supernatural creatures in Japan. You know, like Mononoke, Ayakashi, Yokai, and just more and more. It's because each one has a specific connotation. Even if they all mean roughly or even literally the same thing. It's important. It's also the difference between
It's the classic one of "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned," or "I'm sorry, Daddy, I've been naughty."
Yeah, it's like that. It's literally those words all mean the same thing, but the connotation is a little.
Yeah. So I do hope somebody somewhere has said that in a confessional.
That would be. I'm sure someone has, because there's a lot of there's very funny people out there.
Yeah.
God damn it. The fucking priest probably freaking out too.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Anyway, let's move on.
Yes. I say that I can arrange for you to be joined with the man who has captured your heart.
わらわの肖像画を日々丹念に磨いてくれたことへの礼とでも思うがよい。
Think of it as a sign of my gratitude for your diligence in polishing my portrait day after day. Hold on a second. Fucking.
What's up?
Gender dysphoria is discussed in the visual novel implicitly through metaphors, but in Confessions of the Golden Witch, it's depicted explicitly and in a rather heavy fashion too. What is Confessions of the Golden Witch? Is this like a side game or something?
Let me see here. I believe that is a manga, but let me take a look.
Is that the one that I was gonna read?
Okay, Confessions of the Golden Witch is a manga-only arc.
Okay.
Contained towards the end.
Is it about Beatrice having gender dysphoria then? What?
I will not indicate which character it's for.
Okay, so do you already know that there's someone that there was some gender dysphoria going on in one of the characters?
I did not, but I just read the name of the character that this chapter circles around.
Okay. Which is a big whoops, huh?
Yeah, which is a whoops for right now. We'll get there, though. They'll reveal some of it. It's just we don't get the full experience of that character's lifetime outside of that manga chapter. But it follows episode 7, so we're way off.
Okay. You don't have to answer this, but I'm going to ask the question anyway.
Okay.
Is it a character I've already met?
Yes.
Okay. Brain's going to be running in circles on that one for a while. All right.
And just so we know we're not doing anything bad, they are portraying themselves as the gender they are, rather than their birth. One.
Okay.
So we're not misgendering anybody.
Fuck, I think I've got it. canon. That's my idea.
All right, I'll leave you to that. Let's see here.
So I can't think of anyone else that has even close to like the body type of the opposite sex. Because like, so canon, like, I guess like binding. I mean, canon is like a sort of like a wet noodle looking motherfucker. So call him yourself. I ask for nothing in return. I am generous. I don't know if I believe you. That is literally a lie. You should have said demand instead of asked there. I don't know if that's a problem with how Ryukishi wrote it, or if that's a translation issue, but that should say, I demand nothing in return. However, I do have a request. That's because a request is an ask, right? Like an ask is a request. Come on.
Look, here it comes. Part of Shannon's heart sent her a warning. This is what all those scary picture books she'd read when she was little had warned her about.
You know of the small torii and the shrine that have been constructed on the ocean near this very near this island, which you can see when you gaze at the cliffs.
Shannon immediately remembered it. When you reached Rokenjima by boat, there was a torii and a shrine on a reef that was too small to be called even an islet. I'm pretty sure Kumasawa told me its history, but I can't remember it well. Traveling Fugenja?
Fugenja?
Yeah. A kind of holy man had built it or prayed there or something. Yes, I know about it. But why do you bring it up?
I think she's getting to that, Shannon. I will not explain everything, including the very basics, to one ignorant of demons. Simply put, it's causing me trouble. The truth is, there's a mirror kept inside that shrine. I want you to break it.
Yeah, I think this was Beatrice being manipulative rather than a writing error. I think it's sort of, I will do this for you, free of charge, but I want you to do me a favor.
Yeah, I know. I'm just talking about the wording,
Oh, yeah.
She is absolutely being manipulative about this. But just like her wording is like, it should have been like a demand instead of ask. Like she should have said, I demand nothing from you in return, but I do have a request, sort of deal, Because otherwise, like, she just made herself a liar.
But it's quite a suspicious request. Shannon didn't know the details, but anything stored inside a shrine would have to be something sacred. She wants me to break it? Why would a witch ask a human for help instead of doing it herself? There was no need for Shannon to speak her thoughts aloud. Beatrice responded to Shannon's reasonable doubt before Shannon could give her answer.
Magical power of that mirror opposes my own. I cannot explain it well with human words. For example, let us speak of the differences between utensils. That mirror is a fork, and my power is soup. You cannot drink soup with a fork, correct?
あの鏡の押し付けさえなければ、わらわはスープを飲むのにぴったりのスプーンが用意できるというわけだ。
There's just like this huge fucking like emphasis on vowels in borrowed words in Japanese, which is just interesting to me.
Yeah, definitely.
Spoon! No, it's just a spoon. Anyway, if only the resistance of that mirror were gone, I could produce a spoon ideal for drinking soup.
それさえあれば、スープも飲めるし、岩ろうだって掘り抜けるぞ。
After that, I could drink soup as I pleased and even dig my way out of a rocky prison.
Yeah. Worth pointing out, Burncastle also used spoons as a commentary about, yeah, I'll give you a spoon to, dig your way out of this.
目玉だってえぐり貫ける。だったか
I could even gouge someone's eye out with it. Was that not the phrase?
何の話かわかりません。
I don't know what you're talking about.
私の無教養のせいだとしたら謝ります。
If my poor education is to blame, I apologize.
こういうことだ。あの忌々しい鏡をわらわのために割る手間をかけてくれたなら。
It comes down to this. If you take action and break that annoying mirror for me,
その褒美として、そなたの願いを叶えてやるということだ。
I shall grant your wish as a reward. Hello, Ember. My handsome boy.
今日のわらわは本当に機嫌がいい。
I am in quite a good mood today.
そなたが望むなら、願い事を変えて、金蔵に授けた黄金を丸ごとくれてやることにしてもよいぞ。
You may even change your wish and receive all the gold I bestowed upon Kinzo if you so desire.
Yeah.
This is like the perfect opportunity to be like, hey, teach me magic then.
Yeah, exactly. Like, hey.
Upgrades.
Upgrades.
Upgrade me.
Upgrades.
I know it's probably like a bit much, but also upgrades.
お断りします。
I refuse.
なんと。
What?
I was hoping you would say it with that intonation.
Yeah, what?
When she heard Shannon's words, Beatrice realized for the first time that her expectations had been betrayed.
理由があれば聞かせよ。
If you have a reason, tell me.
誤解があるなら解こうぞ。
If there has been some misunderstanding, I shall resolve it.
理由なんてよくわかりません。でも今日までこの島は平和で何も起こりませんでした。
I don't really understand the reason, but up until now, this island had been at peace, and nothing bad has happened.
I don't believe that for a fucking second.
今日までと同じ平和がこれからも続いていくはずです。
So, even if I don't break the mirror, the peace that has existed until today should continue into the future.
なるほどなるほど。それはもっともだな。
Yes, yes, you are quite right.
そなたの言う通りだ。
No, she's not. Plenty of bad shit has happened on this island without, like...
Magic being involved.
Yeah, it's just... Come on. It's just as you say. It's not...
あれを
It's
割
not...
らぬなら、割れぬ今日までと同じ日々が、明日も明後日も続こうぞ。
If you don't break the mirror, the same unbreakable days that have passed until now will continue into tomorrow and the next day.
わらわが絶対の保証をしようではないか。
Why don't I give you an absolute guarantee?
ベアトリーチェの名にかけて言う。
I shall stake my name, Beatrice, on it.
割れぬ今日までと同じ日々が明日も明後日も続こうぞ。
The unbreakable days before this time will continue into tomorrow and the next day.
それは永久に。永遠に。
Okay.
Yeah, this
She
is...
might not just be trying to fulfill the contract, but also fulfill this promise right here.
Nope, because...
With making...
remember, we saw Shannon break the mirror, so she does eventually cave.
Yeah, I know, but it seems like right here she's promising that even if she breaks the mirror, she's not gonna, like, fuck with anything. She's gonna make sure that there's a happy ending, right?
Let's move on to the next line once you read this.
Yeah, and for eternity in perpetuity.
Shannon felt overwhelmed by an eerie illusion. The mirror probably existed for the purpose of restraining the witch. So if Shannon broke it, the person who stood to gain was supposedly the witch herself. And yet, Shannon felt somehow that she had to do it for her own sake. Felt like some premise had been switched around.
わらわはあくまでも褒美としてそなたに思いを成就する機会を与えたに過ぎぬ。
Okay, so she is explaining this isn't mind control magic.
I was kind of hoping it was mind control magic, as much as mind control magic, like, fucks with me. Like, it's just sort of like, that's better than George being all, you know.
Yeah.
I will do nothing but grant you a chance to bring your feelings to fruition.
割ろうが割るまいが、そなたの自由だ。
It's up to you to decide whether you'll break it or not.
割れば、わらわはそなたの願いを叶える。
If you break it, I shall grant your wish.
割らねば、今日までの明日が永遠に続く。
If you don't, the tomorrows that came before today will continue for all eternity.
So yeah, she is essentially giving a threat, but it's also what Shannon is saying she wants. Even though that's really not what she wants. Because, yeah, these days can continue forever. Maybe she won't get, hurt ever, or at least not seriously hurt. But she also won't move forward in life.
So, welcome, Bedwards. Hello. Your wish will not be granted for all time. Okay. I see what's going on now. Do you understand?
何を言っているか。
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, so it is absolutely a threat. Just not a threat of harm, it's just a threat of, oh, well, if that's what you really want, then sure, you can keep living as a servant who gets nowhere in life and never gets the things she wants.
Yeah.
The witch was speaking. She was pressing Shannon, saying she must break the mirror if she ever wanted to be united with George. It was a declaration that Shannon's feelings would never be brought to fruition unless she broke it. Please, stop it. I don't want to hear something like that. But it's probably the truth, it's the fucked up thing.
Yeah, like, at this point, like, I don't think Beatrice is trying to say, like, I will personally, ensure that nothing happens, and like you just stay like the same like this, and more just like this is just a prediction, but like if you don't change something, nothing's gonna change for you.
Yep.
そなたを苦しめたかったわけではないのだがな。
It was never my goal to cause you pain. Down.
まあいい。
Oh well.
愛に苦しさを感じるも人間の醍醐味よ。
Oh, sorry, stretch. Anyway, when love leads to madness, that is when we see the true charm of humanity.
その感情を存分に楽しむがよい。
Oh, Mal, I think your chat broke again.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm not sure if there's a good way to... fix that. Let's see here. Let me try. If you can, just, I don't know, drop the content warning link again, I guess.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I can do that.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, so it fixed?
Yep.
Excellent.
Yeah, I have it set up now that when it becomes visible again, it refreshes the page, which is where the problem lied.
When love leads to madness, that is when we see the true charm of humanity. Enjoy that emotion to your heart's content. However, if you wish to borrow my power, feel free to break that mirror at any time. And then you may yell my name and awaken me.
Yeah, so she straight up told her what to do for that part of it.
I will certainly keep my promise. This way you should have no complaints, right? I won't force you to decide right now. Easy, is it not?
It is appreciated that there's no deadline on that.
Yeah.
I mean, she is, you know, by her own words, a 1,000-year-old witch. She's got time.
Well, I'm sure there actually is a deadline, and she's just not saying that there is one. Because, you know, in 2 years, everyone's gonna fucking die. You know.
Though,
probably, you know, horribly again.
It does bring the question, did Shannon cause that even to occur? Basically. She didn't mean to, but she allowed the witch free run.
I mean, like, you could think that, but, like, she was gonna figure out a way without Shannon anyway.
I mean, fair.
This is like a good opportunity for Beatrice, you know? Like,
yeah,
might as well do it now, right?
Yeah, let's get the shit out of the way. I mean, hell, give it a couple years and maybe Maria could have snuck onto the islet.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're okay, Ember. You whiny little baby.
Was it really such an easy thing to do? No, it certainly wasn't. Shannon was burning with infatuation and worried by love. Being tempted constantly and eternally with the way out was truly a cruel trial. Ah, that would also kind of explain the Jesus metaphor.
Yeah.
Or the bringing up Jesus, also making this a metaphor for the temptation of Jesus by the devil.
Or at least the temptation of Adam and Eve. There you go, buddy. Are you gonna lay down, or are you just gonna, like, prance around on my lap, you little bastard? Get some stuck in your fur, buddy. There we go.
Yeah, okay, I was right. Yeah, Jesus being tested in the wilderness in Matthew 4, 1 through 11. Because basically, as a test, the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, guided Jesus into the desert to be tempted by the devil. Basically, as a final test. Well, I mean, obviously, the absolute final test, I suppose, would be the crucifixion, but basically, it's implied, at least, or assumed that the devil tempted for, you don't have to do this, you could just live as a demigod.
I think, God could just, take away his demigodhood, though. If he didn't do the thing. So.
Maybe. But then you get into the, is it better to serve in heaven or reign in hell kind of thing.
Yeah, it's true.
この約束に期限は設けぬが、願いを叶える魔法には期限がある。
I won't set a time limit on that promise, but there is a time limit on the magic that can grant your wish.
その期限は、わらわが決めるのではない。
That limit is not of my making.
そなたの思い人が自ら決める。
The one you love will decide it himself.
意味がわかるか？
Do you see my meaning?
わかりません。
No,
Come on, Shannon.
I don't understand. Yeah,
Come on, Shannon. It's not that hard.
Yeah, it's like
he's gonna decide to get married at some point.
Yeah.
That's the time limit. You old nerd.
And if this is not mind control, then he's not going to leave his wife for you.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would cause a lot of trouble for him, a lot of trouble for someone he's now put some emotional effort into, and that would cause trouble for his parents.
そなたの思い人が愛のちぎりを結ぶべき相手を決めた時がその期限となる。
When the one you care for finds the partner to whom he ought to pledge his love, that limit will be reached. There you
わら
go.
わは魔女だが鬼ではない。
I may be a witch, but I am no demon.
互いを愛し合う二人を引き裂く魔法は持ち合わせていないのでな。
I don't believe you, Beatrice. I do not believe that for a fucking second.
Absolute big doubt.
I'm gonna hit you with that old-fashioned, I don't believe you, and light a cigarette. In fact, let me reenact that real quick. There we go. I don't believe you, lady. I possess no magic to tear apart a pair of those who love each other. I can think of 1,000 ways to do that shit without even using magic in the first place. And you got magic, so
そなたの思い人は近いうちに見合いに臨むそうだな。
The one you love will soon be attending a marriage meeting, yes?
そなたは世界で一番その男のことを思っているかもしれん。
You may have stronger feelings for that man than anyone else in the world. It's funny, she used the word for number one
世
there.
界で一番ふさわしいとは限らんぞ。
Holy shit, Capture actually caught Ichiban.
Oh yeah,
It's still catching it.
oh yes, main character in Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Oh, okay.
So he's been talked about quite a bit, because that's the latest 2 games.
This reminds me of how Japanese names in fiction go all the time, because I don't remember which Gundam it is, and I bring this up occasionally, but my art teacher in junior high pointed this out to me. he had a picture of like the 5 main characters on the screen from the Gundam series, and he was just like, "Yeah, these guys are named 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5." It's the same thing here with Ichiban. He's named number 1. Like the other context, you might use this phrase, and this is like number 1 fan or something like that. You know, like
yeah.
So like it's just straight up not a name. It's just a phrase meaning number 1, the first, the foremost. You know, like it's. And of course, I can't say that English and other like languages don't do that either, because like all of our names actually mean something. It's just like that language that they mean something and it hasn't been spoken for 1,000 years. You know, like
Yeah, absolutely.
But not 4,000, for 8,000. Oh my God!
But yeah,
it changed it to 4,448,000. Wow.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's one of those things with Japanese. It's either the language actually hasn't changed for quite some time, or if there's still a word being spoken, it hasn't been spoken in so long, or at least spoken with the same meaning for so long. We don't know the literal dictionary definition anymore.
Well, with Japanese, like, it's easy because, like, names are written in kanji, which have immutable meaning, right? Or, I mean, they can be changed, but for the purposes of this, like, they've had the same meaning for a very long time.
Yeah.
It's like, as far as I know, the old, like, it's a little bit of both, where, like, the language hasn't changed all that much, but, also the writing system hasn't really changed all that much. So, like, they're still using the same kanji that they did, 1,000 years ago. It's just that the kanji have been simplified.
Yep, they've just stapled more onto it as they've started to take loan words.
Yeah. So, like, all the names that you find in Japan, like, people still know the meanings of them because they're literally in the writing, how you write the name.
Yep.
Or that's not the case in other languages like English or fucking I don't know.
Yeah, but
French,
we do absolutely in other languages have names that just mean first son or first daughter.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and a lot of titles also are like that.
Mm-hmm.
They just mean like the first one or the second one or whatever.
Anyway.
However, that doesn't mean you are the most suitable partner for him, does it? I know with whom he will be having his marriage meeting. That girl is the most suitable for Uchiromiya George in the entire world. She came from a good school, achieved good grades, and possesses both composure and thoughtfulness. It's fucked up, Beatrice. I know you're just doing this to get her to do the thing that you want her to do, but also that's fucked up.
Yeah, very fucked up.
She is more beautiful than you, wiser than you, more suitable than you. How could an ignorant, incompetent, uncultured girl like you be suitable? You know better than anyone. I can think of a few people less suitable than her, but you know what? Sure. You're just saying this to get her to do the thing that you want her to do. There are none less suitable than you. Even imagining that you and Uchiromiya George could be joined is sinful and foolish, foolish, foolish. Know your place.
Yep, repeating Aba's words.
Mm-hmm.
Plus,
like almost exactly, too.
Yeah, plus, the own kind of stuff she's got going in her head as far as the sinful.
Yep.
Oh, and that's exactly what Ava said.
Mm-hmm. Like, I knew what she was doing. She's just, like, repeating what Ava says about her. Mm-hmm. And then also, like, dredging up what her, like, the thoughts that she has.
Yeah, I mean, you told the witch your insecurities. What did you think was going to happen?
Yeah, like, this entire time you've been telling her what you're afraid of. So, like, come on. It was always going to happen this way. You were always going to do it this way because, like, it was the only time that you could actually, like, in heavy air quotes, say those things. And this is, like, yet another reason why I was saying that earlier about, like, there's a reason why these stories exist about, like, the witches and all that stuff. You can't just be like, nah, I'd win, or whatever. When you're faced with this sort of thing, you, like, maybe you would resist the temptation, but you can't actually say that until that happens to you. Because, like, supernatural creatures capable of, like, reading thoughts, emotions, and the desires of the soul kind of have an advantage.
Yep.
Like, they're really, really good at this. It's kind of their whole deal. Literally, they make deals. That's their thing.
Oh, that might also...
Usually, like, fucked up one.
Maybe also another reason why Japanese folklore considers witches to be yokai, whereas mages may not necessarily be.
Could be.
That sort of deal making, yeah.
Yeah, could be. I think it's also, like, somewhat on Europeans for depicting witches the way that they did for a very long time anyway, as, like, inhuman creatures.
Yeah, especially getting into, like, the green skin stuff.
Yeah, like, and like, for example, the Baba Yaga, for example, who is explicitly not human anymore.
Oh,
like,
yeah, Baba Yaga, definitely.
Like, the really big famous witches are the ones that aren't human anymore, so...
Yeah, so, like, no wonder they went, oh, yokai.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'd have to look up the word, but there's a word that it was for a yokai at one point, but now is almost exclusively used to describe European fairies.
Yeah, I knew where you were going with that. The word is yosei.
Ah, that's right. Yosei.
Let me type it in chat for everyone. And then for you as well. For your chat. That's how I have to type it because I don't have access. I don't know how to make the O with a long line over it on my keyboard. So
yeah, bewitching spirit.
Yeah, it was originally for a specific kind of yokai, but now it just means like fairy, like Western fairy.
Which again makes sense. Under that descriptive system, the Fae would absolutely be yokai.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Except for now, like people consider yosei to be like pixie kind of fairy, like the fun Twinkle, Tinkerbell, Navi kind of fairy. You know, like
yeah.
Yes, that one. Bedwards. You're normally when you Romanize Japanese, you're either supposed to use that symbol there or OU for that sound. It's
yeah.
It's I think in Japanese it's written with the symbols for OU, but it's yo. How it's pronounced. It's all like the word for king is also the same as O, which is also kind of funny. Is like how they mash words together. Like the word for demon king is literally demon king, or rather magic king. Is Ma is magic. Like Majin is a like a magical being sort of deal, and like Mao. I find languages that mash words together like that interesting and fun.
Oh yeah,
like,
absolutely.
German and Japanese both do it, and it's just like very, very cool and fun. Like English does it too, but we usually don't actually remove the spaces anymore. We usually like hyphenate it or just like keep them as separate words. So. Come on, kettle. Just a little hotter, please. Oh. 192 is good enough. What?
The last line.
Yes, I was looking at my kettle trying to get it to. Have you forgotten to be grateful for your education? Know your place.
ジョージはお父様の血を引く孫の中では嫡男にあたるのよ。
I almost thought that fucking rain in the background was in real life for a second there.
If only.
Yeah, I wish. God damn it. It's too dry here. My hands are like sandpaper and I fucking use like lotion on them all the time. God damn it. George is the eldest grandson carrying father's blood.
ひょっとしたら未来の後宮家を背負うことになるかもしれない人。
He's a person who may bear the burden of the Ushiromiya family someday in the future.
その期待に応えるためにたくさんの勉強を重ねて素晴らしい大学に入り素晴らしい成績を残しているわ。
She's even fucking mimicking the tone and mocking, like,
yes. It's so good.
To answer that expectation, he has studied tirelessly, entered a wonderful college, and is getting wonderful grades.
そんなジョージと無能無資格無教養な使用人風情が釣り合うと本気でお思い
Did you think, or did you really think you could snatch George away, you uneducated, incompetent, unqualified, uncultured servant? Did one of her demons laugh with her just now?
Yep. Or at least something laughed with her.
Fuck. Drop a shirt.
I would have to assume it's one of her demons.
I mean, it sounded like an impish sort of laugh, so. Shut up, Amber.
Who knows? She controls so many demons, she might just have a demon to laugh with her on tap.
Yeah, I mean, it's the sort of thing I would do if I was a 1,000-year-old immortal witch with, like, command over the 72 demons.
And by extension,
well,
they're legions.
Might as well, like, have my own goddamn symphony and shit. Look at this kid. Like, if anyone's trans, it's probably this one. Oh, stop it. Don't bully Shannon. Who the hell are you? You can't fucking tell? Look,
yeah,
wait. I was looking at the content warning and it said that there was, like, implicit gender dysphoria going on, and I was like, hold on, what? And then it mentioned that it was explicit in Confessions of the Golden Witch. I was like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
So Mal looks it up, finds the name of the person that the that art centers around, is like, oh, okay, I'm not gonna say that out loud. And I just had to question if I already knew the person, and I went through the entire list, and like Canon is the only one that I can think of that would be that might be it. So I guess we'll see in the future if I'm right, but
yeah,
you know,
all the way in in episode 7.
We'll see.
At that time, as Shannon held her head, trying to protect her heart from the blade of Beatrice's words, Cannon ran in front of her. Cannon didn't care who this woman was. This was an enemy tormenting Shannon, whom he loved and respected as a sister. Nothing else mattered. Cannon, stay back. This person is... Seemed Cannon also realized that the being standing before him was the witch of the portrait. And that also that she was something to be feared.
シャノンに褒美を取らせたかっただけだが、
Look at that fucking, like,
わらわの
wet
言葉
noodle
が
ass
過ぎ、
motherfucker.
いじめてしまったようだな。
I simply wish to give Shannon a chance to claim her reward, but it seems I said too much and ended up hurting her. You knew exactly what you were doing.
それは謝ろう。
I must apologize for that.
だが、先ほどの約束は、そなたへの褒美として残してゆく。
But I shall leave behind that promise as a reward to you.
わらわの力が必要ならば、いつでも呼び出すといい。
If you need my power, call me at any time.
その方法はすでに教えた。
I have already told you how.
では、これにて今宵は退散しよう。
Yeah, if I'd read the manga instead of doing this, I would have found out pretty quickly, I think. On that, on the gender dysphoria thing. 'Cause I would have killed the entire series in like a day.
Oh, fair enough.
For those of you wondering, I read very, very fast. Like at least compared to most people. I'm not a like I don't speed read, but 21 volumes is nothing to me. Bad words. Like hundreds of chapters in a single night sort of deal is how quickly I read. Like reading 600-page books like between breakfast and lunch kind of thing. You're okay, Phoenix.
It
sounds like I'm bragging, but it's just like I didn't even realize how quickly I read until I was in high school, and people were taking like 4 or 5 times as long as I was to like read pages and everything. I later found out that my reading speed is just like absurd. I don't know why it's that good. Like I would assume it's because I used to read like all the time. I still do. So yeah, and especially like especially hanging out on a stream and talking about each thing that comes up.
Yeah.
I think this would happen as well in any other like in any other medium if we were streaming it and talking about it the entire time and like doing the reading and all that stuff. They would still take about this amount of time, I think, because like we stop and talk about like individual lines and details and bring up things that we saw hours ago, and then put like hypotheses for the future and all that stuff.
Yeah,
guesses at what things could be, and of course, like we also explain like bits and pieces of the cultures surrounding it, things that these things remind us of, and blah 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 blah. It happens. Which I know we go through this sort of thing, these visual novel episodes, about half as quickly as everyone else does, even when they're in pairs and talking about stuff like this, because we just talk so fucking much. So I know that we're really, really slow at this. But when I'm actually reading stuff, like I'll kill a chapter of a like a 30-page chapter of a manga or whatever in like 2 minutes. So I'm considering like volumes are usually like 10 to 15 chapters. It's less than an hour per volume. With 21 volumes, that might still take me 2 days, but that's only if I start reading like halfway through my day instead of like all at once. That's actually fantastic. I love, you weren't here for the Slay the Spire thing, or not Slay the Spire, Slay the Princess thing, but I was going on and on about how I love things that break the fourth wall in this specific way, in the same way that Ryukishi seems to be doing it there, if what you're saying is anything to go by. Like, I love that. Like, when a character speaks directly to the player or the reader as the player or reader, and not as like an unspecified third party in the story, right? Like, it's cool when, like, the book or the story or whatever is someone telling their story to someone in universe. That's also cool. But I really, really love it when they talk to the reader as the reader, or the player as the player. Like, it's perfect. This is chef's kiss. Paco chef's kiss. Everything. You okay, Phoenix? I think he's fine. Hi, buddy. He's very loud. How you doing? I haven't actually read The House of Leaves, like I need to.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those books, but I just haven't done it yet. Hi, Phoenix. You cannot be in my lap right now. My shirt is open, and I don't want your fur all over my chest. Wasn't there a movie? So I'm pretty sure I watched the movie when I was a kid. So it's like, the movie's like 20, 25 years old. Something like that. Maybe... Or maybe it's a different one that I... Okay, maybe it doesn't have... Yeah, it's some other fucking house thing that I have a... What is that other fucking movie then? Damn it! Now I don't know.
What was it about
In my
again?
brain, it was... There's a horror movie that's that has a similar name to House of Leaves, but I just can't remember what the fuck the name is. And it is also based on a book. So, like, just in my brain, somehow, some way, that movie got assigned as the House of Leaves movie for some reason. I don't know why, but, like...
Anyway.
Yeah, well then, let us call it a night. Hostile gazes may be pleasant, but they damage your beauty, yes?
シエロ、お前が何者か知らないが、お前はシャノンを脅かしている。
Disappear. I don't know who you are, but you're threatening Shannon.
二度と現れるな。
You know who this is, Cannon. You know. Don't ever show yourself again. I don't think you could stop her.
Cannon's words seemed to deeply annoy the witch.
言葉を選ばぬか下船め。
Watch your language, lowborn.
わらわは敬う者に寛大だが、敬わぬ者には残酷であるぞ。
I may be gracious to those who respect me, but I am brutal to those who do not.
While she still smiled, the witch's face began to twist itself. Then an oppressive feeling that couldn't be noticed with any of the five senses gradually filled the room. Even though they couldn't understand it, they immediately realized it was something terrifying.
Got that hellhound at your beck and call.
When you swim in the ocean and something large passes by in the water beneath you, you want to escape to land even before you learn what it is. That's exactly what this was like.
Shoot that thalassophobia.
Please stop, Lady Beatrice. Cannon is still a child. I apologize for his language. Cannon placed his body...
philosophy, thalassophobia. No. No. Damn it.
Cannon placed his body between the witch and Shannon. There was tense sweat on his forehead. At that time, the witch certainly held Cannon's fate in the palm of her hand. She didn't even need to lift a finger. She held a grasp on his fate so tight that a single twist of her smile could easily crush it. Cannon understood that as well, so he started sweating. His knees felt weak. However, Beatrice abruptly released that feeling of tension and laughed.
よかろう。そなたが求めるなら特別に許そう。
Very well. If you ask, I will forgive you just this once.
カノンとやら。
Canon, is it?
彼女に免じて、今宵は許して使わす。
In deference to her, I shall forgive you tonight and send you off.
感謝するがよいぞ。
You ought to thank me.
さて、今宵はこれで退散する。
Well then, let us call it a night.
別れの挨拶に一つ土産を残そう。
In pardon, I shall leave you with a small souvenir.
二人とも左手の手のひらをこちらへかざせ。
Hold out the palm of your left hands, you two.
And Beatrice grinned broadly and snapped her fingers, their left hands stretched out in front of them against their will, and their palms opened. It was a strange sensation, as though only their left hands now belonged to someone else. It felt like only their left hands had become puppets, which were being pulled by strings hanging down from the ceiling.
これは何の真似だ。
You don't need to repeat the same thing twice. Not like in the description thing. Like people do that in dialogue all the time, but just in the description, you don't need to repeat it twice. No, one after the other. Like anyhow. What are you doing? What are you trying to do?
Cannon resisted, but he couldn't retract his hand of his own free will.
騒ぐな。
Don't struggle.
すぐに済む。
It will be over soon. Not all be over soon. It's fine.
Yeah, not quite yet. Beatrice held her pipe aloft. A gold-colored sparkling dust came out of the smoke and hovered in the air. That sparkle eventually became several golden butterflies. The beautiful butterflies danced freely through the reception hall, forming a fantastical and beautiful world. And two of those butterflies alighted on the palms of Shannon and Cannon's hands. There was a sharp pain as though they had been burned, and the two of them tried to examine their palms that hold on their bodies, which had been there a second ago, had gone without a trace. Mark? What is... There's now a tiny burn mark on the palm of her hand, and it was shaped like a butterfly.
これは何の真似だ。
What is this supposed to be? What, you can't fucking tell?
Apparently, Cannon had the same mark on his hand. He stared at the witch hatefully.
単なる挨拶よ。他意はない。
A simple greeting. I have no hidden motive.
ただのあざに過ぎぬから、ほんの数日で言えよう。
It is nothing more than a bruise, so it will heal in just a few days.
手当ても必要ない。
There's not even any need to care for it.
それは、わらわが確かに今日ここにあり、そなたと約束を交わしたことを明日に忘れさせぬための印だ。
I made that mark so that tomorrow you will not forget that I truly was here and that I made a promise with you.
わらわとの出会いは刺激が強い。
An encounter with me can be quite shocking.
翌朝にわらわとの出会いを夢か幻と思い込み忘れようとする人間も時にはいるのでな。
Sometimes, when the next morning comes, people try to think of such an encounter as a dream or an illusion.
ゆっくり考えるがいいぞ、シャノン。
You ought to consider this slowly and carefully, Shannon.
そしてゆっくりと休み、明日の朝日に我が印を見て改めて考えてみるがいいだろう。
And you should probably take a good rest. Look at my mark tomorrow morning and try considering it again.
わらわは何も強要せぬ。
I shall not coerce you in any way.
そ
You
なたが
already did
自
that.
らの意志で自由に未来を決めるがいい。
You should freely decide your future by your own will.
もっとも欲する者の対価がその程度で済むとはな。
Still, to think that one could obtain the object of their desire for such a small price.
貴殿をテーマに戯曲を書き上げた偉人たちが悔しがるぞ。
Speaking as a writer, no, this is actually like perfect fodder for more shit. Honestly. Like, you could make Blighted Love out of a witch deal. Like, come on. Surely this would annoy to no end the great artist who writes plays about blighted love.
Yeah, though, I'm imagining the saltiness of the narrator from Slay the Princess.
Yeah. But also fuck the narrator.
Yeah.
I am not going to kill my eldritch wife,
そ
goddammit.
れでは
Me
縁が
damn
あっ
it.
たらまた会おう。
Well then, let us meet again when the chance arises.
久しぶりの会話は実に楽しかったぞ。
How entertaining it is to have a conversation again after so much time.
さらばだ、家具ども。
Goodbye, furniture. She did say she found it funny that, like, Kinzo had, like, indoctrinated a bunch of people into thinking they were furniture.
Yeah. Beatrice's body crumbled like smoke and blew away. It was golden smoke, no, a cloud of gold butterflies. They scattered in all directions inside the reception hall, leaving a golden splash before disappearing into thin air.
No, this scene, like, makes me question why they, like, Canon didn't just tell Battler that he's met Beatrice before.
Well, here's a big ol' question mark. Did he in the last loop?
That's true. When does the loop start?
Exactly. When does this all start?
I would assume it's like the day of the conference, but also, you don't actually know that.
Yeah, it could be the last year, the last 2 years, maybe when the portrait went up.
I guess we'll see if Canon is still alive, or Shannon is. Well, maybe Shannon would have told him that she'd actually met her.
Yeah.
So if Canon's still alive and he also has that conversation in this loop, we'll see if he changes his response.
After that, only the cold silence was left. It was so silent it made both of them think they might have been daydreaming until just a moment ago, which was why the witch had left those marks. She had done so to make it impossible for them to think this was a daydream. Shannon and Canna remembered the butterfly bruises on their hands and the pain they'd felt when they'd been made, kept standing still, stunned. And from that moment on, Shannon was tormented by days of suffering and conflict.
Although, this scene does explain why the Torii Gate was missing in the first fucking thing.
Break the
so,
thing.
like, you would assume that the loop does start after this, or she's just doing the same thing over again on the next loop just to make sure the Torii Gate gets blown up.
Yeah.
Either way.
What?
別部屋ってなんだよ。
Do you mean separate rooms?
じゃあ、わざわざシャノンとジョージ兄さんは別の部屋に泊まったのかよ。
So wait, you and George stayed in different rooms on purpose?
はい。そんなにもおかしかったでしょうか。
Yes, is it really so strange? Jessica's cheeks had been stuffed with a chocolate-coated Jinsuko biscuit that Shannon had brought as a present from Okinawa. And it all came flying out at Shannon when Jessica cried out, "Hey, don't do that, that's gross."
Don't waste the food. Don't waste food.
Shannon, why did you even go on a trip to Okinawa? You were even alone with George.
I don't think they were dating at the beginning of the date, right? Like, that was their first date, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was their first
stay in the
date.
same room on your first date. Like, that's kind of...
Yeah, that's a bit much. Well, he said there was a huge aquarium in Okinawa and invited me to go. And I like fish and stuff. No, that's not the point. Talking about a healthy guy and girl going on an overnight trip, right? You're saying there weren't any hugs and kisses? Seriously, what's up with the guy and girl staying in different rooms?
Do that.
As for kisses, no comment. But we did hug. George's chest was warm. That's not the point. Ah, jeez. Why do couples like this exist? Can't take it anymore. From Shannon's point of view, it was an incredibly happy trip for various reasons, but it looked like Jessica found their pace to be pretty irritating. For a while, Jessica chewed her present, complaining about romance and pretending to faint in agony on her bed. Shannon and George had chosen to go to Okinawa because there was a huge aquarium there. They did this because an aquarium had given them the opportunity to start going out. Since their relationship had started at an aquarium, having their first overnight trip also be to an aquarium must have held some commemorative value. Okay, so no, they've been dating for a little while. When they went to that big aquarium.
Okay. So they were showing us, like, pieces of both, because on one, in some scenes, like, they implied that they have not been dating for very long.
Yeah, so probably what occurred was, they went to an aquarium at the same time, but not with George's parents around. So that means Shannon wasn't on the clock, and there was no Ava to intervene. It's like a huge commemorative turning point. In your first overnight trip. How could you not make all kinds of progress there? Progress in relationships, as in many things with people, is not linear.
I know she's like 16 right here, but also, come on. Jessica.
But instead, you got separate rooms? A couple taking 2 single rooms? Geez, seriously, what's wrong with you? Jessica, please. They just want to take it slow. Or at least slower than you seem to be intent on.
Yeah. Get your fucking ass off the damn cable, you little shit.
But we are both unmarried.
Yourself.
I heard that one.
Yeah.
George says showing restraint is good manners for a couple. Like I said, the whole point of this overnight trip was so you could overcome that stage, right? Should be way beyond just kissing and hugging by now.
お嬢様がどういう意味でおっしゃってるのかわかりませんが。
You know exactly what she means, Shannon.
My lady, I don't know what you mean by that.
ジョージ様は最後まで本当に紳士でいてください。
Heart warning, this noble doesn't force himself onto his child bride to be. Yeah.
But George was a real gentleman with me until the end.
それは
Edward's got it.
That is, I mean,
私も
I also
そういうことがあるかなというか。
wondered if those things would happen, you know.
でも私たちお付き合いはしてますけど、その。
But even though we
This
are
is double
going
weird for
out,
me because I've never dated someone that's younger than me, so like I can't even imagine.
別に結婚してるわけじゃないし。
I mean, it's not like we're married or anything.
お嬢様が期待されているようなことはその。
These things you seem to be expecting.
ちゃんと神様の前で誓いを立ててからするべきです。その。
Should only be done after making a vow before God.
するべきです。その。
And Shannon's face got bright red. She made a circle with both hands, restlessly intertwining separate and making heart marks with them. Apparently, the dramatic progress Jessica had looked forward to hadn't happened. It seemed to have been a very important experience for Shannon in her own way. In the end, whether Jessica was jealous of Shannon or made fun of her didn't change the fact that Shannon had a huge lead on her. I want a boyfriend too.
Oop, shit. Click the wrong thing. Don't worry about it.
I can't believe you got ahead of me. Even though we promised that we'd find boyfriends at the same time, you beat me.
This reminds me more and more of the fucking Jessica Shannon ship that you told me about.
Yeah.
お嬢様は素敵な方ですから、私なんかよりきっと素敵な方がすぐに現れます。
You're a wonderful person, my lady, so I'm sure you'll find someone wonderful much quicker than me.
そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。
Don't try to console me.
シャノンの裏切り者、出ていけ、うぜ
Shannon, you traitor. Get out. Shut up.
Alright, just for funsies, I'm going to show some fan art of those two.
No.
The one that you sent me, actually.
Oh, okay, that one. Gotcha.
Yeah. Because it's cute. I like it, so.
Yeah. Jessica threw several cushions at her. And midway, she had an asthma attack and started to choke pretty badly. Shannon hurriedly ran over to a nearby side table and started searching around on top of it. A cute basket was placed there, and inside it was Jessica's bronchodilator. Shannon picked it up and handed it over to Jessica. Jessica's asthma attacks always came suddenly. Because of that, she always needed to carry this medicine around. She breathed in the medicine and after a while managed to overcome her choking as her asthma finally settled down. Shannon thought this was a good chance to leave and tried to exit the room after bowing courteously.
Jessica over there, like, still breathless and choking. I'm like, don't you fucking... You stay here until I'm done.
As she did, one more small cushion came flying and hit Shannon on the head. She noticed that Jessica was on the verge of crying, half of her face buried in her last and favorite cushion. The face was red and meek.
お嬢様?
My lady?
シャノンさ、正直に言って。
Shannon, be honest with me.
私、髪型とか。
Is my hairdo and stuff weird?
まさか。
What are you saying?
お嬢様の髪はとてもお美しいと思います。
I think your hair
the
is
word
very
used there was
beautiful.
like something more like that's impossible. Like the Masaka thing.
Yeah.
じゃあ、
目とか変かな鼻とか変じゃないかな
And then are my eyes strange, or maybe my
やっ
nose?
ぱり喋り方がダメなのかな
Or is it the way I talk after all?
だから
Don't you dare change how you talk, Jessica. Don't do it.
Is that why I can't get a boyfriend?
そんなはずはありませんよ
Of course not.
お嬢様はそのままで十分に
It just means your classmates and everyone you know are like uncultured weirdos.
Yeah. My lady, you are wonderful enough as you are.
そしてその魅力はこれからもっともっと増していくと思いますよ
And I think your charm will keep on increasing more and more from now on.
Yeah, because like at least I don't know what it was like in the 1980s for Japan, but like today, the kind of girl that Jessica is like super popular
Yeah.
in fiction. Like very, very popular.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, obviously not the age Jessica is, but the kind of personality, just being very straightforward and blunt. That's the kind of people I could picture myself with.
Yeah. And like a lot of people, like a very large portion of the people that read manga are about her age anyway, so it's just sort of...
Yeah, it's an unfortunate byproduct of that.
Which, like, of course, like, I'm always, like, annoyed at, like, kids being sexualized and stuff and all that stuff. But, like,
Also,
a lot of the kids are actually, like, 16 or 17, and
yeah,
it's okay for the people that it's meant for, but, like, I'm the one reading it, so I'm sort of like, get that away from me.
Yeah, it's supposed to be more, at least when done well, because a lot of works do it poorly, but when done well, that's just supposed to demonstrate how maybe the author felt at 16, 17, or give a healthy
in some
depiction
cases, those
of it.
things are being written by 16 and 17-year-olds, so...
Yeah.
Because, like, Japan does have, like, a bunch of, like, contests and stuff for young mangaka.
Yeah.
And they do publish those things sometimes, so...
Yeah, and
like,
then...
sometimes they are actually written by people that age.
And then you've got the, light novel boom, which so many young, writers have gotten into.
Absolutely.
And eventually get adapted into various works.
Sometimes anime, sometimes live action, sometimes more manga. Yeah.
But I'm the only
or,
one...
like, sometimes even just, like, being, like, published properly, adapted into a proper, like, light novel. Because sometimes they just post them as web novels.
Yeah. But I'm the only one who can't find a boyfriend. Saku and Hina managed to get boyfriends, but only I can't. Is it because I don't have any charm after all? You know, everyone says they'll bring their boyfriends to the cultural festival. I was so sure I'd have a boyfriend before then, so I started bragging.
Okay, if you're like a 16 or 17-year-old, like, watching this, like, don't worry too much about this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like, you also gotta find someone you like. You don't just, like, go shopping for a boyfriend or a girlfriend, you don't just, like, pick one up at the store.
Yeah.
You still need to actually find someone that you like.
Yeah, find out who you are, get interested in the things you're interested in, find a group, whether that's online, whether that's in person, and go from there.
Yeah. I dated a lot when I was younger, but that's because I've always known who I am and what I like. So it's don't compare yourself to, like, your classmates or anything like that on this sort of thing. Like, yeah, I would say it's probably like a good thing for your development and your maturity and all that stuff to have at least a couple relationships when you're younger, so you're not like a complete novice at it later in life, but also you do need to, like, get your own head in order first.
Yeah, absolutely. And, just for point of reference, you may be asexual or aromantic, and that's okay too.
Yep. Which, like, I'm not gonna say you would know if you were like that, but there will be a difference, a disconnect in the feelings that you have about it versus everyone else.
Yeah. Your peers will describe things differently than what you experience. And yeah, that could be a thing too. There's no way I'll get a boyfriend. I'm the only one. Or
Like, are you lonely, or do you genuinely want like a romantic partner sort of thing? Like that's the real difference.
Yeah, there's also that.
Like, are you lonely, or do you feel left out, or do you actually want a romantic partner? Because like there's a lot of the time, like, people will be lonely and then they'll try to fill that void with a romantic partner, but that's not actually what they need. They need, like, you know, friends, family, that sort of thing.
Yeah, they need a community. Or more than...
Their dang old fucking support network and shit that we are always talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
You need them friends. Humans are social creatures.
Yep. No matter how much of an island you think you are, you still need people to interact with.
Yeah.
And who can understand you, at least a little.
My neurodivergence is the thing that you'll have if you're the closest a human can possibly be to like a social island. And even I'm not like that. Not completely. So don't worry about it. Like, if it weren't for my cats and like these nerds that I stream with, I would not speak a single word for days or even weeks at a time. And I am completely fine with that. That's the level that I'm at. But even so, I still need to see other people occasionally and talk sometimes.
Exactly. It's something I didn't realize until, well, I noticed how much better I was with a community. Before she realized it, Jessica was shedding huge tears. Jessica didn't really feel like crying, and of course, she felt like supporting Shannon's progress in love as a friend. However, as she had cheered Shannon on, her true feelings had suddenly gotten mixed in. She couldn't help but shed tears.
Oh, and while we're doing the whole like life pro tips sort of deal, drink water, sit up straight in your chair, check your posture, hydrate, don't dehydrate, you know, that sort of thing.
Yep, I'll grab my water.
Eat food. Like I've been chugging tea this entire time, which is why like on stream, like I usually for like even like a 6-hour stream, I'm usually going to the bathroom like 4 times because I'm constantly drinking tea. I am always hydrated.
Yep.
Always. Super saturated, moisturized, in my lane, thriving. I love that meme.
Yes. Shannon understood Jessica's innocent and easily injured heart. The rough style of speech Jessica usually used was all just an attempt to protect that fragile heart. As a daughter and successor to the Ushiramiya family, and as a girl isolated on Brokenjima, the only person she could expose her true feelings to was Shannon.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna do the typical like Japanese manga fiction thing of saying like, oh, nobles have it hard too in their own ways. No, the kind of suffering and shit is like fundamentally different and at a different level.
Yeah.
But that does not mean that there aren't also issues with being a noble. The isolation is actually a very real problem for very wealthy people.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, especially for the children of wealthy people, which, I mean, eventually they will become wealthy adults, but currently they're just kids. They have done nothing wrong.
Think about how many fucking child actors have gone, like, completely off the rails. There's a reason for that. It's not because, like, they're fundamentally bad or anything. It's because, like, they get fucked up by not having the peers and shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's a question of, you need, sometimes it's, you need people to check your bullshit and for, you to be able to respect them and listen to them.
Yeah, you also just, like, need people around you that will, like, listen to you and comfort you and, like, have fun with you and allow you to just be you.
Yeah.
And not, like, some ultra-wealthy person that's being raised to be ultra-wealthy.
Yeah, and not, using you for your wealth.
This is why we tell people to go touch grass. Literally, this is why. Like, when you don't have enough, like, contact with other people, like real people, you start to get disconnected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, not to psychoanalyze somebody too much, but I think that's why we got the speed run of, Justin Bieber crashing and failing.
Yeah, because he was also just like a kid, right?
Yeah, he was just a kid
he was
on
like 16 or something like that when he blew up.
Yeah, he was a kid on YouTube just showing off music, and Simon Cowell saw him and elevated him to stardom.
Like, you can say like it's childish to lash out like that with your emotions and all that stuff when you don't have an outlet, and maybe it is. But that's the sort of childishness that everyone has, every human being.
Yeah.
No matter their age, can and will lash out with their emotions if they're not, like, conscious and deliberate about them.
Yeah, which isn't to say that's an excuse, but it's something where you don't have peers to help guide you. And, if your parents aren't particularly strong at guiding you, you'll also have issues.
Yeah, there's it's not just psychological, like it's downright neurological humans that we need other people. Like pareidolia, the thing where you see faces in other objects, is there because our brains are so wired to see other people that when we don't, and we just see like a thing that even remotely looks like a person or a face, we will see a face.
Yep.
That's actually why like stuff like this, the art here, still registers as faces to us. They're the general shape and not much else.
Yeah.
Like, it's got all the major features, but the proportions are all wrong. And like they're even like simplified in a lot of cases. Like that's why this stuff still works on us, and these characters can still like draw emotions and sympathy out of us. Because they have faces. It's the same thing with cats and dogs and stuff. We can see the eyes, the nose, the ears, and we're just like, oh, that's a face.
Yep.
It's absolutely a face. And that means it deserves sympathy because it has a face. Huh, buddy? You
Yep.
handsome little demon. There we go. He's in my lap now.
Shannon understood that, so she strongly regretted acting smug, even if it was only a little. Sorry. I'm so weird crying like this. Sorry.
Yes, my allergy meds have kicked in.
Good.
Oh, I can breathe. I can fight.
Love that scene.
Yeah, it's been a very long time since I saw that show, but that specific scene sticks out to me so well.
Yep. You're a wonderful
that and
person, my
the
lady.
one where he's shaving his back because he wished to be an adult for a while.
Mm-hmm.
そんなお嬢様に素敵な男性が現れないわけがありません。
There's no way you won't find a wonderful man or a wonderful woman.
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
シャノン、もう時間だろ？
Shannon, it's about time, right?
早く行かないと、またゲンジさんや母さんに怒られるぜ。
Don't go quickly, Genji and Mom will be mad.
私は全然平気だから早く行きなよ。
Just fine, so hurry up.
悪いな、泣いちゃったりなんかしてさ。
I know she's just embarrassed about like crying and all that stuff, but also like Shannon can just tell Natsuki and Genji that she was with you, Jessica, and that you needed her for something. And I'm pretty sure they'll be like, oh yeah, okay. Because that's what the job of a servant is.
Yeah.
Like, I know Natsuhi and Kinzo and Kraus and most of the Ushiroya family are like awful to the servants, but also that is literally just their job. So like to be there to help you with things when you tell them to. So, like you can get her out of a lot of trouble by being like, oh yeah, I had her working on something for me, don't worry about it.
Yeah, but they also are super into that hierarchy, even more so than just, a noble family. Like, they are super into it to the point
Oh
where...
yeah, I know.
Where,
yeah,
well...
It's definitely a real problem here.
Yeah, like to the point where, oh yeah, but my desires supersede hers.
It's one of the reasons why I hate the idea of servants in the first place. It's because like you just take a person and reduce them to being nothing but like your servant, like to wait on you and all that stuff. It's just, I don't like it.
Yeah. When I go, it's not the same as just going to a place or having a single thing done, like, getting your, I don't know, your AC repaired or something. That's, you contracted them for a specific job, and they are going to do that one thing and then go. Or you're going to their place of business, getting what you need and leaving.
Mm-hmm. Even in the case of a house call, it's just sort of like, I'm paying you extra to come out here.
Yeah.
Which I think that's reflected in like modern wages for the most part for like live-in maids and caregivers and stuff like that, because like the standard rate for that sort of thing is actually really fucking high.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it's one of those things of, even if it's high pay, it just feels wrong.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I've written hours the way that I have.
Get your fucking green however you need to. Like, I'm not saying...
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But also, it just feels like one of those sins of capitalism, or, sins of, monarchism.
Feudalism, or
feudalism,
whatever
that's the
fucking
word. Yeah.
bullshit that you got.
Yeah.
Like the reason why I've written Alice the way that she has, and she uses undead servants for everything. Like literal mindless automatons rather than actual people.
Yeah.
It's because like she comes from a modern society like this one. So she's just like, no, that's fucked up, man. I'm not gonna do that.
I'm such a moron. Jessica faced away, acting as though she didn't really want to trouble Shannon, waving her hand as though chasing Shannon away. Shannon took that as a sign that Jessica didn't want to be bothered anymore, bowed her head, left the room.
Oh, did I tell you that I actually have a couple of ideas for emotes now?
Oh, you did?
Okay, good.
No, I mean,
make sure
did?
People... I do have a couple ideas, yes. One of them I was thinking would be like a Kisaru pipe, angled for like since we're doing this first, I think that might be good.
Yeah.
And also I love my pipe. Now if only it was clean.
Yeah.
If I could fucking clean this thing, like it's dirty because it's a really shitty low tier like $20 pipe. But like I want it to work. So I don't have a lot of money. I can't replace these things, like I'm gonna have to get like $100 like really expensive high quality one that's not gonna clog, but like damn it, man, I want my pipe to work.
Yeah. It's a boot economy.
Yeah, it's that all over again. Like a poor person will buy a pair of $10 boots that will last them a year, but they'll have to replace them every year. A rich person can afford to buy a $50 pair of boots that will last them 10 years.
Yep.
It's the same thing here. Like, and I've experienced that myself with my own shoes, actually.
Yeah.
It's not just like my pipe and other like equipment that I use, but also my actual fucking shoes. Like I wear flip-flops and like house shoes and all that stuff most of the time because like I can't bend down to put my shoes on all the time because of my legs. When I was still healthy, I could just like wear my high quality boots all the time and just go with that. Like I'd have like a pair of boots for like 6 or 7 years, and they cost like $58, $60 or whatever, and it'd be fine. Like I'd go hiking in them, I'd work in them, I'd exercise in them, it'd be fine, completely fine. But I can't do that with my legs now. So I wear mostly like house shoes and all that stuff, and they are starting, like they fall apart like every year or so, and I have to buy more because I can't afford to like buy the good ones and just wear those for 5 years, It's part of the reason why I said earlier that like yes, nobles have their own kind of suffering, but it's not on the same level as as a poor person. No, I've never experienced the life of a noble, and I can only imagine how like the pressure is. However, you still have that pressure as a poor person, but you also have the issue of like money stress. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's one of those things. It's privilege is not having a lack of problems. Privilege is that you don't have extra problems because of it being a part of a particular demographic, whether that's monetary or racial or
gender, sexual, whatever.
Yeah. It's, a rich person does not have money worries. So they do not have the extra problem of money worries. But if you're poor, you have money worries.
And money doesn't like fix all problems anyway. There are still problems. There are problems that only come with money, and then there are problems that just can't be solved with money. Like racism or sexism is never going to be solved with money.
Yeah,
you may be able to mitigate it to an extent, but people are still going to treat you less than if you were like their preferred whatever stereotype.
Yeah, like I forget which comedian it was, but it was a black comedian. And he described, being in this neighborhood where a bunch of other, like, famous black people live. But his next door, one of his neighbors that's white, it's just a fucking dentist, like, just a regular-ass dentist.
Yeah. Not like some famous guy like everyone else had to be there. Just some guy that happened to be a dentist.
Yeah, just a dentist and white. And that's all. Because, unfortunately, even with money, you can still get your, discriminated against for what they're willing to sell to you.
Yeah.
Granted, it is illegal as fuck, but it still happens.
Yeah. And since you can't usually prove intent and all that stuff, or if you can, it takes a very long time and a lot of like interrogation and bullshit. It's difficult to actually prove that they did something illegal, which sucks. And on that subject of like racial and romantic discrimination to a wealthy person, like the new adaptation of Interview with a Vampire, the main character is a gay black man now, not a gay white man. And he definitely, it goes out of its, like, the show goes out of its way to show how, even though he was extraordinarily wealthy, wealthier than most people in the town, even, like, the mayor and shit like that, and other business moguls, he was still treated as lesser.
Yeah, exactly. There will still be people that will treat you as lesser. Because it's a fundamental problem that you can't just change with money alone. It's going to be a large cultural shift that is going to require everybody's efforts.
Or at least the vast majority, because like eventually at some point you just gotta be like, yeah, we're leaving you behind. Cultural shift.
Fuck yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like something that people don't know is when the desegregation laws were signed into effect, they were already popular among the populace. The law just made it so it can be enforced.
Yeah, they weren't popular among the rich people who were enforcing them. So.
Yeah, but
you've like all this societal change has to happen like in the society first, and then the law comes after that. The law does not come first.
Yeah, exactly. It's when the law does come first, either it is being very authoritarian and doing something bad, or it's so bad and just needs dealt with.
Yeah.
Despite,
Legal Kimchi has a really good video on all that.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of the video right now, but like people should go watch Legal Kimchi's videos on YouTube.
Yeah, absolutely.
He is good at his job and very smart.
Yes. Which Legal Kimchi is a lawyer.
Yes. That's why his name is Legal Kimchi. Like he was talking about like the origin of his username on a stream.
Yeah.
The other day, and it's actually from like his law school days.
Nice.
So, like when he was in law school, that's when he got his handle.
Nice. Wait. Let me move on here. When Shannon's footsteps disappeared into the distance, Jessica lay down on her bed, still hugging a cushion. Expression was still a little meek, with tears in her eyes. And for the first time in a long time, she had a very, very quiet and honest conversation with her heart.
私も恋がしたい。
I also want to fall in love.
Do you want that because you genuinely want to fall in love, or you just feel like left out or lonely or something?
Yeah.
Fucking palm trees, really?
I mean, if they're...
Those aren't native to this area.
But if
I mean,
there's...
they're ultra wealthy, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but also,
Anyway.
you know, any beach. Like, you know, coconuts, they do be migrating.
It's true. Yeah. Could be potentially like that.
Yeah. As Shannon happily watered the flower beds in the garden, she sensed someone's presence. She turned around, thinking that if one of the family had come to visit, she must greet them. But what she saw was that witch.
ベアトリーチェ様。
久しぶりよの。
No, palm trees can happen in Japan. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it now. Like that is part of their natural range. There's parts of Japan that have it.
Hmm.
Let me find a decent sized map that I can show off here. So most of these are like very small in resolution. It's been quite some time. How are you?
その後、そなたの思い人との仲は順調か？
Has your relationship with the one you love progressed since we last met?
As Beatrice sat on Rose Arch, she happily blew on her pipe. Sitting in a place like that would crush the roses. It might have been dangerous if the arch fell over. This was a witch after all. Showing concern for her safety was probably a waste of time.
はい。おかげさまで順調です。
Yes, thanks to you, it's going smoothly.
当然よ。わらわの魔法はてきめんである。
Naturally, the effects of my magic are immediate.
そなたにはまるで、二人が出会うのはあらかじめ決められた運命であったかのように感じているかもしれぬ。
Perhaps you feel your meeting was a predetermined fate.
だがそれは間違いよ。夢運命だなどと思うでないぞ。
However, that is a mistake. Don't... sorry. Don't even think fate has anything to do with it. Capitalize fate, like I was talking about the Fate series.
I understand that. The witch was calling attention to something. Two things, actually. First, that Shannon's relationship with George was a fate that'd be absolutely impossible under normal circumstances. Second, that the power of the witch was great enough to overturn that fact. Shannon had just gotten wrapped up in those sweet days and had started believing the illusion that all fate revolved around her. But she'd remembered the witch's words. Originally, her relationship with George had been impossible. Well, it might be impossible in the future as well.
すまぬ。
Sorry, please forgive me.
医者と同じよ。
It's just like doctors.
病に悩めばすがるくせに、治れば感謝も忘れる。
You cling to them when you're worried about your health, but after you're healed, you forget to even thank them. Which, by the way, thank your doctors.
Yes, absolutely. Thank the doctors, thank the nurses, thank the medical staff.
Yeah, your fucking pharmacist, your nurse, your doctor, secretary who like sees you in and puts your fucking shit on the list. Express your gratitude. And but like don't if they're shitty, obviously. Don't do that. They don't get respect just because they're a doctor. They get respect because like they help you, right? That's what's going on here. In a lot of societies, doctors will get respect just because they're doctors, but fuck that. Respect them because they help you, not because they're a doctor, alright? Don't be afraid to tell your doctor to go fuck themselves if they don't believe you about like some pain or whatever.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's a real problem, by the way. You would think that doctors wouldn't fall into that shit, but they do.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially look for a specialist in the thing that you are experiencing. And even then, you still might have to, deal with those problems. But you'll be less likely to deal with those problems.
Yeah, this is I hate to keep talking about like discrimination and all that stuff, but it's a big problem for women and black women especially. It's not being believed by their doctors, and a lot of LGBT people also have it.
Yeah.
As well as people who are already disabled, coming to their doctor with a new problem, or people who are overweight, it's so on and so forth. Like even age sometimes will do it. Like it's fucked up.
Mm-hmm. It's yeah. Yeah, there are some doctors like just really don't get it. Like there is a John Oliver piece last week, or is it last week tonight?
Yeah, last week tonight.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
That goes over medical discrimination, and specifically that it is still a bias that a non-insignificant amount of doctors hold, that black people do not experience pain as much.
Yeah, which is just fucked up.
Yeah, that is just a fucked up rumor. It is a fucked
even if they are like somehow more resistant to pain than anyone else, that means like the fact that they're even coming to you about the pain means they're in a lot of pain, right?
Yeah,
like,
but it's one of those issues where they won't prescribe pain medication as a matter of course when they would prescribe pain medication as a matter of course to a white person.
Yeah, it's just like, come on, man. Like, just interpret, like, if you're gonna have these biases and all that stuff, interpret them charitably, right?
Yeah, you would think, but no. So you run into issues like that. You run into still the basically what amounts to doctors thinking women are hysteric.
Yeah, which it always fucking tickles me, and I don't mean that as a pun. That vibrators were invented for hysterical women. It's just very funny to me. Ugh.
Yeah.
I've
never been thanked as a witch, so I couldn't help acting a little rudely. There's a big close-up on that help. That was a little too much.
Yeah.
Forgive me.
感謝の気持ちを忘れたことはありません。
The gratitude I feel has never slipped my
ベ
mind.
アトリーチェ様のお力で幸せな思いができていること。
It's thanks to your power that I was able to achieve happiness, Lady Beatrice.
そしてそのお力がなければ私とジョージ様が寄り添う運命がなかったこと。
And without that power, the fate that brought me and George together would never have happened.
決して忘れたことは。
Actually, true for once. Like she really hasn't like let the gratitude slip from her brain.
Yeah.
It's like she even like denied that it was a miracle and said that it was magic specifically.
Yep. I've never forgotten that.
Which like good on her.
いじめに来たわけではないのにな。
Sorry. It's not like I came here to bully you.
口が
I
悪
don't
いの
believe
は
you.
わらわが勝負。
Being rude is just part of my personality. Big mood.
I was gonna say.
That's me right there.
Just clip it, add it to the channel.
Yeah, being rude is just part of my personality. Don't worry about it.
許されよ。
I'm not trying to be a
それ
dickhead.
より
It's just like this is just how I
聞い
talk,
たぞ
alright?
聞いたぞ。
Do forgive me, but more importantly, I heard.
二
Do
人
you
きり
hear
で
me,
旅
Tricia?
行に行っ
Oh,
た
there you
か
go.
ら。
Oh, she's gonna fucking she's gonna scold her for not like taking advantage of it too, isn't she? So you went on a trip alone with him. Shut up, Ember. You're fine. Yeah.
She's got to get the hot gossip if she's stuck on Rokenjima.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Believe me, I understand.
さぞや楽しかったであろう。
I imagine it must have been quite fun.
はい。とても楽しかったです。
Yes, it was very, fun. Shannon's face suddenly lit up. The witch laughed lightly as though amused by the speed of that transformation.
ふんもはやそなたの思い人は一方的に思うだけの存在ではない。
Already, the one you care for is more than the object of one-sided love.
互いに思い思われる恋人同士よ。
You are a pair of lovers now.
愛に満たされた二人にとって世界はただそれだけで成立する。
I have to wonder if she's like still manipulating Shannon here, or if this is actually what she believes, because that speaks to a lot of like weirdness in her brain.
Yeah, I think this is actually the weirdness in her brain.
That's interesting and changes like retroactively changes some interpretations of like what she meant when she said she liked men like Battler.
Mm-hmm.
But like it's also Beatrice, so I think her personal idea of love is very twisted.
Yeah, absolutely.
For reasons that we cannot say until we get to that point in the story.
Yep. Just be
But
patient.
there is a reason for it.
We're getting to the point
it's
where
the same goddamn plot point that I keep saying that we can't say. It's the same one every time.
Yeah, we're getting there. We got to get through most of episode 3, and then we'll have no more spoilers between the two of us.
Yay!
Other than
aside from that one that you read earlier.
Yeah, other than the thing I just learned.
When two people are filled with love, nothing else is needed to establish a complete world. I don't know. I think you also need like, you know, the earth, the sky, food, music, you know. Perhaps you could call that a wonderful, ideal world.
魔女も焼こうというもの。
Even witches would be jealous. And yeah, like what I was just saying, like really shows a light on like how I view love too. Like it is not all consuming to me. Like it's not like the end all be all either. Like there's still, to make a complete world, you need so much more than just like people you care about.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the things in the world lose meaning if you don't have someone to share them with. But you still need those things. Like my thing as like a content creator and like storyteller and all that stuff is like I still need people to tell those stories to. If I was writing them or making this content on my own with no viewers and no one ever saw any of my stuff, I would just not, because there's no point in making it if no one else is gonna get to see it.
Yeah. And I did the streaming thing as a way of establishing a social hobby. Due to my own neurodivergences and disabilities, I don't see this becoming a career.
Yeah, that's fair. It's actually another reason why I started doing streams and podcasts and all that stuff too. Is I wanted to share my stories and my thoughts and everything with other people, but also I wanted to force my friends to play video games with me, and I do that every Tuesday now. So fuck them.
Which
now they have to play with me.
Which, if I get the money, I may actually join you for Barony.
Really? You actually got interested in it from the other day.
Yeah, I watched the other day, and I watched a little bit of other streams too, and I'm like, this actually does look interesting to play with another person.
Okay. The scheme proceeds apace.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you pretty much you have successfully transitioned everybody who streams, at least.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Like, because that was actually part of my plan of streaming all this, is so that like whenever people had time and they would drop in to show their support and everything, they would see the game and be like, oh, maybe that's kind of interesting. I kind of like that. I didn't think you would be one of them, but hey, I'll take it.
Yeah, it's an interesting enough fantasy game. I can play that with other people at least.
Yeah, because like the first time I streamed, like right afterwards, I was looking for updates on like when the Eat My Hat update was actually going to be published as properly and not as a beta. And I saw on the list of activity, it was just like, McMatterson has added Barony to their wish list. Spin the Spoon has added Barony to their wish list. And I was just like, yes, it worked! Play video games with me. Especially Barony, it's like one of my favorites. Fuck.
Beatrice laughed pleasantly. That smile made her look as though she blessed the lovers' rendezvous from the bottom of her heart without a trace of malice. After that day, Beatrice had shown herself before Shannon every once in a while. Even now, Shannon thought of her as an unsettling being. However, she was also indebted to this person for the magic that led to her current relationship with George. So Shannon tried with all her might not to act surprised or scared.
そうだった。ベアトリーチェ様
That's right, Lady Beatrice.
旅行のお土産にお菓子を買ってきたんです。
I bought some sweets as a souvenir from our
よ
trip.
かったらベアトリーチェ様もいかがでしょうか
Would you like to try some too?
ほう。魔女に土産とな
She's actually surprised, like genuinely surprised. Neat. I kind of like that. Like, that's some good characterization of Beatrice.
Yeah.
Like, she does not expect to get any gifts, like, ever.
Yeah,
She
it's
just
like,
expects, like, the like, respect thing. That's it.
yeah, respect and you go with the deal. Like, she doesn't expect something like this.
Oh, God, I can't wait until we get to that spoiler point so we can talk about it openly. But, like, that just... It starts hinting at what was going on in that right here already.
Yep.
Had, like, 3 scenes with her, and it's already, like, right there. A souvenir for a witch.
Seemed that even a witch who boasted of living for 1,000 years hadn't imagined that she'd receive a souvenir from a sweet lover's trip. When she saw that surprised expression, Shannon thought of this witch as a friend for the first time.
ほほう。ラードと小麦粉で作った東洋クッキーか。
Cookie made from wheat flour and lard.
それを西洋風にチョコで包むとは、まさに和洋折衷、菓子のシルクロードよの。
To wrap that in Western chocolate is truly a blending of the Japanese and Western styles. The Silk Road of sweets.
That's one way
Apparently
to
she
put it.
really likes food. It'd be very funny if Beatrice was also food motivated.
Yes.
What?
何がおかしい
What's so funny?
いえ、失礼いたしました。
Nothing, my apologies. This witch, who surely held a terrifying power, was chomping down on sweets one after another, making it sound like a squirrel stuffing walnuts into its mouth.
Shit, maybe she is food motivated. Fuck. I said that as a joke, but goddamn, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a little bit at least. At the very least, she likes her tea and her sweets.
Yeah. Which
After
is fair. I also like my tea and my sweets. In fact, I'm gonna make another cup of tea and get some fucking butterscotch out right now.
There you go. After a while, Shannon couldn't conceal her laughter.
しそうになったぞ。そなたには今度、ネロのドルチェビータでも振る舞おうぞ。
A good meal. I should serve you some dolce vita from Nero one of these days.
Let me see what that is.
I don't like. I know the name, but I don't remember dolce vita. It's an Italian restaurant. So maybe it was named after the place that it's in or something.
Yeah,
I don't
let
know.
me see.
Yeah, it's some sort of saying or reference here because there's a movie that's named it. There's a restaurant that's named it. There's a fashion company that's named it. So it's a reference to something, but I don't know enough about like Italian culture to really. Okay, so it means sweet life. So she may be referring to like a bakery or something.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with that.
バラは永遠の愛の象徴。
That's why I know it. It's the it's the Italian equivalent of living La Vita Loca.
Ah, gotcha.
Living la Dolce Vita is like, having a good life sort of deal. Sweet life, etc., etc. There's also a fucking spa named Dolce Vita. Okay. Yeah, so it's got to be like a restaurant or bakery or something like that that she knows of, like a patisserie or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, that's good to know. We're gonna get a little bit of brain knowledge in here. Roses are the symbol of eternal love.
今のそなたにはバラのドルチェこそがふさわしかろう。
I believe a rose dolce would be appropriate for you right now. Yeah, so Nero being the place, and then Dolce Vita being like the food she's trying to serve or something.
Yeah, probably consider might be the restaurant or bakery, and then Rose Dolce.
Something like that. Oh, okay. So she's literally saying like the Italian word for sweets, or like the cultural Italian word for sweets.
Gotcha.
Okay, so in Italy, il dolce is not only a sweet way to end lunch or dinner, it's also the way many Italians start their day. The term dolce literally means sweets, though the French term dessert is also used in Italy.
Got you. So some sort of rose-based dessert is what she's suggesting in that next line.
Okay. Brain knowledge, yay! I could have asked Nate, but I don't know if he would have responded in time. He's actually been to Italy, so. Yeah, he's like half fluent in Italian at this point. He used to be better, but he hasn't actually practiced in a very long time. Same way with me in like French or Japanese. Although my Japanese is slowly getting better because like I keep fucking watching anime and like playing like JRPGs and shit. And doing like cultural studies and fucking like doing like Japanese history and all that shit. For those wondering, I do write stuff for other cultures than my own specifically, and I do as much research as I possibly can in it.
Yeah, like it's definitely more comfortable to start your writing in your own culture. That way you're going, okay, I'm part of this culture. I can kind of gloss over things and be okay with it. But you should expand your horizons. And
yeah, absolutely. The two Japanese things I've written for are the Heian period and the Sengoku Jidai. Which the Sengoku Jidai is like the really famous one. That's the one where like Oda Nobunaga, Ieyasu, and like Hideyoshi, etc., etc. Like that's where all of them are from. So that gets a lot of screen time in Japanese like media. So like researching that was like, I gotta understand what the fuck's going on in this show or whatever. Or like in this video game that I'm playing, blah blah blah. Because both Neos take place in and around the Sengoku Jidai, so the Warring States period. But the Heian period is not used very often. It's referenced occasionally for like very old characters, but most like historical fantasy for Japan takes place in the Sengoku Jidai or around that time period, like somewhere between like 1500 and like 1650.
Yeah, because I mean,
so like the Heian period is mentioned for like stuff like Abe no Seimei, Tamamo no Mai, like old characters. I think I can't remember if it's mentioned explicitly in Neo 2, but if it is, it's to do with Takamaru.
Yeah.
Because like none of the other great evils are actually. Well, I mean, Shuten Doji is shown, but like Tamamo no Mai is not in Neo 2, which is sort of sad because I would have liked to fight like a fucking Kitsune in Neo 2. That would have been fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You get to fight the other potential great evil though, and I can't remember its name now, but it's a great serpent god. Hold on, let me just like fucking Neo 2 bosses. So this is the closest way I'm gonna get to this other.
It's not Orochi, is it?
No, Yatsu no Kami. That's it.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, Yatsu no Kami is a great serpent god that's sometimes considered one of the great evils. Whereas most of the boss yokai you fight are not like specifically named ones; they're just like the type, like Kama Itachi, or the Gozuki, the Enenra, the Mazuki, the Tatarimoke. Like these are all just normal ass yokai that like you just fight a boss version of them.
Gotcha.
Because they're big and famous, but like the named ones are like Ryomen Sukuna, Takamaru, Shuten Doji, and Yatsu no Kami. I think there's probably a couple others, but those are the ones that I can think of off the top of my head. You also fight a Gyuki, but that's Gyuki, Kasha, but those are also just like specific ones and not like named entities. I believe a Rose Dolce would be appropriate for you now.
Which was in a great mood, fully enjoying modern candy.
これ本当にありがとうございました。
Here, I truly am grateful.
もう私には十分だと思いますので、お返しします。
I believe you've done more than enough for me already, so I'm returning this. Thing Shannon had softly said on the table.
I'm not Googling this for Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm talking about the actual historical yokai, alright?
Yeah.
Yokai, here.
The thing Shannon had softly said on the table was a gold-colored butterfly brooch.
返さずともよい。それに、持ち続けていれば、二人の仲はこれからも永劫に盤石であろうが。
Please. Please, just give me the actual information on the actual yokai, not more Jujutsu Kaisen, please. Oh, I know it's really popular right now, but god damn it. This is a real historical figure. Well, not a real historical figure, right? A real historical mythological figure. Alright? Like, people actually believed in this motherfucker at one point.
What is it, Yatsu?
Ryomen Sukuna? It's a multi-faced, like, yokai god sort of deal. I don't remember the original story, which is what I was looking for, But all I'm getting, I'm getting a bunch of arts of the mythological Sukuna, but all the actual pages I'm getting are about fucking Jujutsu Kaisen, and I'm like, please, guys, help. Oh, that would do it. Ryomin Sukuna does not have a Wikipedia article. Not in English, at least. So that might be why I'm only getting Sukuna from not Heian, Jujutsu Kaisen as pages and all that stuff, because there's nothing specific. Maybe my favorite yokai site will have it.
No, Yokai.com doesn't have it either.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I put in Ryumen Sukuna and got nothing.
Yeah, all I got is Hosogami, which is not Ryomen Sukuna. Yeah, this is a specific kind of thing and not a specific team. God damn. It was so easy to find information on this motherfucker before Jujutsu Kaisen was adapted, but god damn it. Mythology? Still just getting fucking Jujutsu Kaisen stuff. God damn it. Okay, maybe a little bit here, maybe a little bit here. I hesitate to use Tumblr as a source. However, it's the only place that I can actually fucking find anything. So, yeah. No, god damn it! The Tumblr article, the Tumblr post is also cursing about the same thing. It's Sukuna mythology plus kanji meaning, and alternate title: Why are all the mythos on Sukuna so goddamn hard to find? Honestly, Sukuna, fuck you. Yeah, same, buddy, same. So the mythological, from what I know, since I can't actually find anything here, the actual Sukuna is supposed to be a two-faced, four-armed god, which is why Sukuna looks the way he does in Jujutsu Kaisen. He's got 4 eyes, right? 4 eyes, he can have mouths pop up anywhere on his body, blah, 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 and he's supposed to have 20 fingers. It's because he's 4-armed and he has multiple faces. It's extremely difficult to find stuff on Sukuna now because of Jujutsu Kaisen, because it's all the famous articles, popular stuff that's what it's being written on now. And there were very few written articles about him before the anime became popular. So trying to find those very few ones in the absolute fucking ocean of the English articles about Jujutsu Kaisen is very difficult now, but he's in some, depending on where you go, he's considered one of the 3 great evils, if I recall correctly. Let's see. There's a little bit here about in the Hida province, there was a man named Sukuna with 1 torso, 2 faces, and 2 sets of arms and 2 sets of legs, who carried 2 swords and a bow and arrow, and killed a shit ton of people. In the province of Hida, there were blah 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 blah. The 2 faces were turned away from each other. The crowns met, and there was no nape of the neck. Each had hands and feet. There were knees, but no popliteal spaces or heels. He was strong and nimble. He carried swords on his right half, and on his left side he used a bow and arrow with all 4 hands at once. On this account, he was disobedient to the imperial command and took pleasure in plundering the people. Yeah. However, Sukuna was not considered villainous in Hida, now called Gifu. According to an article by the Japanese Wiki Corpus, While he was described as a villain and enemy of the Emperor, people in Hida and Mino provinces treated Ryomen Sukuna as a hero and benefactor and worshipped him. And that's like all I can really find. I don't know why we started getting onto that.
Yeah.
Something about yokai.
Alright, I will be right back. I just need to take a quick restroom break.
Okay, we can set up the bathroom break now. It's about time.
Okay, yeah. Alright, we will be right back.
Yep. Let me just load up the music then.
Alright, we're back.
Excellent. Alright, here we go.
Gotta open up PNG Tuber again, though. It seems to cause issues when I disappear and come back.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
That sort of makes sense. Alright. So while we were gone, I also experimented with the running an ad thing, and it looks like it disables pre-roll ads when I do that. So it might be a good call for me to do that every now and then, just so when people join, Twitch doesn't hit them with an ad without my consent. Because I've turned pre-roll ads off, but they still play them.
Yeah.
And I know that because I was looking at the revenue thing, and it was just like, hey, here's the breakdown for the amount of ads. And I'm just like, fuck, dude. I turned that off, though.
Yeah.
Don't do that. I told you not to, damn it. But Twitch is gonna Twitch, so,
Yeah.
Okay. Cup of tea poured. And I figured out how we got onto the yokai thing in the first place. We were talking about, learning other cultures so you could, actually write stuff and, having good brain knowledge. And then I started talking about, why I did that and what I did with it, blah, blah, blah. And that got onto yokai because of the Sengoku Jidai.
Yeah. But yeah, in general, it's hard to do research on other cultures. It's easier now than it's ever been, though.
Yeah, it can still be quite difficult, though.
Yeah, as we've established.
Because, there's two main reasons for this. One, it's because you don't know enough to determine the good information from the bad. And the second thing is, and this is these apply to any research topic at all that you don't have any experience in. And the other one is you may not know the terms you need to search in order to get more information, right?
Yeah.
You found this earlier in the stream when I was looking for a specific word, but I couldn't find it because it didn't have the right words to search the term for, and trying to search the definition of a word without knowing the word itself. So you reverse search sort of thing, searching for a word that means this will never get you the actual word. And it's the same thing here. You can search, describe the concept as much as you like. Without the actual word itself, you are not going to get a result on that thing because of how search engines work. So you're just sort of fucked.
Yep.
This is why it's good to have people who actually know a little bit about a topic to talk to about things.
Yeah.
If I have art questions, technical art questions, about technical art words and stuff like that, I'll go talk to my colleagues on that. If I have questions about anthropology and using specific language, I'll go talk to Nate, or same thing with geology. Or if I have something about biology, I'll go talk to Trig, so on and so forth. Because with people, you can describe the concept and be is there a term for that? That I can search up, and then they'll be yes, here you go, or no, but I can show you some stuff anyway.
Yeah, and just for a matter of course, just to give an end note to this, the best thing you can do is look up sources directly from that culture when you're researching cultures, because there'll be plenty of people from outside that culture wanting to define to you what that culture is. But, and there are good people from outside that culture, from any given culture, but they can still run off of the mistakes of their colleagues or other reasons have biases.
Mm-hmm.
and of course people will have biases towards their own culture, but they'll have at least what it is like living in that culture. In that perspective.
If I want information on like Japanese or Korean culture, like I just go talk to the lesbians because there's a lot of like Japanese and Korean lesbians in that server. So
yeah, and they work diligently on translation work. So even better, they can translate those concepts to you.
Yeah, which is it's funny because like you would think that someone who can read this stuff, like unless they really like translating things, or they were just like really nice and wanted to share with everyone, you would think they wouldn't bother translating stuff for anyone else unless they were like getting paid, you know. But no, these ladies are like just very nice and want to share stories with everyone.
Yeah,
so they do all this fucking translation work. It's cool. They're great.
Yeah. At the risk of going on another tangent, that is one of the big lies of the society we live in. That nobody will do anything unless they're getting paid for it.
Which is total bullshit. Like, I was streaming for like 6 years before I hit affiliate. And I still haven't gotten paid even after hitting affiliate. Like...
Yeah, you haven't gotten a payout
yet. I have my bank account and all that. I've gotten everything connected and everything's working and it's building up and everything. It's not enough to get paid out. So, I haven't gotten paid.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit.
I'm probably not gonna get paid for another, like, a couple of months because at this rate. Like...
Yeah.
Maybe like 2 months in total.
Yeah, and I think I think it'll probably expand more because I imagine affiliates get a little bit more visibility.
That's true. Yeah, that might be the case. I don't know.
And at the very least, you will be playing strange games outside of your usual field of notice, thanks to me.
That is true. Yeah, that's actually might be a problem in and of itself, though. Some little inside baseball here, but like, I have dozens of followers for some games and dozens of followers for other games, and then like 10 or 20 for like Umineko and all that stuff. So, but these people don't show up on the other days.
Yeah,
like, the people that show up for my Barony streams don't show up for my Umineko streams, and vice versa for the most part. And I'm not. Anyone listening?
Yeah, no,
I'm not telling you to do. Just watch what you want to watch.
Yeah, watch what you want to watch.
Do what I want to do.
Yeah, this is all inside baseball. Considering the situation thing, and
I'm not trying to like convince you guys to watch on the other days. Like, if you want to watch on the other days, do that. If you don't do that.
I mean, try something new occasionally. Not even just for us, just in general. Try something new once in a while.
Yeah, it's just so. If all my active chatters like showed up all at once, like I would have like 15 or so viewers all the time, like constantly talking and chatting and everything. But not everyone's interests overlap, right? So the fact that I'm playing like vastly like
different
games all the time
can cause a problem.
Yeah.
At least
and like
initially.
my tagline is like the tagline there is like I play hard video games badly. Like, and yes, I do that. But actually, I'm not all that bad at hard video games. I'm actually kind of good at them.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons why I love them. But then you also have stuff like this, where it's like a visual novel thing. And then, like, all of my followers from, like, World Build Wednesday don't show up on the game days and so on and so forth. So it's just sort of... You got to work with what you got.
Yeah, absolutely. But, yeah, so...
If I really cared about getting paid from Twitch, like, I would be... like only playing like a specific genre, so people would like
min-maxing the fuck out of it.
Yeah, or I'd play like fucking League of Legends or whatever, or Dark Souls all the time. And don't get me wrong, I do like Dark Souls, but I don't like it so much that I want to play it literally every day for the rest of my life. Okay?
Yeah,
like, I loved Souls-likes, but there's a limit.
Yeah.
And just like I love roguelikes, but there's a limit.
Yeah, which I will definitely join you and Nate when the Elden Ring stuff drops for sure.
That would be awesome. I wonder how easily the seamless co-op mod is going to get transferred to the expansion.
That's a good question, but yeah, I would absolutely enjoy seamless co-op.
Yeah, because that's the real problem for us every time, is us having a fucking, like... Doing the dungeon multiple times is cool. That's fine. I don't mind that at all. But the real problem is like not being able to go into the dungeon with him or ride the horses in the overworld. You know?
Yeah.
That is a huge pain in the dick.
Yeah, it's such a pain because instead of just navigating the world together, you have to kind of go, oh, where'd you go? Oh, I went this way. Oh, there's a bonfire over here. Where? Behind the thing.
What we did was we would like show our maps and be like, I'm going here. Let's do this. There's a dungeon right here. Let's go there. And we had like the wiki map up on the side screen, so we knew like where new maps were and all that, or new dungeons and all that stuff were that we hadn't done yet.
Yeah,
so we would like plan out our route, which is like generally how you want to do things anyway when you're traveling in a group. But it's a little bit of a pain when you can't just follow the person in front of you, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yes, point I was trying to make though was just, oh hey, you're gonna see some things that I think you'll like, but aren't necessarily things that came to your attention.
Oh yeah. I talk like this and do like these tangents no matter what day it is. Whether it's a video game day or like world build day or visual novel day or what have you. Like it's constant. It's literally constant. This is just me.
Yeah, this is just a conversation with us. Welcome.
Yeah, hello, welcome. This is what we also talk about and how we talk off stream. We don't like, fucking direct our words towards a viewer or anything, but otherwise everything's the same.
Yep. If anything, it's more, untethered because I'm not trying to make us continue on. Speaking of.
Yes, absolutely. And I will deny you once again, just for fun. Oh, fuck. I had a thought. And I lost it. Because Bad Brain just, slipped straight out.
Yep, that also happens with us quite frequently.
It just followed the grooves and just fell straight off the brain.
It'll hit you in, 20 minutes.
Fucking probably, dude. It's whether it's Final Fantasy or JRPGs in general or Western RPGs. It's an action game, what have you. We're always talking about something to do with writing or storytelling or art or science or what have you.
Yep, which probably what I'll end up doing is if we're still doing Umineko by the time, which we will be, by the time Dawn Trail hits, we'll drop Thursdays and have Final Fantasy Fridays.
That's a good plan, because I was actually thinking about that the other day, since you get tired from talking so easily.
Yeah, so probably just drop Thursdays, do Final Fantasy Fridays. And
until we finish Dawn Trail, at least.
Yeah, until
we should only take a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 streams or something,
Yeah, it really won't take long because we're just gonna shotgun that because it's gonna be so good.
Yeah, just first off, slam the Red Bull, where the Red Bull is the MSQ.
Yeah. First off, MSQ, it's gonna be MSQ, the class quest, and probably the. I forget what the word is, but the smaller raids, not the 24-man raids.
Normal raids.
Yeah, normal raids, that's it. We'll probably
normal raids and trials and shit.
Yeah, we'll probably still do normal raids.
Those are the only ones that I even remotely because they're just big boss fights. I like boss fights, alright?
Yeah, they're just...
I do not like raids.
Yeah, they're just gigantic boss fights. Though, I don't mind 24-man raids after... other than I do not like the, relevant to the song. I don't like the near raids necessarily, because they
because I love the near raids
because they're fun, but they are so long compared to other ones.
Yeah, they are pretty long, but I love them. They're great.
Oh yeah,
I don't know why I like them so much, but I do. I love them a lot.
Oh yeah, they've got the style for sure. They're easy enough to understand.
It might be the style.
Yeah, they've got fucking style, which maybe we'll like that because it's cyberpunky style. It looks like for these raids.
That's true. Yeah. I didn't really like. Was it Euphrosyne? the Pantheon stuff.
Yeah.
I don't really like that, at least so far, because, and this is gonna be like making myself seem like a little dumb, and maybe I am a little dumb, but I can't process the numbers on screen for that final fight in the first one. I think it's Thal.
Yeah, it's just
I can't process the numbers for that fast enough to do anything. So like whenever I get that one, I have to be like, look, I can't do it. So I'm just whenever that phase pops up, I'm just gonna stand still. And if someone needs to be on a different side, rescue my ass over there.
Yeah.
All right? Please. Because my brain just doesn't do it for some reason. I don't know why I can't.
Yeah, at least it sounds like that is the only one that has that mechanic. So we can...
Yeah, I think that's the case, but it's just sort of like, it makes like the rest of them feel more daunting, like I'm going to run into that again, and I won't know for sure that the other ones are safe until I do them, but until I do them, I'm going to be sitting here like, please, no, I don't want to.
Yeah.
But I want the lore.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the outfits are also fucking on point, so...
Oh yeah, absolutely, because it's, fucking Greek as hell.
Yeah, it's like that ancient Greek aesthetic, like fantasy Greek. I love fantasy Greek so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I need to do that and get more of the outfits and things.
Like, that's one of the reasons why I love Tyranny so much, because it was like Iron Age, Bronze Age, Greco-Roman, just mashed up with some fantasy shit. I was just like, yeah, boy, that's what I'm here for.
Yep. Plus, Tyranny just really respected players.
Oh yeah, absolutely. My forever complaint with Tyranny is that it feels like it ended too early. Like there was supposed to be a sequel, right? Or an expansion to the story afterwards. Like it ended at the climax and not after a conclusion. And that upsets me. And Paradox has never like contracted like Obsidian to do another one. I'm just like, please, no, I need it.
Yep, definitely.
Because like, Tyranny plays with some of my favorite tropes and ideas in storytelling. Like the idea of magic, like the magical symbols not being like inherently magical or like magical arrays, like in this, for example, like these magic circles or what have you. Rather, they're the insignias, the sigils that I was talking about that other stream of powerful people. Like that is fascinating to me.
Yeah, and
the magic is not set in stone, it's altered by belief and, like, faith.
Yeah, it's belief, faith, and you can fiddle with the meanings of things, which you get rewarded for.
Yeah, you absolutely can. You can build your own spells from those sigils and modifying sigils in Tyranny. It's one of my favorite magic systems ever. I modeled, at least in feeling and mechanics of Well of Souls magic system on Tyranny explicitly. Like I even used like the central sigil, like the element, the sphere is what it's called.
Yeah, and like
that would be the Archon sigil in Tyranny, right?
Yeah, and I forget exactly what it was, but there one of the earliest example in Tyranny of you being able to do this is you get a proclamation that says, on X date, which is just a month and day.
The Edict of Swords.
Yeah, which...
That's what it's called, the Edict of Swords.
Yeah, the Edict of Swords, but it's on this month and day, if you don't sort your shit, you're gonna get destroyed.
Yeah.
Basically.
I think that like the exact like intent was like, if this region is not under my control by this date, or if my legions are still fighting amongst each other, or what have you, by this date, everyone in the region will die.
Yep.
Everyone.
And the thing is, you can wait until after that day passes, which takes some time, but not a lot. But you go on.
I think it's like 90 days or whatever in game.
Yeah, and you just pass the time doing whatever, getting to know people, whatever you need to do before stepping into that place where you need to give that proclamation. Which means
a whole ass new year afterwards.
So instead of 3 months to do this thing, you've got a whole year to sort the shit out.
Yeah, which you don't actually need it. You don't actually have to rush at any point during the story.
Yeah.
It's Kairos gives you more than enough time to do what you need to do.
Yeah, but it's, it's one of those, oh, hey, this is nice to have. And hey,
yeah, because the edict doesn't include the year. It only says month and day explicitly. So you can just straight up do that. It's really cool.
Yeah. And so, yeah, you speak the words, like you read the thing and speak the words of Kairos, and the magic happens, but hey, you change the intent just a little bit, and that carries through the game.
Like, the important thing there for that magic is the proclamation itself, right? Like, it's not put into effect as soon as Kairos wrote the edict. It's put into effect as soon as someone reads the edict.
Yeah, so he has readers to go to foreign lands and do that, or just go to a place even if it's not foreign, and go do that. Because as powerful as he is, he can't be everywhere at once to deliver these.
Yeah, and something I really also liked about Kairos specifically in Tyranny is that no one actually knows their gender. At different points, different characters refer to them by different pronouns.
Oh.
Like, there is a companion of yours, actually, that you can get that refers to Kairos as she instead of he. But, like, all the Archons say he, but, like, most of the Archons haven't met Kairos either. So you don't actually know.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
You have no idea if Kairos is even a real entity. You just know that there is someone called Kairos or playing the role of Kairos that proclaims the edicts, that writes the edicts and sends them out.
Yeah.
Because it's like like a Bronze Age turning of the age into Iron Age era, like continent the size of Asia that Kairos rules, and the part that you are involved in is the final bit that Kairos doesn't control. So no one actually knows who the fuck Kairos is. It's great. I love that shit.
All right, so are we good to go after that tangent?
I mean, I could talk about fucking Tyranny for hours.
I mean, sure.
Hours, but that's not this stream. Because Tyranny is like there are so many good and interesting ideas, and I think it's just a crying, bleeding shame that it is not as popular as Pillars of Eternity or Fallout New Vegas or any other famous Western RPG. Like, it is one of those. It deserves to be one of those.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I think it is a bit more popular than Pillars of Eternity. At least anybody I know talks about Tyranny before they talk about Pillars of Eternity.
Yeah, but you're also, like, deep in the shit, you know?
That's
You're
fair.
deep in the sauce with the rest of us. So, like, everyone you know is also probably deep in the sauce. But Pillars of Eternity was popular enough to, like, get main page on Steam, and also a sequel.
That's fair.
The sequel was not as popular as the first game, but I haven't actually played through the second game completely. Yep. Because I think, honestly, I think the reason why it wasn't as popular is because they put in some, like, roguelite mechanics, like meta progression sort of deal, and it feels like you want to replay the intro several times so you can get all the advantages for your real run. But
that's a weird thing to do for that kind of game.
Yeah, it's like a 100-hour RPG. Don't do that for 100-hour RPGs.
Yeah, no,
I thought it was interesting as a mechanic, but I don't think it works.
Yeah, no. I think if you were going to do that, what you would do is have it exist after the intro in a dungeon that you can redo or something, or just
that is a good idea. Yeah, like the Chalice dungeons from Bloodborne.
Yeah, something.
They are independent of your new game cycle.
Yeah, exactly. But make it independent of the new game cycle if you're going to do that at all.
Yeah, have it tied to your profile and not the save file itself, so like you can continually go into the dungeon more and more as you go. Yeah, I think that might be a good idea, because that would like make it diegetic even.
Yeah, exactly. Your character is, doing this dungeon over and over and receiving benefits, so they're like, oh yeah, sure, I'll keep doing this.
Yeah, I like that idea. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
We should write that down.
Yeah, like, it's kind of in a weird way. I'm almost thinking of it like a microcosm of, some of those past life, well, not isekais exactly, but kind of looping in on those abilities. Like, I'm thinking of that one, it's a hunter style thing or a Tower of God thing. Not Tower of God exactly, though.
Yeah, because Tower of God does not have that.
Where the guy's brother gets killed.
Yeah, I think the Second Life Ranker is what it's called.
Yeah, Second Life Ranker.
Like, and his brother sends him his memories as a sort of like magical diary, like a stopwatch or something like that.
Yeah, and so...
And they were twins, so he enters the tower after him to avenge his death.
Yeah, so got all the information, so now he can kind of cheat his way, and not even really cheat, because he's doing it legit, but know things beforehand so he can get advantages.
Yeah, I haven't read that one in a while. Has it been a like season hiatus, or maybe, or did like the people that were translating it drop it?
I'll have to check that out because I haven't looked in on it.
I do really like that one. I just haven't seen it in several months.
But yeah, basically, you get the idea.
Yeah, that's. You could make an entire game out of that, actually.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You could make a game out of that premise.
That's a really good idea. I do want to fuck with some Tower of God shit, like the concept of a Tower of God, where it's the 100 floor tower that's like basically a fucking huge test/dungeon thing.
Yeah,
that you gotta conquer.
Yeah,
dungeon. Really love that.
Yeah, it's been around so long that it's basically, it's home to a lot of people even still.
Yeah, no one's actually reached the top yet, so on and so forth. I even made a fucking sovereign for that. The Sovereign of the 100-part world.
Yes,
is their name. Bearer of a 1,000 shard crown or something like that, or bearer of 1,000 crowns, something.
Yes, we've talked about that because I was a part in the developing that one.
Yeah, and I gave the idea to one of the lesbians to use in their D&D campaign.
Yeah,
but they never actually did it, sadly.
Unfortunate, but yeah, you can do a lot with that because it's a mega dungeon concept basically. It's just a mega dungeon with a specific goal. That's like
lore, maybe. Yeah, sovereigns and crowns. Sovereign of 1,000 crowns. 100-part world right here. Yeah. The Sovereign hails from a failed world where a great hero once resided as God King. However, the hero fell in battle against an ambush and his crown was stolen. The group of ambushers later fell apart and splintered the crown, and the crown changed hands dozens of times until the Sovereign took it and fled the world broken by wars. Unsure of their power and worthiness, the Sovereign hatched a plan to construct an astral tower and pull outsiders from the many worlds who may have what it takes to bear the crown and test their worthiness. 100 floors, and on each floor a loyal servant of the Sovereign presides over a trial, and to gain access to the next floor, one must pass the test. They wear the crown of tattered dreams, which takes the shape of a veil as though for a funeral, held in place by a circle of jagged obsidian.
There we go.
Yeah, I love the Sovereign, the 100-part world. I want to use them for something, but I don't know what. And every time I pitch this idea, people are like, "Oh yeah, that's cool and interesting. I don't want to play that." I'm just like, "Fuck you, fuck you, please, god damn it." It's my eternal suffering with my tabletop group. It's mostly Mal, Nate, and Trig, but occasionally Packer and a couple others join in for some stuff. But every time I pitch something that's not high fantasy, they ignore it. And then when I do something that's high fantasy and I'm talking about something and I wrote this one mission that has nothing to do with magic or monsters or anything like that, they're always like, "What?" I'm like, "Fuck you! You're the reason why I never get to write anything that's not this, asshole."
Oh, even that I would call high fantasy.
Oh yeah, this is high fantasy, but it's non-standard high fantasy,
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, just for clarification, I'd play that.
Yeah, but I mean, I could do that with a single player. It's not a bad idea. It would need a lot of prep work because it's 100 tests, and I only have like the final test itself.
Fair enough.
Planned out, and I don't know if you remember it, but I'm not gonna say it just in case we do end up doing that.
Yeah, no, I don't remember it. It's actually one of those good things in the bad brain.
Yeah.
All right. Now that is definitely as many tangents as I think we can leave on a single one.
That's like a 20-25 minute tangent. There's no need to return it. If you continue holding that, your relationship should remain firm in perpetuity.
出会いのきっかけは確かに魔法の力で与えてもらったかもしれません。でもその出会いを永遠のものにする努力は二人で協力し合って続けていくものだと思います。
Maybe it was the
That's
power.
Smart, Shannon.
Yeah, I agree.
That's good. That's good brain right there. You got a good brain.
Yeah. Maybe it was the power of magic that brought us together, but I think only the two of us working together can turn that into something that lasts forever. Yeah, can't forcefully keep the relationship going. Otherwise, that does get into control.
Yeah, not only that, but it's just like, that's just good advice / outlook on a relationship, period. No matter what the circumstances are. Like, you may have met by coincidence or haven't been arranged or what have you, but only the people in the relationship working together can turn that into something that lasts forever.
Exactly.
It should be realistically, it should be a 50-50 split where each person tries to do 60%, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the general idea. Like, you always want to, like, keep working at it. Don't be content with, like, just doing your part. Continually try to keep wooing your partner.
Yeah, absolutely.
And make life good for them and so on and so forth.
愛もバラと同じか。過ぎた世日は根を腐らせる。
Love and roses are the same. Too much fertilizer causes the roots to rot. And actually, if I remember correctly, roses like acidic soil.
苦労せねば育めぬ花もあろ
Some flowers cannot be raised without hard work.
う。ならば好きにするがよい。
In that case, do as you wish.
身につけず、宝石箱の中にしまうもよかろう。
You may wear it or keep it in a box.
それはそなたに送ったわらわの好意だ。
That is my goodwill given to you.
それを返されてはわらわも愉快ではない。
Having you return it to me won't please me at all.
申し訳ございません。
My apologies. At least she's taking it. Like, for all the things we say about her being a fickle witch, you know, as the narrative, she's actually a lot nicer than a lot of other characters. At least to people that do, you know, respect her.
Which is, you can take that as a sort of like a not quite metaphor, but not quite literal either. If people don't like give you basic courtesy, you don't have to give it back. You can just be like a mean dickhead to them. No one's gonna blame you, except for the people that like want respect without earning it.
Yeah, though it does immediately it's the dual respect thing. There's respect, meaning respect you as a person, and then respect as an authority. Beatrice wants respect as an authority. Which, I mean, she
don't know about that.
She does.
So far, what she wants is to be treated politely and be acknowledged as existing, right? Like, that's literally just the basic courtesy, respect as a person.
True enough, but she does want acknowledged as the other master of this place, which, I mean, she is. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, she literally is.
But that is still acknowledging an authority.
True, but that's...
so I think at least...
That one gets complicated because, like, that is her actual position. She's not just, like, because I'm older than you, or because...
Yeah,
whatever.
But that's still acknowledging an authority. That, like, if we were talking about real people rather than a story, I would say, you know, nobody should have. But it literally is that. She is a magical entity, in fact, that has that authority.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little bit different, but I do think she does want viewed with some amount of authority, to have that authority acknowledged, which, could kind of bleed into the spoilers.
Yeah, although I would also say she's genuinely earned it.
Oh yeah,
well. It's just like she's a little outside like normal human like comprehension. Not that she can't be comprehended at all, because
but perception really
fucking can. Yeah, like at first she will be like beyond what you can imagine until you interact with her some more, and then like you start to be like, okay, yeah, I'm starting to understand.
Yeah, my brain is starting to align with this potential for existence.
Yeah.
That's not what I...
Yeah, like the more we get from Beatrice here, like, I know the other shoe is going to drop. Like, I absolutely 100% know that it's going to drop, and she's going to like be cruel or evil or malicious or torturous or whatever.
At the very least, she hasn't given up on the murders. So
yeah, she's still going to kill everyone. She definitely did already kill everyone. However, the more we get from this, the more I'm starting to see her as...
Yeah, she's like a normal
almost the good guy?
Yeah, she's a normal ass, like, 20-something in appearance.
And in personality for the most part, too. Like, it's...
Yeah, and in appearance and personality both. She's just kind of been normal. Like, she's been like...
She's been like someone about my age, so it's like...
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, she's like... Yeah. Exactly.
Like if I were to like talk about a character like her in like human terms and like actually like psychoanalyze and like do the character critique thing and so on and so forth, I would say that like she is largely just a normal like late 20s, early 30s person who is carrying a lot of baggage and pain.
Yeah, a lot of baggage.
And may or may not be lashing out because of that.
Yeah, a lot of baggage, a lot of pain, and a lot of very forcefully, in some cases, making sure people acknowledge her authority because she knows how quickly that authority can be stripped away.
Yeah, like for as much as the visual novel seems to paint witches as being non-human, they seem very human to me.
Yeah.
And that may actually be the point that Ryukishi is trying to make.
Yeah, I think that might be the thing Ryukishi's trying to say, but we'll have to see going forward.
With Ryukishi's like background in social care and all that stuff, I could definitely see that. Like, just because something seems inhuman at first does not mean it's actually inhuman.
Yeah, and it's part of acknowledging that people that do bad things are still human beings.
Yeah, like this is, I think with Beatrice, it's even more pronounced than it was with the rest of the family, because like we talked about this in like the first or second episode.
Yeah, like,
first or second stream about like how most of the Yushiromiyas, like in the right context, are just like normal ass people. They're just doing awful things in other contexts.
Yeah, exactly.
But with Beatrice, like it's like full on display here.
Yeah, she's been responsible already for some awful shit.
But like here, she's also being shown as just being like a person.
Yeah, just a person who
a person in position of authority, but also a person.
Yeah, a person who likes sweets, who's thankful for a gift.
Who is surprised that she even got a gift at all. Because no one ever gives her gifts.
Yeah, and thankful for a gift that was probably inexpensive, like maybe a little pricey for a souvenir, but not extremely so.
Yeah, I mean, it's just some cookies, right?
Like, yeah, it's just,
even I can afford to buy someone some cookies.
Yeah.
Like, and decent cookies at that. I'm not talking like, fucking Chips Ahoy or whatever. Like, I could go to a bakery and like get like a baker's dozen of cookies and give it to someone, and it wouldn't really strain me too much. Even I can do that.
Yeah, exactly. So you get stuff like that, and it's like, oh, yeah, she's been ostensibly alone with only Maria able to see her, possibly.
Yeah, and like it's that spoiler thing again, but like it really, really grants, like, shows the lead up to that reveal later.
Yep.
I'm almost like, it's not in the same level, don't get me wrong, nor in the same way, but I'm also starting, I'm almost starting to see her a little bit like the Shifting Mound.
Yes. I absolutely
where she
see
was
that.
absolutely, totally, like, capable of doing awful, horrible things, but also just like a normal, charming person.
Yeah. I do love exactly, like, how squarely she hit your vibe, though.
What, the Shifting Mound?
Yeah. It was like, oh, fuck, she's smooth.
Oh, yeah. If anyone's wondering, you can go to my YouTube channel and actually watch the whole SVOD, and you will hear me like 8 or 9 times in the fucking like 4 or 5 hour stream be like, yo, this bitch is too smooth.
This
is so romantic. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is so romantic. Especially towards the end, I knew exactly which ending you would go for. As far as
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, as far as
I
like
knew,
the ending
like,
choice.
as soon as we hit that first loop and like I actually met the Shifting Mound in the first place, I was just like, oh yeah, I'm not killing this.
Yeah, no. And there are other options besides go with her or kill her.
Oh yeah, but like I have to go with her, right?
Yeah,
it's my Eldritch wife.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that is a valid ending.
Like, genuinely, I think I have more attachment to her than I have to fucking Stola and Zero.
Which is saying something, especially for Stola.
Yeah. Especially for those two, because, like, I had dozens of hours more with them than I had with the Shifting Mound. But, like, the writing of Slay the Princess was just so fucking good.
Yeah, though, Stola still has one of my favorite lines. You know, try again when you're older.
When you become a man.
When you become a man,
Yeah.
little son.
Little?
Yeah, and I mean, the voice actor for him definitely, like, sells it too.
Yeah. Magnite's voice actor, like, 100% sells it.
Yeah, which it's one of those things. I will shit on a character all day, every day, but the voice actors do some stellar work.
Oh yeah, and the writers aren't like doing a poor job either, for sure.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like that is exactly how somebody could act if they were given that set of beliefs.
Absolutely. Like, I was personally annoyed as fuck when I had to, like, go back and talk to them again, because that was just, like, really, really annoying.
Yeah.
But that's also, like, me putting myself in Raya's position.
Exactly.
Sort of
like,
fuck
yeah.
you.
Yeah, you put yourself in Raya's shoes, because you wrote her in such a way that you could identify with her. And it's your adventure, too, as a result. And so you go, hey, I fucking hate these two. Battle,
Yeah,
you know,
these
battle.
two are, like, what the fuck is wrong with you two?
Yeah,
Please.
these two battle sexual idiots. These two fight sexual idiots who can't, you know.
Like, the fucked up thing is, like, Raya's fight sexual too. She's just not like that.
Yeah, she's just not.
She's not like that to the exclusion of literally everything else.
Yeah,
like they are.
Though I think I am starting to like the Dotharl leader a bit more, specifically because of the influence of Sirena.
Yeah, I think so too. Same. I think she's getting better, and now that she's not demanding a fight from me at every turn and forcing me to fight her, or else the MSQ will not go forward at every turn. I think I'm starting to cool a little bit on her, but Magnite can go fuck himself.
Yeah, Magnite can go fuck himself unless he finds.
He tried to fucking sell some of my friends into slavery. God damn it, he can go fuck himself.
Yep. No, if he finds a dude, I will be happy for them.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah,
well, as long as that dude will keep him from doing more awful shit.
Yes, please. But yes, I do like Sirena. and her
The
influence.
Sadu thing, like,
Yeah.
definitely.
And the fact they go on a fucking island vacation together.
Yeah.
It's about as canon as Squeenix is going to let it.
That and fucking Sadu had like a whole fistful of link pearls for women.
Oh yeah, just a bunch of women gave her link pearls and she didn't know what they were.
Yeah, because they don't use link pearls over there.
Which, yeah, if you are unaware, link pearls in Final Fantasy XIV are the mass communication system. So it was basically a bunch of warrior women gathered for this important thing, giving her their number.
Yeah, like, not even their number, like, straight up, like, here, have a phone to call me with.
Yep. Which I have to assume there's some sort of, like, system they have for, like, a link pearl switcher, basically.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they have that, like a switchboard, like an old-fashioned switchboard, because modern switchboards don't have actual people working them anymore. But
Yeah.
the old ones definitely did. Like, dozens of people in a room just, like, hitting buttons and, like, directing calls to where they need to go. That's what the operator for a phone was supposed to be.
Yep, which I do have, or there was actually a photo in my old workplace, which was a family workplace, that had switchboard operators, because we were an answering service.
Yeah.
And it was...
Side note, I need a new captioner. Like, it finally died after, like, 4.5 hours.
Hey, at least it's holding together.
Yeah, the 4.5 hours is good time for it to hold together. At least it wasn't dying, like, 3 times in the first hour like the last time.
Yeah. But yes, because I, had to transfer people to businesses they were trying to get a hold of, or taking their information, or what have you, depending on the situation.
Mm-hmm. Testing? Alright, we're good.
Alright.
I think.
Yep. Yeah, there you are.
I think I need to refresh your... There we go. Yeah.
Alright, so continuing up.
Yeah, it's just one final note. Like, when
Yeah.
you go to watch the Slay the Princess VOD, you will note that what the Shifting Mound says is not actually particularly romantic or smooth. It's like, I am very simple, alright? I am a simple creature.
I'd still
Like,
say
it's well
some of
done,
that is
it's well
very
written.
romantic, at least.
Oh, yeah,
Maybe
it's
not.
very...
Maybe not slick, but definitely romantic.
Yeah, it's definitely, like, very romantic and smooth, but, like, what I mean is more like, it's not like love poem or romance story romantic, you know?
Yeah,
It's not like these grand sweeping gestures, it's just, like, kind words.
Yeah, it's kind
Words of affection.
but also eldritch affection. But yeah, and
Yeah.
I mean that part just makes it better. But
Yeah, of course. But, like, it's just, like, normal, or mostly normal words that anyone would say to someone they genuinely cared about.
Yeah.
Like, that's what got me.
yeah, it was a bunch of genuine stuff. I want to be with you, kind of things.
Yeah, I miss you when you are gone. That sort of thing. It's just like, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and says it just a little bit poetically, but generally very normal things.
Yeah, and you would expect a little bit of poeticism from, like,
Something so
a written
introspective,
story. Yeah, and something very introspective like that, yes.
because she
So
was
it's
trying to
like-
figure out who the fuck she was, like
Yeah,
as a
like, that's-
being.
That's my thing, though, is, like, it's not, like, the grand sweeping gestures or the... I can be very poetic and formal or
Oh, yeah.
melodramatic or whatever. Like, I like doing that and writing that and talking like that occasionally, but that's not what I look for in other people. What I look for is that genuineness, and
Yeah.
that's what got me in with the princess, is how genuine she was.
Yeah, exactly. She never obscured anything from you.
It's not even like the straightforwardness, but like that she says that she was trying to figure out who she was but she was saying everything that she felt with her full chest.
Yeah, exactly. Like
she was being very upfront about what she loved and why she loved.
Yeah,
and what she wanted.
Yeah, exactly. She wasn't being duplicitous. She's like, hey, if I knew what I wanted, I would know who I was. Like, if I knew what I was going to do when this was all over, it'd already be over.
Mm-hmm. And that's my thing. Like, I like it when people, romantically and platonically and familially and like just in general, I like it when people are true to who they are, no matter who that person is.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, like, I may go on about, like, muscly women or hot goth GFs or whatever, but, like, that's not actually my taste.
Like aesthetically, absolutely a taste. But really what the taste is somebody who's just genuinely themselves and say it.
Yeah, just genuinely who they are and, like, want what they want and say as much and show as much and express that with how they dress and how they move and how they talk.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I always tell, like for example, Jessica's like, I'm always saying, no, don't change how you talk. That is you.
Yeah.
Don't change it.
Like, I don't care if you looked like you just walked off the set of Legally Blonde, or you look like you just came from a Slayer concert. If you genuinely are who you are, that's attractive.
Exactly. That's what people are always talking about, like, confidence is attractive, but I don't think it's confidence. I think it's genuineness in your personality and who you are.
Yeah, but it's comfort in that. Because if you're... and you can be a little bit awkward, but if you keep trying to change yourself for other people, that's where it becomes awkward. In a way that's why, not good.
That's why I it's one of the many reasons why I speak the way that I do on stream, where I'm always like, I'm loud and boisterous, and I'm very upfront and direct and genuine about what I'm thinking and what I'm feeling and so on and so forth. And yes, that extends to some of the violence and the bloodlust and all that stuff, but like, that's why, like, I try to be that example of what I like to see in people, right? Like, yeah. I can take on any fucking personality or role that I want. I would find it very tiring after a while, but I could. It's not as difficult as a lot of people think it is. You just need a little bit of practice, and you'll be able to pick it up just fine. Anyone can do it. Genuinely anyone. You do it all the time when you code switch for school or work or home or what have you.
Yeah, you will act differently in different circumstances. That's normal. That doesn't make you fake. Just,
yeah,
you
like
know.
The practice and training is like so you can do it on command, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where, you know, that's why people do go to, you know, schools for politeness and schools for etiquette. That's the word.
Yeah, etiquette schools.
And that's also something to be aware of. If you are a soldier or someone that's dealt with specific things, it is okay that you need a lot of time, in a lot of cases, time to adjust and relearn how to interact with the civilian world.
Yeah, you're not weak or pathetic or incompetent for that. It's just,
yeah,
it's just a thing that you have to do.
Yeah.
Everyone has to do it.
Literally, they had books on this during World War II and afterwards. On how
these concepts have been around in society for a very long time. They just weren't in the phrasing and words that we use for them now.
Yeah, and yeah, there were books and magazines to help soldiers readjust to civilian life, whether that was work, dating, stuff like that, because none of this is innate. You know how to cry and shit. That's what humans can do.
Yeah, that's all. That's about it. Yeah, that's what we start off knowing how to do. That's crying and shitting.
Yeah, that's what we start off knowing how to do. So if you're, you know, a guy, whether you're a trans guy or a cis guy, and you need to learn how to shave, that's not shameful. There should be someone in your life teaching you to do that. And if there's not, just be glad you live in the age of YouTube.
Yeah, actually, I was going to say there's a couple of YouTube channels that are specifically geared towards that, for like teaching young men who don't have like an uncle or a father to teach them these things, like how to shave how to like do basic things that men are expected to be able to do.
Yeah.
And I would assume that similar things for women are around.
Yes, and there's a general one that it's this guy, but specifically standing in for people who don't have anybody. It's called Dad, How Can I? And it's blank. And he goes from everything to home repairs, car repairs, job interviews, basically anything he can know about, he tries to make a video about it to help the audience.
Which is exactly what a parent is supposed to do. Anything that they know how to do, they are supposed to teach you how to do too.
Yeah, they shouldn't make fun of you, because that says more about them than it does you. You are young, presumably. In the general sense.
Or you're our age and you just didn't have anyone to teach you these things.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's one of those things. I never learned how to cook because, well, I'm neurodivergent and it was hard to teach me, but also no one took the time to.
My general advice is like, until you're absolutely sure of yourself, just follow the recipe. It'll be fine.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I do now, is follow the recipe. Because that's what my brain likes, is that rigid structure. There's actually a way to format recipes in a way that's better for autistic folks. I will show you it later.
Please do, because I would like that so I could make my recipes a little bit better. Because I do end up giving recipes to a lot of people all the time, especially like the lesbians and my art colleagues. Like I'll post pictures of my food and then be like, okay, so this is how you make it. And it's difficult to like make sure that everyone understands, because like a big thing for people who are just learning how to cook, just like with anything else, is like when you say a light dusting of something, they don't know exactly how much that is, and it's literal. You just dust the top a little bit, right? You just enough to be able to see across the entire thing. That's a light dusting. Or like a pinch is literally a pinch, but people want something more concrete, right? But like, you don't really use measuring spoons small enough for a pinch. You know, you just pinch some between your fingers and drop it in the pot. It's fine. But like, people need to actually like be told that in ways that they can understand as well. So for cooking, follow the recipe in general. If you can, at least if you can understand it, just follow the recipe. And after a few years of doing that, you will eventually just like develop a taste and a feeling for it. And I can't really explain it any other way than that vague sort of thing, because cooking isn't exactly like a science. It's more like an art or a social thing that you do. So there's no like real guaranteed ways of this will make it taste good, this will not, blah blah blah. Different people have different preferences, and you will too. So once you know your taste, you'll be able to start experimenting little by little. Then eventually you'll be like me, making like fucking, what the fuck did I don't even know what to call what I made. It was like some fucking like almost like a stir fry with a sauce made of brown sugar and soy sauce. Made a little bit of grease fat. It was very good. Put it over some fucking some rice. It's excellent.
Oh, here we go. The website is called Cooking for Engineers, or at least that's what the infographics are called. And it's stuff like that.
Excellent.
Let me
see. Yeah, there you go. Because like I can see from the infographic that it's very precise.
Yeah, and it's
except with a pinch of ground pepper. That one's kind of.
Yeah, but I do think like the website would explain it, or at least they've explained it.
Might have like an appendix or something.
Yeah. And then a more complicated one would look like that. And the main point.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, the main point is it's structured step by step, very easy to follow the sight lines for. Because a lot of recipes are very meandering, even when you get past the, story.
Yeah, this is very much like, this is when you do it, this is how much time it should take, and this is the part that you do it at.
Yeah, and then you do the thing right after it and keep going. And it's just very direct in a way that it feels good to the brain.
Yeah, because I can see some. Let me pull this up on screen so people have an example of what we're talking about here. Just scoot this over a little bit. You can see that like it will take you a minute to understand it, to like really like look at this and figure out what's going on. But you know, it's just like this is when you do it, and here you go. This is the part that will take the more time, and this is the order you do it in. Like season to taste is like obviously the last thing. Stir and heat is the second to last thing. This thing you start with is you start sauteing until aromatic over heat, and while you're doing that, you start mincing the garlic and all that. And then once you put the garlic in, you start dicing the onion, and yeah, and even if they don't, you know, specifically explain those words, it's just a few words that you don't understand, and you can Google those. Yeah, like saute has a specific meaning. It's not just cook. It's, you know, it's cook in a specific way.
Yeah, and
let's see.
But you know, you can go until aromatic. Until you can fucking smell it. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. And a saute is like fry very quickly in a little hot fat. So you put the olive oil in to heat, and then you put the garlic cloves in. Then you saute it for a minute, and then while you're doing that, you dice the onion, and then put that in, and then saute until the onions are translucent. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just very matter of fact, moving from one to the next.
Fuck it. Whoops. Everything got minimized. There's my animated background for you guys. It's fine.
わらわとの友情の証にせいぜい大事にしてくれれば少しは気も慰む。
No harm has been done. That brooch is already yours. If you treasure that proof of our friendship, it would indeed bring me some comfort. Yeah, Mel bought me bought me fucking wallpaper engines. Now I have like animated backgrounds. You see that one?
Yeah, it's a
I like that one a lot.
Yeah, it's a few bucks and it looks very nice.
I just wish that was like a native ability of Windows, you know?
Yeah,
like, why do I need a specific program for this? This should just like be a thing that I can do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cooking. Blah, blah, blah. All right, everything's back up. We're good. You may hold on to it and gain its benefits. Or you may keep it in a box. If you wish, you may even give it to another who is worrying about love. Oh, she's gonna give it to Jessica, isn't she? Or you could simply treasure it. Of course, it would pain my heart if you wasted it. She is much more like direct than the Japanese people around her.
Absolutely.
Which I think is interesting.
Yeah, it definitely is the perception, and at least to some extent the reality of modern Japanese people dealing with Westerners and vice versa, is Westerners are a lot more direct.
Or at least they seem like it on the surface.
Yeah, or at least seem like it on the surface. But there's definitely a certain degree of that. There's a certain degree of, just keep the peace in Japanese.
Yeah, it's definitely like that in a lot of places in the West as well. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
No. I grew up in the Bible Belt, southern United States, so like I get it.
Yeah,
I understand how it is.
Yeah, it's just it's even true in larger cities where I think a lot of that conservatism in the United States kind of starts to fall away at least a bit. But it's just one of those things where Westerners have shown a hard time adapting, and their Japanese friends have had difficulties understanding. And it's just something where both sides have talked about this, so I'm willing to believe there's at least a cultural disconnect.
Yeah, like even I, after growing up in the Bible Belt, still have some of that, like, don't cause problems, don't cause conflict, just keep quiet, everything will be fine if you just keep quiet sort of deal going on.
Yeah.
Even I still have it, and, like, as we've talked about, I try very hard to be very straightforward and open. So, like, even with me actively rebelling against how I was raised, I still have it. So,
yeah, it's
I can definitely see how it might cause problems for Japanese people.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing that can be ingrained in the culture of an area.
God, fucking Southern United States with your bless your heart bullshit. Fuck off.
Yeah. Though, I mean, I do love shelling out bless your heart every now and then.
I mean, I can sort of see why people would like that, but at the same time, I'm just like, nah, fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like, genuineness I still appreciate more, but occasionally, just, you know what you're saying, they know what you're saying, but they can't necessarily have an outburst about it, or they look like the unreasonable one.
Yeah. Which I've noticed that a lot in Japanese media. It's just like every time, and this isn't because of like where I was raised, but specifically my own personal mindset. Every time like it happens, I'm just like, nah, fucking yell, get angry at them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on, show that it's unreasonable. They are being unreasonable. It doesn't matter how calmly they state it. They are being unreasonable.
Yeah.
Tell them that. Say it.
Yep. Because it's like there's some things though that like would not fly over here. Like your boss says you're coming drinking with me.
Yeah.
And it being implied that you have to go or you are damaging your work relations. But that is...
I think there are still, like, occasionally that sort of thing here, but it is much rarer, yes.
Yeah, it is much more rare. If it does happen, which I'm sure it does. I'm sure there's some people who feel that way in some areas. But...
yeah, I've definitely, like, heard stories from people from the States saying, like, their boss did shit like that.
Yeah. But, you know, the reaction of a lot of people would be like, holy shit, that is fucked up.
Yeah, which it is.
It is.
If you're Japanese or Korean and you're being forced to do that, that's fucked up, buddy. Like, I understand.
Yeah,
you're not the only one there going, this is not okay. It is not okay.
Yeah,
you are valid.
And you have words in Japanese for companies that just exploit the ever-living shit out of their employees to the point that they can fucking keel over.
And in fact, like, America started, like, using those words now, too. Like, well, the translation of them, of course, but...
yeah.
Those concepts, we're starting to use them over here, too.
Yeah, because we're...
like, black company.
Yeah.
We got it.
Exactly. Because, yeah, it's... in this case, just for clarification, black as in death or that kind of thing. Not anything to do with a, black-run business.
Like skin color or anything like that, yeah. It's not what that means. It means, like, in the same way that, like, the black market, illegal, unethical sort of deal.
Yeah. And, yeah, there's a lot of unethical companies that were just able to fly under the radar. And I'm sure, and there's definitely plenty in the United States that are like that as well, but...
for example, the company that owns the site we're streaming to right now.
mm-hmm. And there's...
the dragon itself.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot they owned Twitch, yeah.
Yeah, Amazon's owned Twitch for, like, I don't know, like 10 years now?
Yeah, it's
maybe
still...
more?
Yeah, it's still hard to get used to, but... because, they don't advertise it like they own it, because it's easier.
It's actually 10 years now. It's in 2014.
Yeah, so.
Yep.
According to Beatrice, she had appeared several times in the past in response to a person's summons to give them some tool imbued with magical power. However, when most people used that power to resolve their worries, they quickly grew unsettled by it, forgot their former gratitude, and threw away the tools they had been given with disgust.
だから、わらわの行為に 素直に感謝された試しは多くな
I
い。
think I might have been streaming before Amazon bought Twitch, now that I think about it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did, because I think we were conversating when the buyout happened. Well, no, we couldn't have been conversating because I didn't know you in 2014. I only knew you after the pandemic, so no.
Well, I've definitely talked about it before. Like I used to do like podcasts and like full let's plays and shit like that a long time ago. And I started that when I was still in high school, which was before Amazon bought Twitch. Let's say, I'm not gonna like fully date myself, but it was before then. So I definitely did.
Yeah, and I know I was looking at Twitch stuff before then. I didn't
It was
do
under a
any
different
streaming.
username, of course. Like I've changed my username like 3 or 4 times since then.
Yeah.
It's like those accounts are probably still like around too, but I haven't logged into them in like 5 or 6 years, so whatever.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yes.
Sorry, brain needed to reboot there.
Yeah, you're good.
Let's see. But yeah, it's just something I easily forgot. And yeah, there's companies that have been, even the past couple years, franchisees and things have been shown to use child labor in the United States.
This is like super fucked up, buddy.
Yep.
I don't think I have to tell this to anyone that's watching my stream of all people's streams, but if you own a company, do not use child labor.
Yeah.
Don't.
Don't.
And don't use your kids as labor either. Oh my god.
Yeah, no. Like, there's definitely a difference between labor that has value to them, as in, like, you guys live off the land, and if you don't work the land, you don't eat, literally. But that's different.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
Yeah. 初めてか。
Sorry, I had to empty my rinse out my teacup. Ugh. So it is quite rare for me to be thanked for my goodwill. In fact, this might even be the first time. That is extremely sad.
Yeah, like you're cackling your way through it, but no, that's actually very sad.
Yeah, that's a hide the pain herald moment.
Yeah. In some ways, it's also that meme of, or it's really that just very valid situation of, oh, share a story from my childhood. Wait, why are you asking me if I'm okay?
Yeah. I've had that happen too many times to me.
Yeah. Which laughed heartily, but it looked like a sad laugh in Shannon's eyes. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, there you go.
I didn't even
At
remember.
least be conscious of it.
Yeah.
At least be conscious of it, Shannon. Thank you.
She herself had been like that in the past. No, maybe she was still like that now. Beatrice was
Speaking of
definitely a
child labor.
witch with a strange and terrifying power. Yeah. Most people probably wouldn't want to stick around her if they could help it. Surely, even those who had relied on that strange power sometimes felt fear rather than gratitude as a result. Must have deeply hurt the witch to have that happen over and over. Yeah, and...
Hashtag Beatrice did nothing wrong.
Was that you, or...
No, that was me. That was a joke I made.
Okay. I was just making sure that everything was still working, and it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be.
Since the time she had started thinking that way.
Another
Shannon had tried to stop being frightened to
Evil, White Hot.
Beatrice. Yeah. Which, I mean, to be honest, like, most of the women in Umineko kind of hit me right in the brain. Not for their personalities, but, like, their styles.
Yeah, like almost everyone in this is one of those if evil, why hot sort of deals.
Yeah.
So they're all good looking for the most part.
Yeah, like, the only one I'm like, nah, is Rosa.
Yeah, probably. I think she just like mostly just looks like a normal ass person among all of these like fucking weirdos.
Yeah, I mean, first off, she looks fairly fucking normal, but it's I don't know. It's just something about her. Seeing maybe it's just I'm colored by my impressions of what she will do going forward.
Maybe.
But and what she's already done.
Like even Kraus, you could like look at him and be like, yeah, that's a fairly handsome man, right?
Yeah, like
He's a fucking dickhead, but he's a fairly handsome man.
yeah. Also, because I want to do this at least once per stream. Let's see if anything is different in the.
Oh, that's a good idea. Doesn't look like anything's different for Kenzo.
Okay, yeah, no, it's all pretty much the same.
The one I remember the best is Curie's, so we can check hers for anything new. Yeah, no, that's the same. Although we haven't seen Beatrice's yet, so. She likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people who deny her existence. Big mood?
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, honestly, like, it's just, yeah, there you go.
This was surely something that had tormented the witch for over 1,000 years. Maybe she really liked those sweets. Beatrice, who normally spoke abusively, praised the black tea that Shannon served her, looked to be in a remarkably high spirits. After doing that for a while, the witch and the servant grew animated in their discussion of the trip with George. The things Shannon actually knew about Beatrice were surprisingly few. First off, she was a ghost-like being who appeared in unexpected places at unexpected times. And it seemed that not everyone could perceive that she was there. Apparently, everyone has something called a wavelength, and the ability to perceive witches varies greatly among different people. Only Shannon and Cannon could interact with her enough to exchange words like this. There were a few people who could sense her presence, but most people couldn't even feel that much. Okay, so for Kumasawa and Genji, presumably, they just got a weird vibe from that point in the room.
Yeah, it could be.
From how they looked at that exact spot. Way back
long
when.
enough that they were starting to actually be able to see her properly, like Battler could at the very end.
Yeah, possibly. From what,
like, as the kids say, Battler has negative riz.
Yeah. From what Beatrice said, Kraus and his wife in particular had zero magical talent. No matter how much she followed them around, they would never notice her. Once earlier, when Shannon messed up and Natsuki got really mad at her, Beatrice started playing around, hitting Natsuki on the head with her pipe. See, Natsuki really doesn't notice a thing. Shannon, watching that, had burst out laughing without thinking and had gotten scolded even more.
Yeah, understandable. I probably would have laughed too.
Yeah, like, it'd probably be near impossible for me to contain myself seeing that. Though, that might explain her headaches a little bit.
It's true. It might.
Getting smacked on the head by a witch.
Nara, 親方様だったらどうでしょうか?
And what about the
It's
master?
It's almost as funny as the idea of Beatrice using Orisama.
Yeah.
And, like, crouching down like a fucking thug. Like in the thug squat. Full dress and everything.
魔法の研究とかをなさっているそうですし、きっとベアトリーチェ様のお姿にも気
The
づいてく
wrong
ださると
subject to
思い
bring
ま
up with
す。
her.
Here he's been doing research in magic, so I'm sure he'll be able to notice you, Lady Beatrice.
金蔵も同じよ。
Enzo is the same.
あれにも気の毒なくらいに魔法の才能がない。
He also has a pitiful lack of magical talent.
血だな。
It's the blood.
同情に値するほど才能がない。
He has so little talent that I pity him. Yeah, negative Riz, as the kids say.
As soon as they started talking about Kinto, it felt like the atmosphere around Beatrice changed. She had spoken about Kraus and the rest's lack of magical talent as though she looked down on them, but she spoke of Kinto in a different way. Anyone connected to the Oshiromiya family would know about Kinto's Legend of the Gold. According to that, Kinto was given the gold after summoning the witch Beatrice. In other words, she must have had some kind of relationship with Kinto.
だからあれは才能のひとかけらもないくせに至ったのだ。
That was because he succeeded despite not having even a scrap of talent.
狂ったように独学を重ね、魔術師の域にまで達した。
He kept studying by himself like mad and managed to become a magician. Okay, so they do differentiate witch and magician.
Yep.
Interesting.
それはとてもすごいことなんですね。
And that's something really incredible, right?
Indeed.
The witch, who usually looked down on people, was uncharacteristically offering her praise. While she lambasted him by saying he had no talent, she praised his efforts.
そして、親方様は魔法の力でベアトリーチェ様を呼び出した。
And then the master summoned Lady Beatrice with the power of magic.
まあ、召喚に応えたのは気まぐれだ。
Indeed. Well, I only answered the summons on a whim.
魔法を否定して久しいこのご時世に、才能のかけらもない者が必死にやっているのでな。
After all, in this period where magic has long been denied, here was a man who was without a scrap of talent and yet so desperate to succeed.
少しからかってやろうと思ったのが、わらわの運の尽きよ。
I thought I'd drop by and poke some fun at him, and that's when my luck ran out.
Her choice of words highlighted how much of a disaster this had been for her. Shannon hesitated over whether it would be safe to continue this discussion, but Beatrice continued on her own, ignoring Shannon.
一応、書式もルールも揃っていた。
After all, his contract did have a proper format and set of rules.
いくつかの作法が混在していたが、まあその熱意に免じ、寛大に契約に応じてやったのだ。
Okay, so according to Beatrice, he did fuck up. Okay, that's interesting. Various procedures were mixed up, but well, in deference to his enthusiasm, I graciously accepted his contract.
そしてわらわは、山なす黄金を与えてやった。
Then I gave him a mountain of gold.
そして親方様は、その黄金を使って事業を成功させ、今日の財を成すのですね。
And then the master used that gold, succeeded in business, and grew his wealth into what it is today.
魔法の才能はからっきしだが、商才と莫才はあったようだな。
Indeed, his talent in magic was minimal, but it seems he had a knack for business and gambling.
Oh, so that's why fucking Kinto believes it's gambling, because that's the kind of magic that works the best for him, because he knows how to make a gamble.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
いや、理不尽なる賭けに全て落とす勇気と狂気ゆえにか。
Or perhaps it was due to the bravery and madness that led him to risk everything on unreasonable bets.
狂気は時に魔力に通ずる。
That's it, yeah. Okay, that's exactly right. He used
His fervor,
own,
yeah.
his fervor as magical power, and because he was betting and he was good at bets, that's what worked for him. So now he believes that betting and risking things is what does the magic. It's not actually that, it's just that that's what works for him specifically.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have been vindicated from, like, the very first fucking stream. I knew it. Look at this. I am a golden god of magical knowledge. Madness sometimes acts as magical power.
なるほど。その点から見れば、金蔵に魔法の才能が全くなかったとは言い切れんか。
I see. If you look at it that way, perhaps it isn't quite fair to say he was completely lacking in magical talent.
Shannon felt like she was daydreaming. While everyone in the Ushiromiya family knew the story of how Kinzo idolized black magic, summoned a witch, and received the gold, in actuality it was all rambling that no one believed in. Now Shannon was having this story confirmed by the witch herself. Felt a little flustered by this incredible secret that only she knew.
そして、莫大な財産を得た金蔵は、人の世で手に入れることのできるすべての夢を叶えきった。
Once Kinzo had gained his vast fortune, he could realize every dream that can be satisfied by objects attainable in the human world.
そして、最後に世界の真理を求めたのだ。
And in the end, he searched for the truth of this world.
世界の真理?
The truth of this world? I forgot they dropped a line like this. I'll be curious to see where this goes, because I have to imagine that's in the answers arc.
Mm-hmm.
世界を構成する一なる元素。
A single element that makes up the world.
人の世で得られるすべてを満たした金蔵は、人が求める最後の欲望として、それを欲したのだ。
Oh boy.
Yeah, no.
Starting to understand his reasons for that spoiler thing that we were talking about before.
Yeah.
Kinzo, who had gained everything one can obtain in the human world, searched for that, the final desire humans seek.
A single element. She seemed to remember the witch using that word before. When Beatrice saw Shannon trying to remember what that was, she laughed bitterly, waving her hand and saying there was no need to worry.
Yeah, this is probably like 6 months to a year after that initial fucking encounter, so she probably doesn't remember anymore.
Yeah, it's been a while.
For us, it was like an hour ago, but, you know. I underestimated Kinzo just a tad.
まさかあれほどの力を見せるとは思わなかったのでな。
I truly didn't expect him to display such power.
おかげでこのざまだ。
And thanks to that, I'm in this state.
茶飲み友達もなく、この島にもう何十年も縫い止められている。
I've been sewed in place on this island for several decades now, without even a friend to drink tea with. Okay, so
yeah,
partial revealers of that spoiler actually right now.
Yeah, and it makes more sense if we use the incorrect version of several.
But yeah, like, she's saying she's been more or less imprisoned here for decades now.
Yes. It is multiple decades, and probably 3 or more. I'll say that much.
Yeah, we don't know exactly how long because they're not giving us exact dates of like when this deal was made or anything like that, but we know it's been probably 30 to 40 years at least.
Yeah.
Probably 40 considering nearly 40 at least considering like he made his money on the war stuff after World War II.
Yeah.
So then that was like 37 or 34 or 38 years before modern day. No matter whom I try to talk to, my voice doesn't reach them, and no matter where I go, I cannot do anything.
なんとも退屈な数十年だったことよ。
Such boring decades.
Yeah, so no wonder she, like, turns internal to the Golden Land.
Mm-hmm.
As she laughed in self-derision, she tapped her teacup with her finger and made the light sound of pottery. Shannon didn't know whether the word self-derision was really an accurate expression to describe the look on the witch's face. Shannon didn't understand everything, but she could more or less figure out the situation. It was probably a topic that she couldn't press the witch on easily. Not unless the witch started talking about it herself. To sum up everything she had said up until now.
Sorry, it just died on me a couple minutes ago. Let's try this again. Testing. Excellent. Looks like we're good. Alright, continuing on.
To sum up everything she had said up until now, Beatrice, who had been summoned by Kinza's magic, could not leave this island for some reason. She had lost her power and her form, living her days in boredom. During that time, her words had reached Shannon, who never forgot to show sincere respect for the witch. And Shannon had helped the witch regain her power, if only a little bit. As a result, it was now possible for the witch to drink tea with Shannon like this. So yeah, like I said, it probably would have delayed her plans, just until Maria could be old enough to go to that island on her own.
Mm-hmm. Or she could trick someone else into doing it.
Yeah, or trick someone else into doing it. No one else fervently believes in the witch as much as Maria does.
It's true. Yeah.
Other than Kinza, but Kinza wouldn't be tricked into
releasing the witch.
Yeah. Lady Beatrice, what in the world was that mirror you told me to break?
ああ、その話か。この辺りの島で大昔いろいろとあったらしくてな。
That. Long ago, it seems various things happened on the islands around this area. How very specific.
そのせいで良くないものがたまり、悪い歪みを引き寄せていたのだ。
Because of that, malignant forces gathered here and began to draw in an evil distortion.
それを旅の東洋魔術師か何かが鎮魂の社を建立して封じ込めたらしい。
Seems a traveling magician or something built a shrine for the purpose, or for the repose of souls and sealed them in there.
それ自体はわらわとはどうでもいいことなのだが、困ったことに魔力の基礎が違っててな。
That in itself has nothing to do with me, but unfortunately that magical power rested on a different foundation than mine.
わらわの魔力にも強い干渉を及ぼしておって、非常に迷惑していたのだ。
It created a strong interference with my magic and was extremely bothersome.
So basically, the two different systems of magic kind of bounce off each other. Almost like radio interference.
Yeah.
そうだったんですか。
Is that how it was?
私はてっきりベアトリーチェ様を封じていたものだとばかり。
I just assumed it existed only to seal you, Lady Beatrice.
わらわを対象にしたものではない。
I was not its target.
だが、神格のある鏡だったからな。
But it was a divine mirror.
結果として、わらわの力を封じ込めていたわけだ。
It may, rather than two different systems of magic, it may just be that it was a divine, holy thing, and her magic is demonic.
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to see.
It could be either. It could be both.
Yeah.
As a result, my power was sealed away.
料理に例えるならこうか。
To use food as an example, you are very food motivated. What the fuck?
Yep.
Maybe it would go something like this.
わらわの注文した西洋料理が厨房でまさに料理されているとする。
Let's say the Western food I ordered is being made in the
と
kitchen.
ころがいざ配膳しようとしたら、客席は日本風で懐石料理が並べられている場だった。
However, when they try to set the table, the area for the guest seating is in the Japanese style, with Japanese-style
だ
dishes.
から厨房は場違いな皿を出せず、わらわのところへはいつまで経っても西洋料理が届かない。といった
So the
感
kitchen is
じ。
unable to serve a plate that would be out of place, and no matter how long I wait, my Western food won't arrive. Something like that.
だからそなたに日本風の客席を打ち壊し、場を一度白紙に戻させたのだ。
So you destroyed that that Japanese-style guest seating and returned the area to a blank slate for a time.
そのおかげでようやくわらわの注文した料理が届き、力が戻ったというところか。
Thanks to that, the meal I had ordered was finally delivered, and my power came back, you could say.
もっとも、ようやく食前酒が届いたというところよ。
However, so far, only the aperitif has arrived. Yeah, it has arrived. It should be like the appetizer or something like that.
And
Should be the meaning of that word.
it is an alcoholic drink taken before a meal to stimulate the appetite.
So an appetizer.
Yeah.
This is like an alcoholic appetizer. Okay.
Yeah.
メインディッシュにはまだまだ遠い。
It will still be quite some time before the main dish.
今のわらわなど、靴屋の妖精にも劣る希薄な存在でな。
Yeah, she did the thing that we were just talking about earlier about Yosei.
Yeah.
She called the fairy Yosei because she's speaking Japanese. There you go. As I am now, I'm even more fragile than a shoe store fairy. I think that's referencing a specific folkloric myth, but I can't remember which one.
Yeah, but basically brownies. To an
Yeah,
extent.
more or less brownies.
何がおかしい？
What's so amusing?
魔女様の例えがあまりに面白かったもので、
Nothing. I just thought your metaphor was pretty funny.
まさか魔法の話がお料理の話に例えられるとは思いませんでした。
I never would have thought to use a story about food as a metaphor for magic.
This cinches that dinner is magic.
Yes,
Go make yourself some magic.
yes, absolutely. Have food.
Eat food.
Eat food, food good.
我ながらうまい表現だったつもりだが、よもや笑われるとは思わなかったぞ。
She's fucking pouting. I thought it a rather skillful comparison, but I certainly didn't expect it to be laughed at.
少し心外だ。
She's doing the pout.
Yep.
Oh, fuck. All right. That's adorable. I gotta. God damn it. The only thing that would make this even more adorable is if they actually drew her with a real pout, like the anime pout, you know, like with the sideline and everything, and puffed out cheeks. I feel like fucking C-word from fucking Endo and Kobayashi's live commentary, where he's just like, "Hey, isn't that too cute?" He's with like a really serious face. There's some conflict in my brain going on because, like, A, mass murderer, but B, cute.
Why? Why evil if cute?
Yeah, exactly. If evil, why cute? If cute, why evil? Come on. Alright. One second. Okay, I'm not finding the meme panel very easily.
Yeah. And by the way, it would actually be an aperitivo in Italian, but she went for the French aperitif.
It makes sense.
God damn it, why are you bone apple teaing me? Captioner.
Did you actually get bone apple tea?
No, I got French apple tea, because,
Okay.
French
well,
aperitif, but still, close.
I got it. Here we go. This thing right here.
Yeah.
The pout, though. The pout.
Yep.
You can't do this to me, Beatrice. This is supposed to be a serious thing. You can't do this to me.
She can and she will.
Oh, god damn it. I'm a bit offended.
A slightly sulky expression rose to the witch's face. It wasn't a strange expression at all to be appearing on the face of some friends as they enjoyed their tea.
She is just like a young woman.
昔は残酷極まりないことで知られたわらわだったが。
Although I may not look it, I was known for doing extremely brutal things in the past.
丸くなったものよ。
I've gotten soft.
人間とこうして。
That's the best shit, though.
た
Like,
わいない話で茶を
when the
交わ
evil
せるよ
person
うにな
goes
る
soft, like that's the best shit right
Yeah,
there. That's the best.
Yeah, that's just chef's kiss right there.
Yeah, it's that fucking like the relationships dynamic fucking post is like, what's your favorite? It's like the evil bitch that goes soft after a while. That's it. Like, and raises a child or an apprentice or something like that. That's the relationship dynamic I want. Right there.
Mm-hmm.
Show me more of that. Like, fuck. Now I can even have a foolish discussion while drinking tea with a human.
She was probably talking to herself. As Beatrice gazed at the seabirds tracing the horizon, she put her tea to her lips again.
雲が出てきたな。
I just did that. Nice. The clouds have come out.
海も精彩をかけば灰色の水たまりに過ぎぬ。
When the ocean loses its brilliance, it's nothing more than a gray puddle.
そうでしょうか。曇っても海は美しくて真っ青だと思います。
You think so? I think the ocean is a deep, beautiful. Yeah. I think the ocean is a beautiful, deep blue, even when it gets cloudy.
I've seen the ocean look fucking green. Like, and in person. Not in like a photo or something like that. I've definitely like gone out like sea fishing and had the ocean just like look fucking green.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Which is just something that happens to, like, for people who are wondering who've never like seen the ocean. That's just something that happens. It's not.
Yeah, just localized, or even not localized, but just, different things will cause the ocean to look different.
Yeah, like atmospheric conditions can change how the light filters down, and just like where you are in the world and what biome of the ocean you're on. Like a reef, like an area with a reef will look different than an area like deep oceans, etc.
Yeah.
It's not.
And even just fucking kelp.
Yep, kelp can also give like a different look to the ocean. Like there's a reason why lakes look green sometimes, and it's the same thing. It's not necessarily an environmental like damage sort of deal. It can be, but it's not necessarily.
Yeah, it can just be what organisms and shit are there, and just all sorts of things that are natural and you can just come across them. Maybe the witch noticed the deep meaning behind Shannon's words. She laughed lightly and set down her empty teacup.
もはやそなたの両目に埋められているのは黒い石ころではないらしい。
It seems those things buried in your eyes aren't black pebbles anymore.
どうだ？
How is it?
家具から人間に生まれ変わった気持ちは理解できておるか？
Do you see how it feels for furniture to be reborn as human?
はい。世界がこんなにも優しかったなんて
Yes, I never knew the world was this kind. Since the start of her relationship with George, Shannon's face had grown brighter more often. Her smile had made everything go smoothly, and it even changed her fortune. Shannon made less mistakes in her work than she had before, and the family members' opinion of her was slowly starting to change. Just the other day, she had been surprised when Kraus, who rarely exchanged words with her, had suddenly started talking to her. You've been wearing a splendid smile more often lately, haven't you? Has something good happened? No, but every day is fun, yes. Wonderful. It goes without saying that coffee is more delicious when poured with a smile. Could I ask for that smile once more? That's just creepy, honestly, Kraus.
Yeah, like that's giving me like you'd be prettier if you smiled more vibes.
Just said after the fact, so it's less of an insult, but still creepy. Yes, sir. That had become a chance for Shannon to gain confidence in herself. Of course, it didn't go beyond her own heart. It wasn't so big a change that anyone would notice, but she had begun to change bit by bit. Shannon understood it clearly. Knowing love was the same as gaining a soul. The same as being reborn from furniture into a human. There was absolutely nothing mistaken Beatrice's words. By knowing love, Shannon had learned what it was to be human.
These have been unusual snacks. It was time well spent. It's probably about time for you to return to your work. So let's end our tea party now. After all, it seems a certain person doesn't like seeing us drink tea together. It's cannon off in the fucking, like, in the trees going, Rrr.
The witch gripped a teaspoon and flipped it with her finger, sending it up in the air. After that, it was launched by the fingers of some invisible person and flew straight into a nearby bush.
Is her, what the?
So
Did her imp, like, flick it over there, I guess?
Yeah, I guess, like, either it's just explaining telekinesis in a particular way, or a demon that we can't see just grabbed it and went shoink. Either way.
Yeah.
Canon. Get dunked on, nerd.
Yeah. Don't peep, idiot.
The bush shook violently and Cannon came out. Seemed he had been there for some time watching their tea party. The spoon was gripped in his hand. If he hadn't caught it in an instant, it might have hit him hard in the forehead and caused him to start oozing blood. Good on him for catching it.
If it's that fast, yeah. Like, shit, dude. You gotta hit someone really fucking hard with a spoon to draw blood. So.
安心せよ。茶会はこれで終わるぞ、カノン。
Do not worry. Our tea party is over now, Kenan.
いつからそこにいたの？
How long were you there?
声をかけてくれれば、カノン君の紅茶も入れたのに。
If you had called to us, I'd have poured you some tea too.
女同士の語らいを邪魔したくなかったのであろう？
I imagine that you didn't want to interrupt a pair of women talking, right?
Cannon kept silent. There seemed to be a slightly hostile look in his eyes. On the outside, he acted with respect, but unlike Shannon, Cannon did not trust the witch. When Beatrice hit the table with her pipe, the tea set turned into gold butterflies which flew upwards all at once. They then scattered in every direction and the cleanup was already done.
楽しかったぞ、シャノン。
It was fun, Shannon.
また縁があれば会おうぞ。
Let us meet again if the chance arises.
まだまだ魔力が足りぬでな。
My magical power is still quite lacking.
姿を現すのも疲れる。
It's tiring even to show myself.
そんなに疲れるなら、二度と現れるな。
If you're that tired, never appear again.
Cannon, please. You've been avoiding issues, but I don't know how long she'll take this.
Yeah, right? Like, come on, buddy.
Cannon had said it in a small voice, but the witch seemed to have heard it perfectly.
My stream went down, apparently.
Oh.
Huh? Okay.
Huh. Weird, it still seems to be live to me. Me just... Yeah, mine's still going good.
Yeah, like, I glanced over, like, it says that it's been live for this amount of time, but then, like, when I looked at the actual, like, stream, it was, like, on the offline screen. I was like, what? Hold on. No, that's not right. I'm still live.
Yeah. Weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know why that happened.
She giggled but did not reply.
シャノン、次の茶会では、ジョージとの話をまた聞かせておくれ。
Shannon, tell me more about George at our next tea party.
人の恋路より甘い茶花は他にない。
She just likes gossip. She just likes gossip. There are no snacks sweeter than a person's love life.
それでは、さらばだ。
See you again.
Beatrice's body also became gold butterflies, which scattered in all directions and disappeared. It was a fantastical and beautiful scene, like a blizzard of gold leaf. For a while, Shannon quietly watched the witch's exit. Cannon approached her from behind and spoke with an expression that was drastically different from hers.
姉さん、あいつと付き合っちゃダメだって言ったじゃないか。
And didn't I tell you to stay away from her?
ベアトリーチェ
I
様
mean, you did say that, but
そん
also
なに
like,
悪い人じゃない。
nah.
Lady Beatrice isn't that bad of a
確
person.
かにちょっと怪しいところはあるけれど。
Yes, she might be a little shady, but...
僕たちにしか姿が見えない時点で十分にうさんくさいよ。
The fact that only we can see her is suspicious enough.
あいつは人間じゃない。
That thing isn't human. Don't call
何
a
を
person a
恨んでる
thing.
かわかるものか。
Who knows what she might be planning? At least they used a
カ
fucking
ノン
like
君、それは
pronoun
少し
for her.
失礼だと思うな。
Cannon, I think that's a little
Oh,
rude.
yeah, I was gonna read it. Fucking, I don't know why, but I was gonna read it. I understand how you feel.
There was a touch of sternness in Shannon's voice, which was unusual for her. Cannon, who knew her well, she must have sounded extremely stern. Cannon, looking excessively surprised considering Shannon's tone, fell silent.
確かにベアトリーチェ様は人間とは違う。
It's true that Lady Beatrice is different from
恐ろ
humans.
しい力を持っているし、恐れ敬わなければならない存在だと思う。
She has a terrifying power, so I think it's right for us to fear and respect her.
でも、人間とは違うからといって、それだけを理由に意味嫌うのは、とても失礼なことだと思うの。
Still, I think it's incredibly rude to despise her just because she isn't human.
姉さん
Damn
の
right,
言いたいことは
Shannon.
わかるよ。
One of us is a shadow monster, the other one's a slime person, so, like...
Yeah, like, damn straight.
I understand what you're trying to say, Shannon.
姉さんはあいつにあのブローチをもらってから変わった。
You've changed ever since she gave you that brooch.
まるで魔女の虜だよ。
It's like you're her prisoner.
ジョージ様との仲を
No, they're just friends, nerd.
頭が上がらないんだ。
She brought you and George together, and now you're indebted to her.
そんなことを言わないで。
Don't say things like that.
あいつは人間じゃない。何を考えてるかわからない。
Look, Canon, stop it with the anti-non-human bullshit, alright? Not anti-non-human, anti. No, it just keeps going anti. Alright, I guess, fine, whatever, Captioner. That thing isn't human, we don't know what she's thinking.
だから気を許しちゃダメなんだ。
Little shit. So you mustn't trust her.
そして人間じゃないのは僕らも同じだよ。
And we aren't humans either.
姉さん。
Shannon.
Shannon's words grew more serious. Those words probably gouged at Shannon's heart. She bit her lower lip and hung her head.
Not...
僕らは
There you go. Thank you. We are furniture.
たとえ名前をもらい、人として接してもらったとしても、僕たちの生まれが変わるわけじゃない。
Shut up with that deterministic bullshit. Even if we receive names and are treated as humans, that won't change the manner of our birth.
You are no longer furniture. Those words Beatrice had given her, which had made her happiest, floated through Shannon's mind.
Oh yeah, Twitch is telling me that the stream just straight up crashed.
Huh.
On Twitch, my session is at 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yep, I just looked over and yeah.
Let's see.
I am not furniture.
Broadcast. Yeah, there are 3 separate videos now
僕たちは
on
人
the
間未満の存在だよ。
the VOD section for today.
Oh well.
It's kinda,
Yeah, that's kind of.
yeah, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I guess it was
Normally,
just
I'm not really having that issue.
Yeah, I just guess it was a straight up crash. You know, just server hiccuped.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, actually, apparently the stream where I played Slay the Princess is still up on Twitch. I thought it was no, because that would be tomorrow when it's the last day that it'll be up. Okay. Anyhow. No, you are furniture. We are less than human.
姉さんはそこを忘れたふり
That is not true, kid.
人間のふりをしているだけ。
Shannon, you're just pretending to have forgotten. Pretending to be human.
自分でも分かっているはずだよ。
You know that as well as I do. And now my brain is alight with ideas for dolls. For like ball-jointed, sapient, automaton dolls.
Yes, please.
I've got some of that actually already in the works. Do you remember the Morning Glory night?
Oh, just very vaguely.
No, Captioner, the flower Morning Glory. No, I don't know what you're referencing. It's probably like a fucking poem or a book or a movie or something. But Morning Glory, as in like mourning, the thing that you do at funerals. Funerals.
Oh,
Yes.
it is. It is also a flower.
Yeah, but I named it with the mourning word on purpose.
Yeah.
Not.
Well, I'm just saying that's probably like it doesn't help matters.
Yeah, but it's also capitalizing it rather than keeping it low. So like it's detecting it as a name of something instead of its own thing.
Oh, hey.
Because you don't
It's the name of a city in Oregon.
really.
Yes.
I did not know that. It's kind of interesting and cool. I kind of like that, like naming cities and shit after flowers.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not a big flower person, or at least I say that I'm not a big flower person, but I use flowers in symbolism and shit all the time. I straight up have a character named like Horus.
Yeah.
So.
I am not furniture. I'm human.
いや、人間じゃない。僕らには愛する資格も、愛される資格も初めからない。
We have never possessed what it takes to love or be loved. Yes, you have. Look, you loved your sister as a sister, don't you?
Yeah.
That's still love. It doesn't have to be romantic to not be... Gonna fucking stab someone.
Yeah. Though at least we have one of them on the right track.
Kinzo, I've got a vice grip. And I'm gonna do something to your ribs, boy.
Yep. Gotta give it a jiggle.
Yeah. Or maybe stick close the teeth entirely and then stick it between the ribs and then just crank it the other way, you know?
Yeah.
Give it a nice separation.
Yeah.
Open up a window to the heart.
Shannon's criticism seemed to have shifted away from Shannon's meeting with the witch. Shannon picked up on that quickly.
お嬢様に聞いたよ。正直。呆れたね。
I heard from my lady. Seriously, what were you thinking?
ジョージ様と一緒に旅行に出られるなんて。
I can't believe you would go on a trip with Lord George.
家具の身の程を忘れてるよ。
It's funny how George is just a normal name today, but you could actually have someone named Lord George 500 years ago.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There are some names, and I still think the wildest though is the Tiffany problem.
Yeah, Tiffany is 1,000-year-old name, maybe more if you count Teophania.
Yeah, but
not count to 200. Teophania. I mean, you're not going to pick up that name anyway. That's not a.
But
I don't know why I'm trying.
Yeah, it went out of fashion for a time, and then came back in, modern times. So we only just kind of consider it a modern name, despite the fact.
Yeah, if anyone wants the history on that, there's a CPG Grey video called the Tiffany Problem.
Yes.
Look at it. It's a great video.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just was that, there were no great people spoken about that much that were named Tiffany, and it just fell out of fashion. Whereas...
Yes, CGP. There you go. CGP Grey. Excellent. Thank you.
Alright.
Sorry, I just had to make sure it got on the captioner for it.
Yep. And it just fell out of fashion for a time, unlike George, which has basically sustained a number of people named George throughout history since the name was used.
Yeah. It's just funny, Lord George. It sounds almost too... It sounds like Lord Bob, right?
Yeah, almost, but you know it just enough to go, oh yeah, because you can just go King George.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I do kind of, to an extent, like those sorts of names put in formal contexts. I still don't use Lord Bill or whatever, but I do kind of Lady Caitlin or whatever.
Yeah.
That's kind of a normal name that's put in the context of formality. I do kind of like that a bit.
姉さんはあの魔女にそそのかされて、自分が人間になれたと勘違いしてるだけなんだよ。
You've just been tempted by that witch, mistakenly believing you become human. You were always human.
確かに私たちは家具だよ。人間に劣った未満の存在。でも、その満たない分をもし得られたなら、それは人間になれたということじゃないのかな。
Listen, Canon.
You can't tell me this isn't giving you Liza P shit right here.
Oh yeah, right? Liza P. There's also the way Canon said, we do not have the capacity, or we lack what it takes to love and be loved in return, that made me think Beauty and the Beast. Because the curse was, you must love and be loved in return.
That's a good brain thing that you've just done.
Listen, Canon, it's true that we're furniture, lesser beings inferior to humans. But if it were possible to make up for that, what we lack, wouldn't that be the same as becoming human?
そんなものありはしないよ。
Such a thing could never happen. Big fucking doubt nerd.
それを得たなら、私たちは家具なんかじゃない。
No, it could. If we can do that, we won't be furniture anymore.
人間になれるよ。
We can become human.
バカバカしい。なれるものか。
Ridiculous, as if you could ever do such a thing.
Canon spat those words out, but did so weakly and turned away. He's probably giving up. After all the suffering he'd undergone during those days he'd lived as furniture, his heart was firmly sealed.
なれるよ。カノン君も。
You can do it too, Canon.
普通の人間に。
You can become a normal human.
よしてよ。魔女の受け売りは。
Stop it, that's the witch talking.
She's speaking sense.
ベアトリーチェ様に教えてもらったの。
Yes, Lady Beatrice taught me.
私たちは世界の一なる元素を得ることで人間になることができる。
By obtaining the single element of this world, we can become human.
それを満たさないなら、それは人間じゃない。
Or rather, nobody's human if they don't have that.
だから人は一なる元素を得るために生涯を尽くし貫いていく。
That's why people spend their entire lives trying to gain that single element.
姉さんが何を言っているのかわからないね。
I don't understand what you're saying, Shannon.
よまよい事なら聞きたくないよ。
I don't want to listen to ranting.
You started this, bitch.
Yeah, you started it, you old nerd.
カノン君にも分かるように教えてあげるね。
Then I'll teach it in a way even you can understand.
ほら、姉さんの指の先を見て。
Look, see what I'm pointing at? Shannon quietly pointed at the sea towards the horizon. Shannon didn't understand what she meant and couldn't do anything except look between the horizon and Shannon's expression, which seemed to be posing a riddle.
海。カノン君は海が何色に見える？
The sea. Cannon, what color does the sea look to you? It was an extremely simple question. For a while, Cannon tried to guess the meaning behind it, but he couldn't think of anything, so he answered obediently.
パッとしない。ネズミ色だよ。
It's a hazy, dark gray color.
それが何？
So what?
Objectively speaking, the sea laid out beneath the cloudy sky could probably be described best by Cannon's words. But as Shannon closed her eyes and smiled, she shook her head slightly.
私には真っ青に見える。
It looks deep blue to me.
そういう意味？
Is that what you mean?
緑色の信号を青っていうようなものでしょ。
Like how Japanese people use the word blue to refer to a green traffic light.
Yeah, green is newer to the Japanese lexicon than blue. So green and blue got melded together as far as the older words.
Okay. Finally found it. That fucking, Morning Glory night that I was talking about. There you go.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you in private too.
Oh,
This thing. Yeah. And don't worry, everyone. There's nothing showing. It's a literal ball-jointed doll. She ain't got anything going on. It's just like plastic and wood plates.
私には分
Metal,
かって、
actually.
カノン君には分からないなら、これがつまり、そういうことなの。
No. The sea is deep blue. I understand and you don't. Then that's the difference between us. Cannon bit his lower lip and was silent for a while.
わからないよ。
I don't understand.
カノン君、手を出して。
Cannon, would you stick out your hand? As Cannon was taken aback, unable to understand what she was saying, she took his arm and opened the palm of his hand. Cannon softly said something there. It was that magical brooch.
I thought she was gonna give it to fucking Jessica, but like, Cannon's also a good choice.
Yeah, which she had received from Beatrice, a magic charm shaped like a golden butterfly that could bring love to fruition.
これはあいつの。
This is hers?
ううん、
Yeah, nerd.
これは私の。
No, this is mine.
だから、私だと思って、粗末にしないで。
So think of it as me and treat it with respect, okay? After being spoken to like that, he couldn't just throw it away. Cannon didn't.
Meanwhile, I'm over here like, hey, if you don't like the gift, just toss it. Fuck it. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but she wants him to keep it, so, you know, he can actually have luck. Cannon didn't know what he should do. He stood there confused for a while, the brooch still on the palm of his hand. Cannon put the palm of her hand on top of Cannon's, and the brooch was warmed by both of their
こ
hands.
れは、本当の魔法の力を持ったお守り。
This charm holds true magical power.
と、カノン君に、大切な気持ちを教えてくれると思うの。
I'm sure it'll teach you an important emotion, Cannon.
あいつの魔法で教えられることなんて何もない。
I seriously doubt that. Like, in maybe not like learning love from that person's magic, but also just like learning nothing to be learned from it. Come on.
It's fucking magic.
Yeah, it's magic, dude. Like, the fact that magic even exists in the first place is something that you learn from her magic. Like,
Yeah.
that is such powerful knowledge. Are you kidding me? And obviously, you can see her, touch her, and interact with her. You have talent, apparently, according to her. Like, you got that shit. You can do it. Like,
Yeah.
you can become a mage.
You can outrank Kinzo.
Yeah. You can do your magic however you like and just come on, man. Son of a bitch. There's nothing to be learned from that person's magic.
う
Fucking
ん、あ
shut up,
る
you
の。
little nerd.
だから身につけて。
No, there is something, so wear it.
恥ずかしければ、
I'll be
懐
right
に
back.
忍ばせて
I
おく
gotta
だ
pee
け
real
でも
bad.
いいそうなの。
I hear it's okay if that's embarrassing. I hear it's okay if you just hide it in your pocket.
バカバカしい。あいつの魔法なんかに惑わされてたまるか。
Ridiculous. As if I'd let the magic of that person lead me astray. Even as he said that, Cannon couldn't be cold-hearted towards something Shannon was urging him to take. In the end, Cannon took it and agreed reluctantly, saying he'd prove that he wouldn't surrender to the witch's power. Shannon smiled and nodded back.
きっと、カノン君は大切なことを学べるよ。
I'm sure you'll be able to learn something important from it,
きっと、人間になれるから。
and I'm sure you can become human.
そうすればきっと、カノン君にも、この海が美しい青に見えるに違いない。
And when you do, I'm sure this ocean will look like a beautiful blue to you as well, Cannon.
ネズミ色は何度見たってネズミ色さ。
Welcome back.
And sitting down. Ow. Probably stood up a little too quickly there. Ow. If like the mic caught that, that was my back popping.
I think it did, actually.
Oh. There we go. Okay. Gray is gray no matter how many times you look. You know,
違うよ。
no, like, considering what this fucking brooch is supposed to do, he would already have to love someone for it to work. Which means he's probably just been burying some feeling and like taking out the fact that he has to bury it on Shannon during this.
Yeah. Basically just going, yeah, I basically have swallowed the line that I'm furniture. I am mad that you're not swallowing the line too.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I'm thinking. Hi, Phoenix. Did you come see me, buddy?
That's wrong, Canon.
そう見えるのは
Hi, fat boy.
愛がないから
It only looks like that because you have no blank. Huh?
I love it when things like censor
Yeah,
like
words.
spoken words like that.
Yeah.
And like diegetically censor it, I mean.
Because of the howling wind, he hadn't been able to catch the main point of what she just said. So Shannon said it once more. Single element of the world. Spoke once more of the world where it existed, where the sea was deep blue.
きっとカノン君にも真っ青な海が見えるよ
I'm sure he'll be able to see a deep blue ocean too. After all, without love, it cannot be seen. Who is that?
カノンです。親方様。
Apologies, caught me while I was rinsing out the teacup. It is canon, master.
It was rare for Kinzo to leave his study. However, the fact that he didn't mean his noble research had been suspended. He may have left the study because of a change in mood. But that didn't mean the thoughts filling his head were any different from those he had while inside the study. Shannon knew that no matter what the time, speaking to Kinzo when he didn't want to be spoken to would always disturb his research. It's cloudy out there. Will it get worse?
はい。天気予報ではいつ雨があってもおかしくないと。
Yes, according to the weather report, it could rain at any time.
傘をお持ちいたしましょうか。
Shall I bring an umbrella?
It will not come to that. Leave me alone for a while. If my children ask, say that you do not know where I am. I am busy on a journey through my own thoughts.
かしこまりました。それでは失礼いたします。
Certainly. Then, if you would excuse me.
Before Canon finished bowing, Kinzo had already returned to his own world, having forgotten Canon's presence completely. Once again, he began rambling to himself. Amidst those words, the name of that witch popped up many times.
Oh, Beatrice.
Oh, Beatrice, my hands will not reach your smile. What can I do to revive you? What can I do to make you smile at me once more? What is lacking? My research, my materials, my catalyst? Or is it magical power, or luck, or an oracle? Beatrice,
If I was the one translating this, I would not have put the or there. Like in between each one, I would have said, or is it magical power, question mark, luck, question mark, oracle, question mark.
Makes sense.
Just from like what he was saying there. So he didn't add anything in between that. It was literally just the word for luck and then ka, which is like the thing for question.
Yeah. Beatrice, what can I do to see your face one more time?
If I didn't know the kind of person that Kinzo was, like, I might think these anguished cries were something real, but no, he's just a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, like, I mean, look at him. If I didn't know any better.
Yeah. It's fucking... Damn it. How dare you be like this, Kinzo? You don't deserve this.
As Canon listened to his master's weeping voice with his back turned, he turned around just once. When he did, right behind his isolated old master was the shadow of a person who shouldn't have been there. It was the witch. And once thinking that the witch must be plotting to do Kinzo some harm, Canon dashed back to Kinzo and tried to form a shield with his body. But when he saw the expression of the witch on the witch's face, that emotion of his vanished. For all Beatrice's expression was sorrowful, or maybe pitying.
愚かな金蔵。わらわはここにいるというのに、見えぬのか。
You fool, Kinzo. Can't you see me, even though I am here?
Right behind Kinzo, as he repeated the witch's name over and over, desiring to be reunited with her more than anything else, was the witch herself. Yet Kinzo didn't notice anything. When Beatrice tried to rest her hand on his shoulder, he didn't notice.
なぜだなぜベアトリーチェの微笑みに手が届かぬのか
Why? Why does my hand not reach Beatrice's smile?
月齢か
Is it the age of the moon?
水星の周期か
The cycle of the comets?
惑星の配列か
The alignment of the planets? So, yeah, like, you basically were suggesting this kind of formatting.
Well, I mean, not quite. Like, putting the question mark where the commas are.
Yeah. Okay. What is lacking? What is?
無駄よ、金蔵。
It's useless, Kinzo.
愛がなければ
Without
見
love,
えない。
it cannot be seen.
Kind of alluding to the fact that for all his mania,
He doesn't actually love her.
and not in the way that it is true love. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, he said
It's more
as
like an
much.
obsession.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, I think they even said it kind of outright before. In one of his rants, he wants to possess her.
Mm-hmm. Which is not love.
Yeah.
Not of any kind.
Kenna took the brooch he had received from Shannon out of his pocket. By learning something new, would he become able to glimpse something he couldn't see now?
愛がなければ見えない。
Without love, it cannot be seen. And there's the lesson for you, Canon. You'll get there eventually. I would say I have faith. I don't, but like I just believe you'll get there because this character arcs, story, etc., etc.
He looked at Kinzo's back once more, the witch could no longer be seen there. I love these transition screens.
Oh yeah, it's great. Is that mistletoe I see up in the top? Shit, we don't have a still of it. No, it's not being shown on the stream anymore either. Son of a bitch. Fucking flashbang me, why don't you, video game?
Yeah, right? The biggest fall event for the Ushiromiya family was the family conference in October, but to Jessica there was another major event that came before that, the school cultural festival. Jessica liked school. To her, it was a place where she could let out the stress she'd built up from the rigid lifestyle she was forced to lead at home.
Cannot relate, young lady.
For today's cultural festival, she'd formed a group with her friends and had announced that they'd perform some light music on a temporary stage. She prepared and practiced for this over and over until today, always anxiously awaiting this day's arrival. There was one thing that worried her. She looked at the clock. There was still a little time, but she felt uneasy. Did that person really come? After taking a single deep breath, her heart jumped when all her friends suddenly started speaking in shrill voices.
Is Canon gonna show up? Oh no. Okay.
No way! Hina's boyfriend is so awesome!
マジすごくない？
Isn't he?
マジすごくない？
Isn't he?
リンの彼氏すっごい頭良さそう。
His boyfriend looks really smart.
あれでド S メガネなの？マジ本
Is
Oh
it
god.
true that guys a glasses beast?
ダメダメ。うちの旦那ギャル男だし。
No way, no way. My husband will be a pretty boy. It may not be like this for all girls, but at least at Jessica's school, the cultural festival was basically a boyfriend exhibition. Jessica didn't have a boyfriend. He had many friends of the opposite sex, but no special only one. Jessica was a little famous around the school, and everyone thought it'd be natural for her to have a fitting partner. Furthermore, her pride had led her to pretend that this was true. She somehow managed to keep them fooled until this year. For various reasons, she hadn't been able to escape this year's cultural festival.
当。ジェシー、彼氏来た？
Jessie, is your boyfriend here? Oh yeah, this is her actual school uniform.
Can't tell if it's just like an old style or if it's like a younger kid's uniform that she's been stuffed into for whatever reason.
I think that's just an
It
older
might just
style.
be an older style, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's just an older style, because it seems fitting, I think.
Oh, I might have that impression because there was that one fucking horror thing where it was like it started off as cute girls doing cute things and everything, and they were high school students, but like they were like shown as being much younger, or just depicted as being much younger because you wanted it to be cute girls doing cute things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were dressed in that uniform, so.
Gotcha. What? Huh? Oh, no, looks like he's not here yet.
仕事忙しいのかな？
Maybe he's busy with work.
If anyone can't tell that you're lying right now, Jessica, I question their perceptive abilities.
What kind of person is he, Jesse?
せめてヒントだけでも出してよ。
At least give us a hint.
何系？
What kind of relationship?
何系？
What kind of relationship?
すごいよね。社会人なんでしょ？
Awesome, so he's a working man.
スーツとかで来る？
Will he come in a suit?
もちろんメガネかけてるよね。
Of course he'll be wearing glasses, right?
Okay, and like, of course, knowing what I do about who she likes from the previous fucking loop, it's just sort of like, none of this is accurate. None of this is accurate. He's a wet noodle.
Yeah, he's a wet noodle of a boy, and yeah, he's got a good work ethic at least, but that's about it.
Yeah, he's a wet noodle of a boy, and he's got a good work ethic, and he might be considered a pretty boy. I don't know. I don't like men. I can't really tell the difference between like a handsome man and a pretty boy, okay?
Yeah, I would call Canon out of the two pretty.
Okay, that's fair.
Because, I mean...
Like, the only thing in my brain that I can think of there is just like youthful looks, maybe?
Yeah.
But like, when someone looks good to me, I'm just like, yeah, they look good. It's fine.
Fair enough. Hey, he actually doesn't exist, right?
素直に白状したら、私の仲間に入れてあげるって。
Become clean now, we'll let you join us.
一緒にこの文化祭を涙で濡らそうよ。
Let's cry together through this year's cultural festival. See, Jessica, someone else doesn't have someone. You're okay.
いる。本当にいるって。
No, he exists. I told you he really exists.
Again, Jessica, if people can't tell that you're lying right now, I question their perceptive abilities and their ability to get along in life later on.
Jessica's bitter smile was covered with cold sweat. It was starting to seem doubtful whether she really had deceived her sharp-witted friends.
I hope for their sakes they're simply like teasing her, because if they can't tell,
なら、彼氏さんの偽物を立てて連れて行くというのはどうでしょうか。
Okay, then how about making a fake boyfriend and taking him with you?
偽物？だよ。
A fake who?
because Beatrice's magic is just supposed to give them an opportunity, right, to grow closer.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be canon that she just tries to like get to do this.
Yeah, I'm almost certain. Fake who?
That's pretty good.
I can't think of anyone who'd do that. Shannon's ridiculous plan surprised Jessica into hysterics. Even so, it was probably more realistic than the crazy methods running through her head about getting a boyfriend in the big rush before the cultural festival.
例えばですが、カノン君なんてどうでしょう?
For example, what about Canon?
Jessica over here, or not Jessica, Shannon over here like, now Kith.
Yeah.
The exact same thing that Jessica was doing with George and Shannon. So, now Kith.
Canon? No way, no way. Anyway, I'm sure Canon has work on the day of the festival. I don't want to bother him.
もちろん予定表も確認済みです。
Of course, I've already checked the schedule.
カノン君はその日、お休みになっています。
Canon has that day off.
Be prepared for this, damn.
Why are you always so clever when it comes to stuff like this?
じゃなくて、休みならもっと悪いぜ。
No, wait, it'd be even worse if he's off.
せっかくの休みを私の見栄のために引っ張り出せないよ。
Can't pull him away from a precious day off just for my own vanity. You do realize you're just filling George's role here. Like, you're literally saying the same shit George said to your idea.
カノン君は引っ張り出されないといっつも閉じこもってばかりいますので、
If you don't pull Canon away, he'll always be shut away by
無
himself.
理に引っ張り回すくらいでちょうどいいかと思いますよ。
So I think it'd be perfect if you could drag him out of his shell.
そうなの？
You think so?
いや、でも
No, but
カノン君に悪い。
I feel bad for him.
なら晩作つきますね。おとなしく彼氏はいませんと白状なされてはいかがでしょうか。
Then I
Yeah,
guess
there you go.
then I guess you're out of options. How about meekly confessing to everyone that you don't have a boyfriend?
それは肩身の狭い思いをなされるでしょうが、卒業までの短くも長い間を耐え忍ばれるだけでございますし。
Get her ass.
True, it may be terribly embarrassing, but you'd only have to endure it for the short and yet long time before graduation.
Oh shit. Fucking get her, Shannon.
独り者のひがみ顔が何にも勝る甘い蜜なのです。
To a pair of lovers, there's no sweeter honey than the face of a single person with an inferiority complex.
Star.
シャノン。私のために本気で悩んでないでしょ。おちょくってるでしょ。
Shannon, you aren't really worrying for my sake, are you? You're teasing me, right? Jessica wrestled about with Shannon, her eyes teary. But Shannon was unfazed, laughing with her usual smile.
はい。私とジョージ様のことを茶化してばかりのお嬢様への仕返しです。
Yes, this is to get back at you for making fun of me and George all the time. Listening to Shannon's comeback, the likes of which didn't happen even once a year, Jessica hugged her cushion and rolled around on her bed, pretending to faint in agony. Couldn't stand Shannon's smile, which looked so triumphant. But right now, she was the only person Jessica could talk with. She could choke her to death with her cushion later.
いいじゃないですか、お嬢様。
Insert gritty get fucked idiot gif here.
Yeah. Is it really so bad, my lady?
文化祭ではありますが、カノン君と一緒に遊びに行くチャンスですよ。
It's a cultural festival, but it's also a chance for you to have fun with Canon.
いや、それはそうだけど。
No, that may be true, but
いや。
Jessica buried her head in her favorite pillow to hide the fact that her face had grown bright red. And she grumpily chewed the fingernails on her thumb. It really was a reaction to be appreciated. Shannon and Jessica were of about the same age, of the same sex, and friends. They were both right in the middle of puberty. They could never talk enough about love. That's why they could talk freely about these topics to each other. So Jessica had heard a lot about how Shannon and George's love was progressing. Shannon had heard a lot about what type Jessica liked, kind of man she might be interested in. Judging by Jessica's reaction, probably be rude for us to go into precisely what these things were. However, the story won't get anywhere if we just have Jessica rolling around forever, so let's dive in. Jessica had been...
That's sort of like fourth wall breaking shit right there.
A little bit, yeah. Jessica had been thinking about Cannon ever since he'd shown up. It was extremely rare for young men to visit Rokinjima, so maybe it was natural for Jessica, a girl in puberty, to develop an interest in Cannon. But if anyone said that, it would destroy the romantic ideals of a maiden's pure heart and love at first sight. Shannon had been with Cannon a long time at the orphanage, so she'd known him since before they started working. So Jessica had asked persistently about what his hobbies were, what his favorite food was, what type of girl he liked. Even to Shannon, it was clear that Jessica was infatuated with Cannon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, fucking Shannon's over here like, yeah, but all those things that you like are just, like, Cannon.
Yeah.
it's just him. Like, go, do the thing.
カノン君をデートに
Become a
連れ
thing
出せる
doer.
いい機会じゃありませんか。
Come on, isn't this a good chance to take Cannon on a date?
でも、カノン君にだって好きな人とかいるかもしれないし。
But Cannon might also have someone he likes, so... I can assure you he does not.
And if he does, it's
私なんか
you.
の見えっ張りに好きなさ
Just straight up. If he does, it's you.
Wouldn't he take it badly if I made him go with me just to show off?
お嬢様のような素直じゃない方を何でしたっけ。ジョージ様に習いました。
People who aren't honest with themselves like you are. What was the word I learned from George?
そうそう、ツンドラとか言うそうですよ。
That's right.
Sundora.
Yeah, I think it was Sundora.
あと十数年かすると流行るんだそうですよ。
Apparently they'll be all the rage in a decade or so.
I wouldn't quite, like, put her in that box. But I guess you could if you were, like, really, like, squinted.
Yeah.
へえ、さすがジョージ兄さんだな。未来のトレンドがわかるのかよ。
Wow, George sure is incredible managing to foresee future trends like that.
No, this was just, like, written, 20 years in the future from you, so,
じゃなくて。ってことは、私ってタイプは時代がずれてるってことじゃねえかよ。
No, wait, are you saying I'm living in the wrong decade?
もうダメだ。
I give up. It took several days of wasted efforts, but in the end, Jessica agreed to the plan of having Cannon pretend to be her boyfriend.
Finally. I guess that's also what Shannon was probably thinking at the time.
Yeah.
はい、お嬢
It's
様。
like, oh, it's finally, holy shit.
What's up?
Yes, milady. Did you call me?
Oh.
Hmm?
I didn't hear what you said earlier.
No, it's like that's just what, like, Shannon was probably thinking at the end. They're just like, God, it's finally, fuck.
Yeah. Jessica regretted calling out at such a bad time. Cannon always looked sullen, but he had some bad days and some better days. Fortunately, this reaction was the former.
いや、そのさ、
Well...
と。
All that confidence and effort she'd built up practicing in front of a mirror all night was wiped out in about 5 seconds. Jessica turned bright red and hung her head. When he saw that, Cannon sighed. Jessica thought that he was exasperated with her and her face went pale.
シャノンから聞いています。お嬢様の学校の文化祭へお供するようにというお話ですか。
I heard from Shannon. This is about having me go with you to the school cultural festival. Right, my lady. What?
Oh, I'm just laughing at the fact Shannon went ahead and just told him.
Yeah, just told him the plan.
あ
Nice one, Shannon.
じゃなくて、
I mean, yeah.
そうなんだけど、
That's right, but
Get you a wing woman like Shannon.
どうかな。
do you have any plans that day?
シャノンから当日は特にお嬢様にお仕えするよう厳命されております。
I
You're
would,
not even above him in the fucking like hierarchy either. Like they're equal. So she probably just like got forceful with him, and he was just like, "Oh shit." I was strictly ordered by Shannon to work specially for you on that day, my lady.
僕は高校には行ったことがないのでわかりませんが。
I've never been to high school, so I don't really understand.
何でも男性の付き人がいないと大変肩身が狭い場だとか。
But I hear it's a place where girls can be shamed if they don't have a boy with them. That's probably just Shannon like playing shit up to get you to agree.
後ろ宮本家令嬢が庶民に劣ることがあってはならないと特に厳命されています。
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on. To get him to agree, Shannon was just like, "Yeah, so look, it's gonna shame her if you don't."
excellent.
And I was given special orders to see to it that the daughter of the Ushiromaya family is in no way inferior to the common people.
シャノンは後でぶっ殺す。
Shannon, I'll beat you to death later. Jessica kept yelling with a strange voice and broken smile, like a tea kettle filled with boiling water. As Kenan watched this, he sighed again. Kenan wasn't an idiot either. Fully understood what Jessica intended by inviting him. To be honest, playing along with Jessica's love game seemed like it'd be nothing more than an annoyance to him. However, Shannon had asked him over and over. He was deeply indebted to her, so he couldn't refuse. And that brooch was in his pocket. Could this strange turn of events have been brought about by the magic power residing in this brooch? Ridiculous. Yes. But he remembered what Shannon had said to him that day. Could Shannon see something he couldn't? Don't understand Shannon's feelings. We are furniture, so if we could ever become anything more. It's a truly odd exchange between Jessica, who was still rambling on in a strange voice, and Kenan, who sighed deeply. Jessie, someone's here. Didn't you hear?
ごめん。
Sorry.
誰？
Who is it? My friends all gathered together. They were looking this way with hard-to-describe expression, whispering to each other in small voices that weren't small anymore. My attempt to play dumb felt pretty transparent even to me. Did I really just say sorry? Who is it? Like I don't know who just showed up? It's useless. My mind's going blank.
嘘。あれジェシの彼氏？
Oh shit. He looks good out of uniform.
He does. No way.
Like, the high collar is a bit much, but also, damn.
Yeah, it's a little bit much. Let me see here. One second.
That might also just be like the image of cool back then.
Yeah, wasn't that potentially when Trigun was airing?
I think Trigun was a little after that. Not 1986. Let's see. Trigun. Original air dates. Yeah. December 2002.
So I do kind of like how...
Oh, that's in the US. Hold on.
I...
1998. Okay.
Okay,
It was translated and dubbed a few years later for the US.
I do like
There's
how...
normally like anime get dubs like within a year now, but back in the day it would take like 5 to 10 years depending.
Yeah. Anyway, I was saying I do kind of like how Kenan looks in the original style.
Fucking show me. Let's see. He just looks like a bean.
Yeah, exactly. He just looks like a fucking bean.
All right, hold on. Let me fucking like put this up on screen for people. Here you go. He just looks like a bean.
Yeah, in fact, boink. Oh. Let me see if that'll...
That was on screen for a second.
On screen for a second, but now it's disappeared on me.
Did you hide it on accident?
No?
Is it under in the layers of sources?
Is it? No, that's just the regular ass background. Huh, weird. Let me see if I can just... Okay, now, nope, you're not staying. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this properly rather than dragging it. Let me see. Save image as... Saved my downloads.
You might want to do a like a media capture thing, a media source, and then just keep it hidden most of the time, so you can just like load the media into that source and then unhide it. Because it'll only show one image at a time. It'll only store one image, so that's a good way to like. But probably not set it up like right now, but you know, unless you have to. I can do this like this because I'm just on a monitor capture right now, rather than like an application capture.
Let's see here.
Boy's just a bean in this, which is just great.
Yeah, it's absolutely magical. Let me see. There we go. That will probably do it. Will load for me. Might have to hit the browse again. I apologize, this is taking longer than I thought it should.
I also actually need to set up a media capture, so I don't have one. I mean, I have one for the Umineko character thing here, like this little shit right here. Oh wow, it's under, like my mouse is underneath my character. Interesting. I didn't notice that before. I wonder if I can fix that. No, because this is capturing monitor, not mouse. Okay. Oh well. This little shit right here. This is a media capture source. And for anyone who doesn't know already, Happy Tech is the person that did this art. And also Mal's PNG tuber thing, right?
Yep.
You just grab that link real quick and just like slap it in both our chests real quick. Boop. And boop. There you go.
There we go. Let's try. No, media source didn't work either.
We'll have to diagnose this off screen. Or off stream. There we go.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna try dragging and dropping one more time. Okay, that worked.
Did it stay this time?
Yes.
Yep, there we go. Just a bean.
Yep, just a bean. Yeah, I had to actually download the image and get it.
It looks like his pockets are lower on the coat in the new one.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Though, in general, his body is just a little bit longer in general.
Yeah, I mean, that's the same for everyone, really.
Yeah.
Not quite so, like, squished.
Exactly. Oh wait, that's Jesse's boyfriend? He's so cute! Wait, he's real? No way, seriously? Jessica, you traitor? He's incredible! He's younger? I never heard he was younger. Where? Where's Jesse's boyfriend?
He really isn't little kids. That's not... I don't think he's actually younger than Jessica.
He's
like,
like...
maybe by a year, but...
Yeah, like a year or two at most. Hey, aren't you late?
昇降口がわからなかったもので
I didn't know where the entrance was.
遅くなって申し訳ございません
I must apologize for my tardiness.
その格好も似合ってるぜ
Right, that outfit looks really good on you.
She even used, like, the word for cool there.
普段着では良くないと言って先日一緒に買い物を
It's like, oh yeah, I went shopping with my sister to prepare for this date. Don't look at me like that, girls. Shannon said normal clothes wouldn't do, so we went and bought this the other day.
似合いませんでしたでしょうか
Does it look strange on me? No, I think you're fine.
そんなことないよ
That's not true.
シャノン後で2階級特進
Shannon, when I get back, I'll promote you 2 levels. I don't think that's how that works, but okay.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. You know, people aren't RPGs, but hey. Actually, when was the first fucking computer RPG ever published?
女の人ばかりで居心地が悪いです
It feels... Oh, that's you, actually.
Yeah, hold on a second. Okay, the first role-playing video games were created in the mid to late 1970s.
Yep.
There's a...
Yeah, and as soon as we could trick as soon as we could trick electricity into doing math, we've had RPGs.
Yeah, it's like there's one that's literally just called Dungeon, and I kind of want to play it, like, just to see what that's like. Oh wow, this is actually kind of cool and interesting. I might have to do a retro day where I play these old games.
That'd be worth doing.
A word of warning for everyone. I love old games. It's something that I don't play often on stream because, like, people don't really pay attention to it at all. Like at all. But I love old games. Like, NetHack and Rogue and, like, the early 90s strategy games like Warlords. I love this shit. This shit's great. Like Pool of Radiance even. Oh, dude. I am down for that. They don't have all the, you know, the like, quality of life and cool shit of, like, modern RPGs. But they're just, like, it's interesting, like, having that little time capsule of games from, like, 40, 50 years ago, where you can just go look at how people saw fantasy and RPGs in general back then, and just play them and experience them as they were intended to be experienced at the time, you know? Like, it's great. I love it. It's beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely.
It feels like everyone here's a girl. It's uncomfortable. You know, they're all just, like, eyeing them up like a piece of meat, probably.
Yeah, isn't it?
ささこうじゃなくてステージの方に行こうぜ
Come on, let's not hang around here. Let's go to the stage,
もう
okay?
すぐ私たちの出番だからさ
Because I'll be up pretty soon.
ささ
Come on. Jessica seemed just as uncomfortable. Looked like being bathed in everyone's interested gazes was hard on her. When he saw Jessica's appearance, Kenneth thought he might have made things difficult for her by coming.
なんだか迷惑をおかけしているような気がしますお邪魔だっ
I
た
get
で
the
しょう
feeling
か
I'm getting in the way. Am I being a burden?
そんなことないって
I told you, no way.
僕がお邪魔でしたら、いつでも言ってくださ
Captain
れば。
died on me again.
I'll get that.
Please tell me at any time if I start getting in the way. There we go. Oh, gods. I knew it. I knew they were gonna.
Yeah, no way. He calls himself Boku. There's no way you'd get in the way, Cannon. She calls her boyfriend Kun.
僕はどうしていればいいでしょうか、お嬢様。
Oh, my gods, they're gonna scream for this one too. Oh, my fucking. Oh.
What would you like me to do, my lady? No way. She makes her call. It makes him call her my lady, like a butler. Oh my god.
She sounds like she's about to start crying.
Oh, you can't call me my lady today.
そうですか。わかりました。
Is that
ジェシカ
so?
様。
As you wish, Lady Jessica. And that's gonna make him even worse. Yeah.
She strained him to call her Sama.
ごめん、カノン君。3秒でいいから、目つぶっててくれるかな。
Sorry, Cannon. Could you close your eyes for just 3 seconds?
No, she's not. She's probably gonna fucking slap you guys.
A kiss. It's a kiss. She's gonna kiss him.
Was that fucking thunder?
では、つまります。
Apparently.
As you wish. Asterisk, bang, asterisk, asterisk, thunk, asterisk, asterisk, bam, asterisk, bam, asterisk, asterisk, slam, asterisk, asterisk, crash, asterisk.
By the time Cannon opened his eyes, a horrible tragedy had occurred in the room. Everyone had been driven into the walls, their arms and legs outstretched. Jessica had slipped her brass knuckles back into her pocket before Cannon's eyes opened.
He has fucking brass knuckles? Holy shit, girl.
Love
Oh
you.
my gods. Wow. God damn.
Love that for you.
Yeah. First off, you go. Second, how the fuck did you get brass knuckles? Yeah, Malric. Brass knuckles, dude. What the fuck?
Yep.
Actually, I don't know if they were illegal. They were illegal in Japan at the time.
I don't
I know they were in the States.
Also, welcome in, Meowric.
とにかくステージの方に行こう。
Anyway, let's go over to the stage.
私たちの出番はもうすぐだから、しばらく席で待っててよ。
Our turn's coming up soon, so take a seat and wait for a bit.
私たちは準備
No,
を
they're
や
not
ってさ。
actually illegal in the U.S.
So we've got to get ready.
この先、突き当たりまで行けば仮設部隊があるからわかるぜ。そこで待ってて。
Go straight to the end here and you'll see a temporary stage. You'll know where to go. Please wait there.
It's not a federal thing that they're illegal for. It's on a state-by-state basis.
Yes.
So, like, where I live, they were. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep, state by state.
I'm not finding anything interesting, like any information about Japan here. So I don't know if they actually are illegal in Japan. However, still, fucking brass knuckles, like, you're a bit of a thug, aren't you?
Yeah, she really is. He pushed Cannon's back as he seemed to be having trouble moving himself and chased him out. Even though Cannon was confused by Jessica's attitude and her panicky state, she'd never seen before, he followed her instructions and headed in the direction she had indicated. After seeing him off with an awkward smile, Jessica slammed the door shut and yelled loudly.
ささ見たね
There you go, you saw it,
見
right?
たでしょ満足した
You saw that. Are you happy now?
ざまあねえぜ
Sucks for you.
Damn, girl.
賭けに負けた
I lost the bet.
絶対ジェシに彼氏なんかいないと思ってたのに
I was sure Jesse didn't have a boyfriend.
彼氏じゃないんでしょ使用人へのパワハラでしょ
Are you sure that was her boyfriend? I'll bet she's just abusing one of her servants, right?
Closer than you think,
ジェシの彼氏素敵だ
but also so far away.
Jesse's boyfriend's incredible.
いやかましいぜほらほら準備
Shut up! Come on, let's get ready. And Jessica took the brass knuckles out of her pocket again. Everyone energetically returned to their tasks.
Fuck him up, girl. Fuck him up.
Cannon went down the corridor Jessica had shown him, ran into a temporary stage set up where the vending machines would have been. Probably being rented by the hour by some group or club. The ones singing were student groups, but the crowd was still incredibly excited. Disliking that clatter, he leaned against a wall in the darkness by himself. So this is what they call high school. Sure is noisy. That's what Cannon thought. Then he remembered Jessica just now acting in a way that he'd never seen before. Honestly, she was in such high spirits that alcohol might have been involved. Him, remaining composed and intellectual at all times, was the highest virtue.
I don't think she's drinking, buddy. I think she's just embarrassed.
Yeah, and also, happy. You know
Yeah.
that thing you don't let yourself be because you think you're furniture?
Yeah, that thing.
In that sense, it was very hard for Cannon to get used to the atmosphere of a school cultural festival. He had a responsibility to report everything he saw and heard to the master, so he also had to report about how Jessica had acted without restraint earlier. At the very least, it was not fitting for the daughter of the Ushiromiya head family. The master, Kraus, and especially Nazi, will probably be angry. I am to report it in a way that protects Milady. Should I blame it on inappropriate school friends?
I think all of the adults would just be like, she wasn't drinking, dude. that's just something that happens at high school, kid. What was all that? So stupid.
Cannon thought back on how Jessica had acted earlier inside again. Could it understand Natsu's headache a little now? Come to think of it, Natsu, as the president of the PTA, was supposed to go to an informal gathering after attending the ceremony in the gymnasium. Said she wouldn't be able to see my lady's performance, didn't she? Yes! I am a slime.
And I am a shadow creature. Which, you won't see that unless you're on my side.
Yeah, 1 second, because I know I have it. I'll have to shrink that down, but...
Yeah, that's very high resolution.
Yeah, very high resolution.
That's my face.
Yeah, that is my co-host, Kat.
Also, how I'm dressed right now. I don't have a vest on, but I've got everything else. Ever since I got that art, I actually try to specifically wear a shirt like that
Fair
for
enough.
streams. Just because, I like saying, it's like, yes, this is actually how I'm dressed.
Yeah. I don't see why not. I'll put that up here.
Looks like you chose the one with the border, didn't you?
Yeah. Just figured it'd stand out a little bit better against the gray here.
Yeah, that's fair. So, like, all my colors are, like, dark purple and like, purple gray.
Yeah.
Oh.
人混みは気持ち悪いな。
Crowds certainly are unpleasant. Fucking move, buddy.
なんてんだ一体。
What in the world is going on?
Several female students keep glancing at me. Seems they're all whispering the same things my lady's school friend said. It's truly unpleasant. Come to think of it, didn't Shannon warn me? If you walk alone at something like a school festival, you'd better watch out because lots of strange people will come and talk to you.
お一人ですか？
There you go, just like this.
Excuse me, are you by yourself? Just as expected, a group of girls I'd never met started talking to me. Their stare started to make my back tingle. Didn't she tell me some magic words that could chase them off in times like this?
Do not just say, I have a
すみま
girlfriend.
せん。連れがいますので。
Okay, good. At least you didn't say, like, I have a girlfriend. Leave me alone. Like, this is not perfect, but at least this is better than just saying, I have a girlfriend, go away.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm with someone.
そうですか。ごめんなさい。
Oh, really? I'm sorry. Ah, it worked. Instant reaction. Well, that got rid of them, but it hasn't really changed the number of people staring at me.
違うよ。あの子だよ、ジェシーの彼氏。
No, it's that kid that's Jesse's boyfriend?
嘘？あの子が？
No way, it's that kid?
信じらんないよね。
He's not a kid. He's literally like
絶対にあの子だよ。
6 months to a year younger than you guys. What the fuck?
I
In
can't
fact, he's probably older than some of you little shits.
I can't believe it. I was sure he was
可愛い
fake.
じゃん。年下？
Isn't he cute? So he's
い
younger.
いな。
Lucky Jesse.
I don't know how the fuck they can tell, like, how old he is. I don't know.
There's no way I'll ever come to a place like this again. Can't decide for about the zillionth time that day. When he did, the light changed. The standing audience started cheering. Looked around and realized that there was suddenly a large group of people there. Unlike earlier, they were mostly guys. This huge crowd, he couldn't even see the stage. Fortunately, there was a fallen beer case nearby. So we tried using that as a footstool. What the fuck is a beer case doing at a high school?
Yeah, at a school cultural festival? Are you fucking kidding me? How?
Yeah, like, just how?
What?
Holy
I got a
shit.
reputable school that, like, Nazi he would send her daughter to.
Yeah, no.
What?
Okay, then. I don't know. I'm just gonna move on because I don't actually know how this works. When he did, he realized that there was now a new group on the stage. Their leader is my lady. She's changed into stage clothes, and she's even holding a guitar. Didn't know she could play. Then again, maybe she can play. Seen her practicing air guitar before. Nazi wouldn't approve of any hobbies outside of study.
That's not the same thing.
Maybe she-
That's not the same thing at all.
Maybe she was always practicing in secret. Come to think of it, she's been returning really late from school recently, hasn't she? Maybe she's been practicing at school, far away from Nazi's prying eyes. It really is for the best that Nazi didn't come. My lady were to get scolded by Nazi after putting so many hours of practice in, she'd probably be dejected.
Ah. Apparently she's wooed the girls.
今日は集まってくれてありがとう。
Hey everyone, thanks for gathering here today. You hear Jessica's voice, a forceful voice through the speakers. Jessie-sama? Maybe that's her nickname at school. The students in the audience kept calling out that name. I'm a little offended by that crude name. It's inappropriate for my lady. Jessica was in high spirits as they kept shouting Jessie. Everyone here was probably a fan. Her mic performance picked up on that and electrified them even more. Almost like a music program on TV. At first he thought
maybe that's because like it is a music thing.
At first he thought that this was all silly, but that feeling had changed into appreciation. It's incredible in its own way. Kenan never listened to music of his own free will, but he'd often heard the kind of music the Ushiromiya family liked. Since it was almost all classical, Kenan had naturally taken a liking to that kind of music.
I don't think that's natural at all. Because, like, all I heard growing up was, like, American country, and I fucking hate it. I hated it then, I hate it now.
That's fair, but I suppose you go, you know, if that's all you hear, then you just pick out the songs you dislike the least.
That might be it, yeah.
You could go, okay, I could kind of tolerate this. This has a lot more instrumental or something.
Or, like, it's not about Jesus, therefore I like it slightly more.
Yeah. So to Kenan, the song Jessica sang was, how should you say it? Extremely colorful. In any case, if Natsumi heard it, she'd probably faint. Time for a musical sequence.
Alright then. J-Rock. Like, early J-Rock at that. Was that fucking ASCII scrolling across the screen?
Yep.
Does she have the Union Jack on her chest?
Yes.
Well, I mean, okay, that makes sense because, like, at the time, Britain was very famous for their punk rock and, like, all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. But everyone looked like they were having a really good time. Also, for the scrolling text, that is common on video sites like Nico Nico, which is kind of a Japanese YouTube, but I believe predates YouTube.
I mean, YouTube's pretty fucking old, so maybe, but maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not. But Nico Nico...
YouTube's a lot older than people think it is.
Nico Nico has a toggleable, thankfully, setting where the comments will fly by at the time the comments are being made. Were made.
That's interesting. That actually helps, like, put some other things in perspective that I've seen.
Yeah. So... usually people will comment, pause and comment when something happens. Or it'll happen during a live stream or something. And the text will fly across when other people are viewing back at that point in time you made that comment.
(2009) Okay, so YouTube was out at the time.
Okay.
YouTube is 19 years old, just so everyone knows.
Goddamn. Some diehard fans who had even brought pen lights, sang along and danced crazily with the same movements, almost as though it had been planned ahead. On the stage, Jessica also sang enthusiastic.
You need that fucking idol gif now.
Sweat. Yeah. I am not going to have the patience to pull up that gif right this second, but...
I'll fucking do it.
Yeah. He couldn't find a single element that was appropriate for a daughter of the Ushiromiya family. But it looked like so much fun. Again today, behind me, the sound of footsteps. Oyashiro is stalking me. Curses, disappearances, sacrifices, torture. Onikakukushi. Does that make a good snack? Don't say Marisa. This is a lot of commentary on... I think this is a lot of Japanese... Well, it's Japanese cultural references that I don't necessarily get at the second.
Yeah. Maybe find like a transcript that I could like go over. I could do something with that.
I must not go along with it, but at any rate, my lady is full of life and looks like she's having a great time. I watched my lady enjoying herself. I thought, could this be Ushiramiya Jessica's true nature?
Yes.
I know better than anyone that during her life on Brokajima, she's had no choice but to kill her sense of self. For the time she spends, not as my lady, successor to Ushiramiya family, but as a single girl called Jessica, living life to the fullest must be very important to her. Or close to my lady, seeing her in all seasons and thought I knew everything about her. But that was all limited to one side of her, my lady of Brokenjima. We are furniture. We serve on Brokenjima and end our lives on Brokenjima.
Not true, fucker.
I mean, yeah, not true on the We Are Furniture, but I'm a bit concerned about end our lives on Brokenjima.
That's probably like the plan and not like what's happened, honestly, because like...
Well, I don't know.
No one is old enough to have died yet.
Maybe. I mean, true enough, I suppose.
Unless they got fucking human sacrificed, which is also possible, fucking Kinzo.
Yeah. So I've come to think of Brokenjima itself as our whole world. As though, like, in Ptolemaic theory, the ocean spilled off the end of the world into an abyss.
Yeah, it's not Ptolemy.
When I look at my lady like this,
philosopher.
you can see how horribly narrow that outlook is. I still can't go along with the excitement of the crowd, but I feel like I can see something that cannot be seen on Brokenjima. I'm not sure if this is the unseeable thing Shannon was talking about. The ocean still doesn't look blue to me.
If you have to ask, Canon. If you have to ask.
You haven't quite found it yet.
Yeah.
I will be right back. I just need to take a quick bio break. It shouldn't be but a few seconds.
Yep. I would say I will entertain everyone while Mal is gone. However,
Alright, I'm back.
alright, I'm ready to restart when you are.
Yep.
Just pull everything back up then. We're back. Hi.
Yeah, thank you for waiting.
And I've currently got a cat on my lap. Phoenix.
Wasn't the culture festival at Jessica's school today? What's the principal doing?
ええ、お元気なようでした。そうそう、高宮議員もおいでになっておりました。
He seemed to be in good health. That's right. Diet member Takamiya was also there.
あなたによろしくと特に言っておりましたよ。
He said to give you his regards. Hello, fat boy. Yes.
Busy as usual.
Oh,
そのようでし
no
た。
fucking like
あの
purring
方も
engine.
精力的な方
My
です。
buddy.
そうそう。あと、榎本会長もおいででしたっけ？
It appeared so. That person is also very energetic. Oh, and I believe President Emoto has also made an entrance. And I got fucking like phoenix fur all over my face.
Naturally, the topic of Jessica's cultural festival came up at dinner. School events often became social gatherings for local volunteers. It's the same for the Ushiramiya family, who were celebrities around here. Natsuki remembered that...
all over my armrest.
Of course.
I just like put my fucking arm in like a puddle of cat drool.
Natsuki remembered the name of one VIP after another at that social gathering, telling Krause the news about them. Jessica didn't really have any interest in that discussion and really slurped her pumpkin soup.
My lady, perhaps you ought to take more care with your manners. Fuck that, man. Slurp your soup.
そりゃ
Yeah, sorry about that.
Slurp your soup.
そういう言葉遣いは改めるよういつも言っていますよ。
Jessica, how many times must I tell you to watch your language? Ah, speak as you speak.
Yes, ma'am. Jessica answered, discouraged. When he saw that, Kraus smiled a little and paused his conversation with Natsuki.
Shit.
How's the festival for you, Jessica? Huh? Well, it was okay.
見ていましたよ。よく頑張っていましたね。
Are you genuine here? I was watching. You did an excellent job. Are you sure about that?
Huh? Well... Jessica's face turned bright red. Probably hadn't imagined that Natsuki would actually come to see her on stage. She felt a mix of happiness and embarrassment. At least she hadn't really wanted her mother to watch since she didn't want to be told that her music was inappropriate for the Ushiro family. But it certainly didn't make her unhappy to hear parents say she'd done a good job after watching her try her best.
I think Natsuki is either lying to Kraus or lying to everyone here right now and saying she wins. I don't know which, but like there's some lies going on right now. Because she definitely did not act with composure and dignity. Jessica acted with both composure and dignity, fitting behavior for the student's representative.
Oh, yeah. Smile that had been there until a second ago crumbled like sand. Jessica immediately realized that her mom was talking about something different. Jessica was also the school student president. No interest in doing something so annoying, but her parents had been pushy, so she'd grudgingly accepted. Fortunately, she was popular at school, so she won the election easily. So, Natsuki was praising her for the student council sponsorship ceremony at the beginning of the cultural festival. Actually, she had just carried that out half-heartedly. After that, she immediately met up with her friends and held a stage rehearsal for the rest of the time. That experience of standing above people and bearing responsibility will surely prove useful in the future. I'm sure it will help.
Sounds like Natsuki just straight up like did not hear about her having a different thing to do.
Yeah.
Also, not Natsu, Natsuhi. Natsu. Well, hey, it got Natsuhi that time. Nice.
Yep. I'm sure it will help Jessica mature as a member of the Ushiromiya family.
挨拶が少し早口でした。内容は及第点でしたが、早い口調はそれを薄れさせます。
But you rushed a little while giving the reading. You get a pass on content, but the fast pace of your speech lessened the impact.
一呼吸置く癖をつけるといいでしょう。
It might help if you developed a habit of pausing every once in a while.
Yeah. After she finished eating, Jessica didn't feel like going straight to her room. Her room was basically the place her parents had ordered her to be. Though perhaps for Jessica, instead of returning to her own room, being in an unknown location in this large mansion was a meager form of resistance.
Fucking felt that.
Yeah. Jessica felt that even being in the mansion made it hard to breathe, so she went outside to the rose garden. Well, even if she did show up, I'm sure she would have said something about how it wasn't appropriate for a successor of the Ushiromiya family.
Speak as you speak, do as you do.
So isn't it better this way? Jessica laughed at what she was sulking over. She laughed at what kind of words she could possibly have been expecting. That was dumb of me. In the end, I was just acting like an entitled brat. I'm a little exasperated with myself, and it makes me want to laugh.
It's not entitlement to want your parents to approve of what you do. It's not entitlement. You are not entitled, Jessica. Like, I mean, you might be, just not.
Not for that reason, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you actually are or not, but, like, if you are, it's not because of that. Alright? My lady.
Canon, don't you scare me like that. Just as she was about to force a laugh, Canon suddenly started talking to her and she choked. What's up? Got something to say? Yes? Jessica's expression became the one she always wore when looking at Canon. The listless Jessica from a second ago was gone. He had still only known Jessica as the eventual successor to the Ushirimiya family he had until yesterday. He might have mistakenly thought that Jessica's mood had sprung back to normal. That wasn't right. He now knew a part of her that he couldn't have seen until yesterday. He understood that there was no way Jessica actually felt the way she appeared. Oh, about today's cultural festival. Well, thanks for coming with me so I could show off. You saved my butt out there.
That song. You were really good.
Really? You're embarrassing me. Even though she had heard the words she most wanted to hear, Jessica acted shyly and couldn't accept them openly.
You're
not sing, and I don't know how to play any instruments other than the harmonica and the recorder, which I learned in elementary school. Fuck! Even they had to do that shit in the 80s? Oh my gods.
Yeah, these poor motherfuckers.
Fuck that, man.
Yep, I remember that.
Like, mine was in the 90s, not the 80s, but, like, holy shit. Even Japan had to do it. Fucking hell.
Yep.
Ugh. Although for him it would have been the 70s, huh? So I simply assumed you were the same, my lady.
At the time, Canon had never felt as though he'd been looking down on Jessica in this way. But all the people he'd seen playing special instruments were on the other side of the bronze tubes in the TV. At the very least, he'd been under the impression that it'd be impossible for Jessica.
That's another term for Catholic ritual, by the way. Like, everyone today, like, just calls them CRTs, but, like, back in the olden days, you might have called them brown tubes instead.
Yeah.
I am furniture, so I didn't believe there was any need to sing or play instruments.
But I'm not sure anymore. Seriously, Canon. Enough with that I am furniture business. That's like a proper attitude you servants are supposed to have, right? Servants are supposed to be like living furniture. Genji says it a lot.
It isn't just a proper attitude, because we really are furniture.
I know the kids from Fukuin House receive assistance from grandfather in various ways. I realize how grateful you are for that. But it's a bit cruel for you to have to call yourself furniture just because of that. We're all human, aren't we?
カノン君は 私が歌ってるのを見てどう思った？
Canon, when you saw me singing, what did you think?
とても楽しそうに見えました。
It looked like you were having a lot of fun.
それは多分違うぜ。
I don't think that's true.
え？
楽しそうに見えたんじゃなくて、
You didn't just think it looked fun.
羨ましかったんじゃない？
You were envious, weren't you?
そんなことは。
That's not.
Canon probably hadn't noticed that emotion himself. Most likely, Canon saw something he'd never seen before, learned about it for the first time, and felt envious. And to trick himself out of that emotion, he called himself furniture over and over.
私は
Well, maybe
宮
the
家の後継ぎだから
person is
だから
fucking
そうで、
Kumasawa. That could happen. Instead of Canon.
Oh, yeah, okay. Now I run.
That's the that's the only other option I've got so far. Like I'm continually thinking about this in the back of my head, trying to. I told you it was going to be in my brain meats for a while.
Yeah, try and piece it together before it actually occurs.
Mm-hmm.
And I will not tell you whether you're right or wrong.
I know you won't. That's good. Don't do that.
I know I'm a successor to the Oshiromiya family or whatever.
まあそのいろいろな面倒がこれからもあると思う。
And, well, I'm sure there'll be a lot of annoying stuff to do from now
そ
on.
れについては運のない星の下に生まれちまったと諦めるしかないさ。
As far as that goes, I can't do anything but give up, since I was born under an unlucky star.
多分カノン君が福音の家で生活しなければならなかったのと同じに、私たち自身にはどうしようもない。
Probably just like you had to live at the Fukuin house. I don't have a choice
生ま
either.
れる星は選べなかった。
I couldn't choose the stars under which I was born.
そうかもしれません。
That may be true.
ただ私とカノン君では大きく違うところが一点ある。
But there's one place where you and I are completely
わか
different.
る？
Know what that is? I am furniture and my lady is not. I was about to say that, but stopped.
わかりません。
I do not know.
カノン君は自らの運命が自分の全てだと思って諦めた。
Kennen, you decided that your fate determines everything about you and you gave up.
私はこんな運命じゃ納得できないから、
But I
自
can't
分の思い切りを頑張ろうと思った。
but I can't accept this kind of fate, so I do the best I can.
だから後ろ宮家のお嬢様をやらなければならない窮屈な自分と、
So while there's still the rigid and cornered me that's gotta stay as the daughter of the Ushiramiya
自分
family,
の好きなことに精一杯な自分というもう一人を作った。
I've created another me that can do what I like to the fullest.
Damn
もう
right.
一人の
Speak as you speak. Do as you do. Have fun. Another you.
カノン君は自分のことを家具だからと言い聞かせてきた。
Yeah, Canon, you've been instructed to say, because I am
そ
furniture.
う言い聞かせなきゃならない辛いことがきっとたくさんあったんだと思う。
I'm sure you've gone through a lot of tough times just because of that.
それについては本当に気の毒だと思う。
I think that's really unfortunate. That's a mild way to put it.
Very mild, yes.
でもそれだけでカノン君の人生を全て決めちゃうなんて、私はそんなの悲しいと思うんだよ。
But the idea that your entire life will be decided by that alone just seems sad to me.
人はさ、自分の中に自分が本当に好きになれるもう一人の自分をいつでも作り出すことができるんだよ。
You know, it's always possible for people to create another self inside them. A self that they can truly grow to like.
現実逃避とかとは違うぜ。
I'm not talking about escaping from reality, okay?
そのもう一人の自分でいるとき、私は最高に生きているって実感できる。
When I'm that other self, I can really feel like I'm living a great
だ
life.
から普段の日常がどんなに窮屈で退屈でも、私はきっと窒息せずに生きていけるってわけ。
So no matter how constrained and boring everyday life gets to be, I can always live on without suffocating.
Putting aside her family, considering like how popular she is among her schoolmates, she might actually be able to like do small time musician things as a job.
Maybe.
自分が本当に好きになれる自分を。
Because it's really rare, even for like people who are musically talented or skilled in high school, to actually have that kind of following, even among their classmates. So, like, it might actually be possible. She's got the charisma,
Absolutely.
apparently, and the stage presence and all that, to make another self inside yourself that you can truly grow to like.
Make another me, one that isn't furniture. Through her relationship with George, has Shannon given birth to another self that isn't furniture. Did this other Shannon see something that cannot be seen by furniture?
私さ、カノン君のプライベートって全然知らないぜ。
That's right. Well, I don't know anything about your private life,
で
Canon,
も、なんだか想像できる。
but I can sort of guess.
カノン君のプライベートには多分何もない。
Your private life probably doesn't exist at all.
図星でしょ？
Am I right? Canon couldn't reply, but that was answer enough. He had no concept of a private life, so Canon would always be Canon. So furniture would always be furniture.
I wonder what his so-called real name
カ
is.
ノンってさ。
Oh, cool. She brought it up.
Canon isn't your real name, right? In the Fukuin house, new graduates would be given new families and a new life, so they were also given a new name. In his case, that was Canon.
確かに僕のこの名は仮のものかもしれません。
Certainly, this name of mine may be a temporary thing.
Before, he had thought of himself as Canon and no one else. But he remembered. There definitely had been another self that wasn't Canon. It was far, far away beyond the distant fog of oblivion.
なら、カノン君にもカノン君である時とそうでない時で違う自分がいてもいいはず。
So even for you, it should be okay to have times when you're Canon and times when you aren't.
使用人である時
Ask him out on some dates, Jessica.
自ら
Do
を
it.
と呼び、厳しく自己を戒めてるかもしれない。
Maybe when you act as a servant, that Canon calls himself furniture, strictly limits his own will.
でも、カノン君じゃない時の君はもっともっと自由に生きていいと思うんだ。
But when you aren't Canon, I think it's okay to live much, much more freely. Those words definitely weren't just lip service. Jessica had also been like this in the past. She had cursed her own birth into an environment different from all of her friends at school. Only she had been in a heavily constricted environment, forced to learn all sorts of things. She had even been told whom she was and wasn't allowed to play with. It may have been sad, but she'd given up, resigning herself to the fact that she'd been born under that kind of star. One day, Jessica stopped giving up and surrendering. Stuff like Ushiromiya family customs and pressure didn't matter. She created a real Jessica inside of herself, one who could do what she really wanted to do.
私さ、学校ではジェシってあだ名で呼ばれてる。
You know, I go by the
I think he
nickname.
heard.
I go by the nickname Jessie at school.
だからさ、ジェシである時は自分に思いっきり素直に生きてる。
When I'm Jessie, I live life honestly and to the
だ
fullest.
からこそ、ジェシカである時も頑張れるんだ。
And because of that, I can do my best when I'm Jessica too.
カノン君にも、カノンである時と、カノンじゃなくて、その、
Would it really be so bad if you could also have times when you're Canon and times when
本
you're
名である時で、
your real name?
カノンじゃない時、自分を好きになれる自分になってみてもいいんじゃないかな。
When you aren't Canon, can't you try becoming another self that you can like?
僕がカノンじゃない時。
A time when I am not canon.
He'd once thought of his real name as being completely meaningless. Because of that, he thought that Canon summed up everything about him. Now Jessica was telling him to create something new, another self that wasn't Canon.
カノン君、嫌じゃなきゃ教えてよ。
Canon, if you don't mind, tell me,
本当の名前
Come on,
なんていうの？
what's your real name?
come on. Say it. Say it, little nerd.
It was silent for quite some time. Maybe Cannon's real name had risen to the tip of his tongue. After hesitating for a long time over whether he should say it, in the end, he swallowed it back down.
Fuck.
忘れました。
Fuck.
僕の名前など、もうどうでもいいことです。
Fucking captioner. I said fuck so harshly that it thought I said talk.
Also, it gave
That's
it.
pretty good.
Also, it gave it the fuck with just a C.
Yeah, after that. I forgot. My name doesn't matter anymore.
Those words contained a faint rejection.
僕が本当は何という名前であったとしても、今ここにカノンとしてあることだけが現実です。
No matter what kind of real name I had, the only truth now is that I am here. I am canon.
過去など何の関
Well,
係もな
not
い。
I am here, but that here I am canon. The past has nothing to do with anything. Bullshit, buddy.
作られた家具の材料が元は何という木の幹であったかなんてどうでもいいことと同じ。
Absolutely the fuck not. Like, the
Yeah,
material it's made of, like, informs, like,
A
its
lot
comfort,
about it,
its
yeah.
utility for what it's supposed to be done for, like, how much people are willing to pay for it. Like, I'm not gonna, like, get into the whole, like,
But yeah,
good furniture so you can be, like, sold as a slave, but, like, come on, man. There's so much. The materials with which furniture is made, be it a trunk of a tree or otherwise, are meaningless in the end. No, they're not. You fucking nerd. God damn it.
よせって
told you to stop that.
家具じゃないんだぞ。君は人間だぜ。
You aren't furniture, you're human, right?
僕は人間じゃない。
I am not human.
Cannon clearly voiced his refusal. It was with a rage that he normally didn't show. Jessica couldn't say anything back and was struck silent.
お嬢様は人間です。だからどんな生き方をしようとも自由で、どんな未来も可能性もある。
You are human, my lady, and you are free to live any way you please, and any kind of future is possible for you.
それはまるで翼を持ち、自在に空を舞う鳥のよう。
It's almost like you have wings and can dance through the sky like a bird.
でも僕にはそんなものはないんです。
But I am not like that.
僕がたとえ鳥に見えたとしてもアヒルに過ぎない。
Hey, ducks can still fly, fucker.
Yeah.
Even if I looked like a bird, I'd be nothing more than a domestic duck.
アヒルに翼はあっても飛ぶことは
Yes, they can. Ducks can fly. Why do people think that ducks can't fly? What the fuck? Hold on. Maybe domestic means like Japanese duck specifically.
Oh yeah, domestic duck is like basically like how chickens can't fly anymore. They are bred specifically for meat.
Mm. I mean, I don't know that chickens could like ever like properly fly in the first place. I know they can like do a thing, but
Well, I would assume at some point in like their evolutionary history, but we did some, plumping.
their wings are much too small for like a bird to actually fly with, unless they were like.
Well, yeah, that's my point. Is like that probably wasn't always true for chickens, but either way, yeah, these fuckers can't fly. I guess.
Okay, even though they have wings, they cannot fly. When I was looking up fucking when I was looking up like the Japanese duck, all it showed me was like Japanese duck food, like a duck being cooked into food sort of deal. And I was just like, hold on, no, I just want to know like what kind of ducks they got. What the hell?
なのに空の夢を語るなんて、そんなのは残酷すぎる。
Pick me of that dream in the sky despite that. It's just too cruel.
家具だのアヒルだの。なんだってんだよ一体。
Furniture and ducks. What the hell is all this?
いや、
No. Jessica had unconsciously gone along with Cannon's forceful nature of speaking, yet she realized that she shouldn't fire back and swallowed her words.
私は君のことを何も知らない。
I don't know
It's Kenzo again. Kenzo doing his fucking Kenzo thing.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, fuck Kenzo. Don't know anything about you. I don't even know your upbringing, and I don't know the hardships you've been through. So I can't even imagine why you started calling yourself furniture. But know this. You aren't furniture or a duck. You're a real human. I want to say Canon's furniture when he's working as a servant, that's fine. But in that case... But in that case, don't you think you can create a self for when you aren't furniture? Or when you're human?
Shit. I think it is canon. I think it actually is canon. Because it said like it was through metaphor. And like implicitly through like metaphor and shit. I'm like 90% sure it's canon. It's like the more and more this goes on, like the furniture versus human, the happiness and love versus not. You know, like it's. I said those in the wrong order, but you know, human and furniture, happiness and love and not. Yeah, this is some fucking. I don't know if I would have caught that without knowing that there was gender dysphoria stuff in like metaphor here. And I don't know with 100% certainty if it's actually like canon or not, but you know.
Guesses can be made.
Yeah. Maybe Genji? I doubt it, but maybe Genji?
That's some awesome tea. That's some awesome hormone therapy.
Right? Like I sincerely doubt it, but maybe? Only a human like my lady can embrace that possibility. I am not like that. I have no future, no possibilities, no dream that I am allowed to see. No, I'm pretty sure it is canon. Like the more I think about it, the more my certainty goes up, like point by point of percentage. The Fukui names can be considered like the new names, and then their old names being the dead name. Shit.
Yeah.
Just shit. So, my lady, please don't say any more cool things.
Why? Why do you say stuff like that?
Because it seems you mistakenly think I'm a human, the same as you, my lady. But Canon, you're shaped like a person, you bleed like a person, you feel like a person, you are a person. Ah! This actually goes way back to like what we were talking about earlier about like what personhood is, and like you can tell so much about an author about like how they consider like androids and non-humans to act and feel and all that stuff. It's just personhood is not something that can be easily defined, especially not by something as petty as emotions. And I don't mean to say that like emotions are normally petty, but like relative. But in this case, it's relatively petty. Like the soul versus the feeling. You know, like it's one
under the vast experience of what it is to be human, emotions are just one component.
Exactly.
It is. I don't want to say foundational, but it's definitely like an important component, but it does not sum up how to be human.
Exactly, yeah. Because, like, even fucking dogs have emotions. Like, dogs and cats and birds, they all have emotions. We can study them, we can tell.
Yeah.
Emotion alone is not what makes humanity humanity.
Yeah, fun fact. For elephants, the bits in the brains that light up when an elephant looks at a human is the same as what parts of the brain light up when we look at a puppy.
Yeah, they think we're cute. It's like, animals, all but the simplest of animals have emotions, even if they're not quite the same ones or at the same severity. Emotion is not the only thing that goes into making a person. Like,
yeah, and I think the narrative is definitely kind of going into that, or going into, like they're acknowledging canon's idea of human is flawed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying that like the author is.
Yeah, no, I'm just making it very clear for the audience.
Yeah. It's a good thing to acknowledge every now and then, so people don't like misconstrue what I'm saying. Because I'm speaking like as like a media critic almost.
Yeah,
I'm not like full critic mode or anything like that. Just as
someone experiencing the story and someone who writes stories.
Mm-hmm. Someone who is in the field, let's say. Yeah, like fucking canon. No matter how much someone tries to deny your humanity, you will always be human. Period. It doesn't matter what happens to you, you will always be human. You were born that way, made that way. You are human. Period.
Yep.
It's not just emotion or your physical body, even. Like, you will always be human. It's like one of the reasons why I get so frustrated with a lot of fantasy when they take a being and turn them into a vampire or a werewolf or whatever, and then say they are no longer human. No, they absolutely are still human. They are just also this other thing.
Yeah,
humanity cannot be wiped away by a virus or a curse. You will always be human. It doesn't matter how transhumanist you get, you are still human.
Yeah, you are still a person.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really kind of the thing that gets to go about that, which we went into last time, is especially with Japanese having the same word for person and human. It's, personhood and humanity are considered one and the same.
Although in this case, I am strictly meaning human and not person. Of course, like, if you can think and speak and so on and so forth, you're a person, period, no matter what. But he's also always going to be human. Whether even if he became like a fucking god or whatever, he would still be a human god.
Yeah.
A divine man, but still a man.
Yeah, you are part of humanity. If you came from a human, you are a human. Actually, well, for me, this is actually the first game I've done on stream at all.
This is my first visual novel, period.
Yeah. Probably...
Although I've done another one in between, like, the episodes of this.
Oh, yeah. We've done Slay the Princess on Cat Stream. Which Slay the Princess was very fun for us. I will, probably not right after Umineko, because fuck, is this gonna be a long journey. But,
oh yeah, it's gonna be like a year and some change.
We will probably at some point in the future do Ace Attorney.
We'll see about that, because I don't know if I'm actually interested in Ace Attorney, but we'll see. If you can pitch it to me in a way that I'll accept it, yeah.
Yeah, we'll probably give it a shot at least. Maybe Great Ace Attorney even, just as a taster, because that one is set. Forget which period it was. It was I think it was during the Meiji Restoration.
It was like 80 years ago or something like that. I think. Maybe longer. Hold on. Oh yeah, it's about 180 or 160 rather, but twice what I said. I knew it was around there that fucking period, but I didn't know for sure. But yeah, like I do explicitly mean like human and not a person here.
Yeah,
I chose my words like very specifically on that.
I
would go so far even to say that like an AI made by man may still be man, just in a different form.
I could see that. That's a
which
little...
it gets a little bit more muddy because
I would say
it's a completely different type of being in the first place, but it's still maybe.
At
the very least, I would call it a child of man.
Yeah, child of man makes sense, but yeah, I would say that's a little muddier, and I think that's up to the individual, if such an AI were to ever come into existence, to decide for themselves.
Yeah, I think so. It's just like, because an AI would be made by man and have man's fingerprints all over it,
Yeah.
Like a digital DNA almost. The
Yeah.
mistakes of a man, the mistakes of a human being in its code already.
Yeah, like, there's definitely some philosophical things to think about with that, but yeah, as far as, like, actual designation, I think that would depend on the individual AI or AIs.
Or at the very least, like, how they're structured. Because I don't know exactly how an AI would have to work in real life for it to work in the first place. So maybe it's based on the human brain, that, like, their neural net is based on the human brain.
I think
it's not.
I think it probably would have to with the technology we have now, because we need a lot of random shit firing and a lot of
because we still don't know actually what consciousness is.
Yeah, and we need a lot of redundancy because we have a lot of redundancy.
Mm-hmm. So I would say in the case of an AI whose neural net is based on and structured after the structure of a human neurological network, then they're probably human.
Yeah. Like you said, probably at least child of human.
Yeah, my fucking, like, melodramatic habits came out there saying man instead of human. Happens, so.
Yeah,
it's just what I do.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things. Yeah, we got it. But
just for, like, posterity and clarity, I was not saying man as in masculine human. I meant man as in humanity. That way, mankind.
Which actually does have separate roots.
Yes.
Though I still understand why you would go, alright, let's not do firemen, let's do,
firefighters or whatever.
Yeah, because I
do say like firefighter most of the time, just like subconsciously.
Yeah. I think we're kind of where that generation where it flipped over. But the prior generation still can often say firemen. But either way, it's like totally understandable, even if the roots are somewhat different, to go, okay, yeah, I want to call that a firefighter, not a fireman.
Like,
but I'm just saying,
the way I was using it there, it's like the same way as in mankind or manpower or what have you. It's not saying masculine, but rather human.
But I mean, that's
just a poetic way of saying human.
Yeah, which is what it is in firemen. Because it's the same thing as Cartwright. That's Cartwright and Cartman are the same thing. I know you know that, Kat, but just for sake of sake of telling the audience. So that's what I'm just saying, is the roots are different. It does mean mankind. It's just I understand why people would want to change it, even if those are different.
I think the issue could be solved by having like better education on like what words mean.
I mean, sure.
But most English classes, at least in the US, are fucking garbage. So I don't actually expect anyone to know the kind of differences that I do. So
yeah, though
I'm a huge fucking language nerd.
Yeah, though I think at least for my schooling, the creative writing went very well.
We straight up didn't even have creative writing. Like, it was just like a part of English literature.
Which, I mean, it was part of the English literature class, but it was something throughout the curriculum rather than just being one small part of it.
Yeah, for me, it was like, I think like once or twice in my entire school.
Oh, wow.
From kindergarten to graduation, once or twice was an English class. It had any part to do with creative writing.
Yes, and Kat goes by Kategas Era for the full name, but we just call them Kat, because that's what they go by.
Yes.
In fact...
Hello, my name is Kategas Era, but all my friends call me Kat, and you can too.
Yeah, that's all of their socials, in case you would like to follow them as well.
I'm an artist. Yes, that Kara is my portfolio. You may look and pay me to draw you pretty pictures if you like. That's my thing.
All right, and
I'm also a writer, but that's not that's not something I usually get paid for.
yeah. So I forget. Did we read this line?
No, I just had one. I'm about to read it. I just wanted one last thing.
Yeah.
My point was not that I know how to define humanity or anything like that, but rather that humanity itself is not something so fragile as can be wiped away by transformation of the human form.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
No matter what someone tells you, no matter what they do to your body or what you go through, you will always be human. Remember that. Hold on to that. I don't know if anyone needs to hear that right now who's listening to this, but if you do, you will always be human. Keep that in your mind. And also for anyone who's writing stuff, if you want to make me happy in your story, keep that shit. That right there, that'll get me.
Yep.
We are different sorts of beings. That's the part that I didn't read.
それをはっきり申し上げておきたかったのです。
I just wanted to make that clear.
シャノン
It's
が
one of
聞
the
きまし
fastest way to get me on a rant is to do what fucking Cameron's doing right here.
た。僕のことを
Denying his own
気になら
humanity.
れているとか。
I heard from Shannon something about my lady liking me.
Hey, that's fine.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I mean, it happens, don't worry. I also tried to read Jessica's earlier.
Yeah, I've gotten better about that at least.
いや
Huh? What? No.
僕は人間に限りなく近い姿をしています。だから、シャノンのように自分を人間だと錯覚して、一時恋愛の真似事をすることもできるかもしれない。
It's not almost identical. It is identical because you are human. God damn it. If I ever had a chance to, get my hands on Kinzo, I would do unspeakable things to him. And not in the thirsty, sexy way that a lot of people are going to think of that. No. I'm like the bloody way.
Yeah, no, Kinzo... Kinzo, from my feelings, because this and the spoiler, are the two monstrous things I know about him. That are, truly monstrous. And... yeah, he stretches my ability to care for a human.
I don't have much of that to begin with, so, him doing shit like this is just...
At first I was like, oh my, and then I was like, oh.
Yeah, Kinzo is the sort of man who I'd hollow out and turn his carcass into a cat bed, alright? Not my cat bed, but for my cats. Ugh.
Just so you know, Cat is a person who has violent words to say.
Yes, many violent words, and... yeah, I've got the bloodlust. It is deep in my bones. I cannot get rid of it. I have tried. I look almost identical to a human, so like Shannon, I could probably delude myself into thinking I'm human and pretend to love for a time.
でも、それは自分を騙しているに違いない。いえ、お嬢様を騙すことにもなるのです。
But then I would surely be fooling myself. No, I would be fooling you too, my lady.
シャノンとジョージ様も必ず破綻する。
Shannon and George will definitely fall apart. I don't
そ
think
の日
so.
が訪れることをシャノンだって理解しているだろうに。バカなことを。
Although definitely deserved because that fucking age gap, though.
Yeah, a little bit.
Even though Shannon herself probably realizes that day will come, she's taking part in such a stupid.
バカだってことはないだろ。
There's nothing stupid about it.
そりゃジョージ兄さんは立派な人だし、両親の期待も背負ってる。
Sure, George is a wonderful person and he's got to match up to his parents'
確か
expectations.
に結婚とかになればエヴァおばさんがいろいろと口出しをしてくるだろうし、まあその前途は多難だと思うぜ。
I'm sure when it comes to marriage, Aunt Abe will interfere in various ways and I think their future prospects look like they'll be full of trouble,
で
okay?
もな、ジョージ兄さんはそんなのに屈する人じゃねえ。
But you know what? George isn't the kind of guy who'll surrender to that shit.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, big doubt George is kind of an appeaser, but let's move forward.
However, yeah, we did see in the previous loop that he actually didn't surrender to it. So hey,
I
good
mean,
on him for that.
I mean, fair enough, yeah, actually. Shannon's no Juliet, and he'll definitely bring her happiness. You say shit like that.
These people are gonna die.
人は家具と恋などできない。お嬢様が家具を愛することができても、僕にお嬢様を愛することができないと、そう申し上げたいのです。
I nearly had said something extremely inappropriate when he said that people cannot engage in romance with furniture. So I know some people that can argue that point. People cannot engage in romance with furniture. What I'm trying to say is that even if you can love furniture, I cannot love you, my lady.
Those words of Cannon's crushed all of Jessica's bittersweet feelings from that day. There was no way her emotions could have predicted that she'd be refused so bluntly. In an instant, she lost the willpower that had led her to try and unravel something stubborn in Cannon's heart. Before she knew it, she was just standing there in shock.
お嬢様が僕を好かれているという気持ちが、僕の思い上がりによるものなら、どうかお許しください。
My lady, if your feelings for me were due to my conceit, then I must ask that you forgive me.
いや、まあそこは否定しねえぜ。
Oh, well, I won't deny that.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
僕を人間だと思ってくれてありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for thinking of me as a human.
そのお気持ちだけで僕は本当に嬉しいです。
Almost like you have emotions, you dickbag.
Yeah. Those feelings alone really do make me happy.
そしてそれ以上は僕には残酷すぎるから。
Anything more would be too cruel for me, so.
いや、もう十分だぜ。
No, I've said enough.
その悪かったな。
Sorry about that. Jessica recklessly scratched at her head and spoke, trying to force her voice to sound bright.
私一人がいろいろ先走っちゃって
Just kinda ran on ahead by myself
迷惑かけたよ。
and was a burden on you.
正直ごめん。
I'm really sorry.
貴重な休みを丸一日振り回しちゃって。
I'm sorry for causing so much trouble on your precious day off.
いえ、僕も楽しそうなお嬢様が見られて嬉しかったです。
No, I was also happy that I could see you having such fun. Or, yeah, well, whatever. Close enough.
今夜はこれで終わりにしようぜ。私も部屋に戻って消灯しないと、また母さんに怒られちまうよ。
Then let's call it a night. If I don't go back to my room and turn off the lights, Mom will get mad at me again.
そうされた方がよろしいでしょう。おやすみなさいませ。 お嬢様。
It's probably for the best. I wish you a good night, my lady.
おやすみ。
Yeah, good night. Cannon saw Jessica trot away with her back to him, looking disheartened. Then, she suddenly broke into a reckless dash and disappeared in the direction of the mansion. He watched her back. For just an instant, Cannon was tormented by the feeling that he'd just made a huge mistake.
Oh yeah, you definitely made a huge fucking mistake, kid.
Yeah, vegan.
Like one of those regret for the rest of your life kind of mistakes.
But he hadn't made a mistake at all. He'd been forced to refuse her now for her sake, while the pain was still at its smallest.
女を泣かせるとはなかなかやるではないか。
I'm just gonna be talking to myself in this scene. Just, nice going, making a woman cry like that.
お前がそこまで拒絶するとは意外であった。
I didn't expect you to refuse her that strongly.
普通に受け答えしていれば、わらわの魔法で二組目の恋人たちが生まれていたものを。
If you'd given a normal answer, another pair of lovers would have been born thanks to my magic.
いつからそこに。
How long have you been there?
最低なやつだな。
What a horrible person. You say that, but you also snooped on someone else's conversation before.
When he turned around, the witch was suddenly there. Looked like she'd been there the whole time, watching the two of them as though enjoying a play.
わらわへの暴言は愉快なる見せ物に免じて特別に許す。
I shall forgive you for your insults just this once, in deference to that amusing little show.
男と女のこじれ合いに勝る見せ物は千年を経ても存在せぬな。
Even after 1,000 years, no more interesting show exists than complications between boys and girls.
わらわにとっては何よりも甘美な止められぬ
Damn.
快楽よ。
To me, it's a pleasure that's better and more addictive than opium.
ん
Hmm?
Cannon pulled the butterfly brooch out of his pocket. It was the manifestation of the great magic the witch had bestowed. Without hesitation, Cannon slammed it against the ground and stomped
No.
on it.
I knew that's what you were gonna do, but please.
ほう
Oh no.
わらわの与えたものと知りつつ、それは何を意味するのか。
What is the meaning of this? You know that was given by me.
今、理解した。お前がしているの
Just now, I
は
figured it
恋の
out.
キューピッドなんて洒落たものじゃない。
What you're doing isn't as tasteful as being a cupid of love.
お前は結ばれぬ者たちに恋を見せてたぶらかして楽しんでいるだけの悪魔だ。
Hey, they actually used Akuma for the demon this time instead of Oni. You're just a demon who enjoys showing love to those who can never be together, deceiving them.
そう思うも自由よ。
You are free to think that.
わらわが力を貸した人間の多くは、お前と同じようなことを口にする。
Most humans I lend my power to say the same thing.
ほうけるな。お前は
Don't play dumb.
シャノンを憐れんで力を貸したんじゃない。
Sorry, my housemate is like fucking bothering me. After this scene, that's gonna be it.
Yeah, that's fine by me. That was kind of my intention anyway, because there should be a good transition.
It's been a while. It's been a while. We've been going a while. You didn't lend Shannon your power because you felt sorry for her.
恋に胸を焦がすシャノンの心の隙をついて自分を封じていた鏡を割らせた。
You found a weak point in Shannon's heart as her chest burned with love, and you made her break the mirror that sealed you.
しかもそれだけじゃない。
What's more,
その末路まで想像がついていて、もてあそんでいる。
You guessed how this would all end, and now you're toying with her.
違うか
Am I wrong?
家具とはつくづく哀れな存在よ。
Furniture has a thoroughly pitiful existence.
夢も未来も恋すらもないか。
So you have no dreams, no future, and even no love.
よいよい、身の程はわきまえるに限るぞ。
Good, good. There is nothing better than knowing your place.
ジェシカの心には、お前が察する通り、淡い恋心があった。
As you noticed, there was a faint love residing in Jessica's heart.
そなたはそれにハサミを入れ、刈り取ったつもりでいる。
You seem to think you've snipped it in the bud.
だが、木は勝手に茂らせたものより、枝を間引き剪定したものの方が太い枝をつけるというぞ。
But did you
家具に
know?
恋する娘か。面白いぞ、実に面白い。
Trees grow thicker branches if you thin out and prune them.
シャーノンとジョージもやがては結ばれ得ぬ恋に行き詰まり、わらわ好みの大きな果実を実らせるだろう。
A girl who loves furniture, is it? Amusing, how truly amusing. Shannon and George will also eventually reach a stalemate with their unfulfillable love, ripening into the sort of large fruit I love.
しかし、いかんせんあの二人はうまくいきすぎていて、面白くなくてな。
However, regretfully, it seems to be going so smoothly for those two that it's hardly entertaining anymore.
そこへ行くと、お前たちは大いにわらわを楽しませてくれそうだぞ。
But on the plus side, it seems the two of you will amuse me to no end.
The witch laughed. Even though she had known the two could never be together, she had lent magic to bring them together. However, they couldn't escape the fate that prevented them from ever being truly joined. The witch knew that. Even if they were joined, Shannon and George, Cannon and Jessica would eventually break up. They would wander through an endless desert in this hell of love, tormented by an eternal thirst.
I don't know if that's actually the case. I think this is just an extension of her being gracious to those who respect her and then being brutal to those who do not. Like, she's playing into the ideas that both sides have of her.
Yeah.
Right? She's becoming the monster that Cannon thinks she is, and she's becoming the generous witch that Maria and
Shannon think
she is.
Yeah.
What, did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'll gladly assist a pair in love.
その対価は、やがて必ず訪れる二人への過酷な運命の鑑賞料としていただくわけよ。
And in exchange, I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate they'll eventually meet.
これに勝る見せ物は1000年経っても存在せぬ。
I've never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years.
金蔵を見るがいい。恋の
Just look at Kinzo.
楽園を追放された哀れな老いぼれの末路を。
See how he ended up, an old, pitiful man who learned the taste of love before being thrown out of paradise.
死んでも死にきれぬ、さながら亡者のような生き様を見るがいい。
I think my assessment of her is accurate now. You know what I just said about like how she's doing this, because like this is very different to how she was behaving earlier.
Yeah, she's super playing it up. Yeah.
She's playing it up so fucking hard. Look at how he lives, like a dead man that cannot fully die. Shut up, Phoenix. Feed you in a minute.
お前は魔女だ。消えて失せろ。この悪魔め。
You truly are a witch. Disappear. Get out of my sight, demon.
頼まれずとも消えよう。
Oh, I would disappear even without your prompting.
まだまだわらわには力が戻らぬでな。
My power still hasn't returned.
姿を現し続けるのはまだまだ疲れることよ。
It is still tiring to continue showing myself.
そなたら恋人たちに力を授けるのに無理をしすぎたのでな。
I overdid it when I gave you lovers my power.
触媒のブローチなしで力を維持し続けるのは今のわらわには容易ではない。
As I am now, it will not be easy to maintain that power without that brooch as a catalyst.
Cannon ground his foot even more into the stomped brooch. He felt it break under his foot, and it evaporated like water, and changed into butterflies that sparkled gold, fluttering out from beneath Cannon's foot.
わらわもこの姿を保ち続けるのがちと苦しい。
Maintaining this form is quite painful for me as well.
しばしそなたの願い通り姿を消そう。
I will hide myself for a time, just as you desire.
満ちぬ潮も月もないように我が魔力も必ず満ちる。
My magical power will rise as surely as the moon in the tides.
そして必ずや訪れよう。わらわが蘇るにふさわしい時が。
And eventually, a fitting time will come for my revival.
それが明日のことか来年のことかさもなくば100年1000年未来のことかは想像もつかぬ。
I know not in the slightest whether that will be tomorrow, next year, or even 100 or 1,000 years in the future.
だがわらわを楽しませてくれる者たちがおる限りわらわは必ずや力を得て蘇るであろう。
But as long as there are those who entertain me, I will surely gain power and revive.
その時までしばし姿を消す。
I will disappear for a short while, until that time comes.
そなたの手のひらにもはやあざはなく
The bruise on the palm of your hand is already gone.
そなたが望むならば明日の朝にはわらわの存在など夢か幻のように消し去ることもできよう。
So if you wish, tomorrow morning, you can let my existence vanish like an illusion or a dream.
忘れ去られることほどわらわに悲しいことはない。
After all, nothing saddens me more than being forgotten.
だがわらわは必ず蘇る。
However, I will surely be revived.
そしてその日がいつ訪れても後悔することのないよう自らを戒めよ。
Be on your guard, so that you will not regret that day is coming when it arrives.
わらわは必ずや再臨しこの島の真の主として全てを支配する。
I will surely have my second coming and rule over everything as this island's true master.
その時こそ再び黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。
That is the time when the door to the Golden Land will be open again.
欲深な亡者たちが必ずやわらわを呼び覚ます。
The greedy dead will surely wake me.
くどい。
You talk too much.
黄金の魔女。
Disappear now, Golden Witch.
The witch became a cloud of gold butterflies and scattered away, leaving behind a scornful laugh. The whole area sparkled like a gold blizzard in a snow globe. It was a fleeting, fantastical scene that disappeared in a heartbeat. There will be a couple quick scenes, very, very quick, and then we'll get the smash screen. So I think we can end on that.
Alright.
The witch could no longer be seen. However, Cannon felt like he could still hear that shrill, unpleasant laugh.
あ 愉快愉快。
Ah, how amusing. How truly amusing.
人の世はこうも愉快なのか。
Why is the human world still so amusing after all the years I've been away?
恋に狂え、黄金に狂え。
Go mad with love. Go mad with gold.
そのどちらにも狂わぬものなど人間にあらず。
Those who don't go mad from one of the two are not human.
なるほど。故に家具とは言えたり。
I see, so that's why the word furniture is so fitting.
家具は人間に奉仕するために生み出される。
Furniture is created to serve humans.
そしてわらわは退屈なる千年の慰み者として人間を虐げる。
And I cruelly treat humans as playthings to sate my 1,000 years of boredom.
そのわらわが家具を支配できぬとは、なんとも愉快な三すくみ。
What a truly amusing three-way deadlock that I cannot control furniture.
金蔵め、実に面白いことをしてくれる。
Kinzo, you fool. What a truly entertaining scheme you've worked out.
家具め、わらわを撃てるか試みてみるがいい。
Furniture, you fools. You try and see if you can fell me.
今宵、まきたる恋の種は二つ。
Tonight, 2 seeds of love have been sown.
すでにまきたる種と含めて、これで三つ。
Including the one already sown, that makes 3.
ベアトリーチェ、なぜに私を一人この苦界に置き去り
Ah,
に
shut up, you
し
little
た
fucking
のか。
weirdo.
私は憎い。これほどまでに恋焦がれているのに答えようとせぬお前を永遠に憎む。
Beatrice, why did you leave me alone in this painful world? I hate you. I will hate you for all eternity for not even trying to answer, despite being yearned for so.
親方様、それ以上のお酒はお体に障ります。
Master, drinking any more will be damaging to your
ご
health.
注意を受けておられるのでは。
Dr. Nanjo warned you as well, did he not?
黙れ源氏。お前にはわからぬ。我が嘆きも苦しみもわからぬ。
Be silent, Genji. You do not understand. You do not understand my grief and
お
sadness.
前だけは我が苦しみを理解してくれていると、お前だけは我が最古の友人であると信じているのに。
I believed at least you, my oldest friend, would understand my
な
pain.
ぜに理解できないというのか。
Why can you not understand?
おー、ベアトリーチェ。なぜ私だけを置き去りに。
Beatrice, why did you leave me all alone?
You know, 14-year-old screaming in the woods. Like, come on, dude.
なんだよ、家具って。
The hell do you mean, furniture?
わかんねえよ。
I don't get it.
おお、おいたわしやジェシカ様。
Poor Jessica.
寝室から聞こえてくるすすり泣く声に、私は事情を知りつつも、どうしようもないのでございます。
And though the cries I hear coming from your room tell me of the situation, there's nothing I can do.
すべては若すぎた二人と近すぎた距離。そして、生まれた家柄が遠すぎたゆえの悲
Fuck off with that deterministic bullshit.
This is all a tragedy due to a pair who are too young getting too close when the positions of their birth are too distant.
私はただただ、お嬢様のお気持ちを汲み取り、足音を殺して、静かに立ち去るのみなのでございます。
I can do nothing but understand my lady's feelings, hide my footsteps, and quietly walk away.
I finally figured out why Kumasawa was like, solo scenes like this bother me so much. It's like they're written to be like a play, but
Yeah.
she's not in a play, she's in a visual novel. You could just have your thoughts there instead of like actual dialogue, but you're...
Yeah, and there will be
えっと
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more lines of dialogue, and then it'll go to the smash screen.
Alright. Okay.
それってどういう意味ですか？
What do you mean by
ジ
that,
ョージさん。
George?
言葉通りの意味だよ。僕はまだ自分の城を築き上げてない。それができて初めて僕は一人前になれたと思えるんだ。
I mean what I said, I still haven't built up my castle. Once I manage to do that, I'll finally be able to think of myself as an adult.
その時、君と結婚したい。
When that happens, I want to marry you.
それはその
That's,
でもそれじゃあ、もう僕の心が許せないんだ。だから、君に婚約指輪を贈りたい。
But my heart won't let me do that anymore, so I want to give you an engagement ring.
婚約ですか？
George out here with his fuckboy shit and the fucking dog tags on his shirt. Like, come on, buddy.
Engagement, you say, but I am
家具ですし。
furniture. You don't believe that anymore, stop saying it.
Also, you're not on the island. Shut up. Stop it.
そうだったね。じゃあ、家具は人の言うことを聞かないとね。
Oh, right, that. Well, then furniture has to listen to what people say, right?
今、君に贈るのにふさわしい指輪を作らせてる。
Right now I'm having a ring made that'll be fitting for you.
多分、
I am not letting George cook.
には持っていけると思う。
This man, like, is 6 years older than his girlfriend here.
I think it'll be
And
ready in time
She's
for,
like 17.
for me to bring it to the upcoming family
その
conference.
時に送るから、どうか君の返事を聞かせてほしいんだ。
I'll give it to you then, so please, I want you to let me hear your answer.
君が
Okay, so this takes place like a couple of months. Maybe not even a couple of months, like 8 months before
おじい様を
the
含めた
conference.
すべての親族の前で君との婚約を宣言する。
If you accept, then I'll proclaim our engagement right there in front of all the relatives, including grandfather.
ジョージさん。
君と僕の仲をふさわしくないと咎める人たちはきっといる。
Sure, some people won't approve of our
で
relationship,
も、そいつらの顔を見る必要はない。
but there's no need to look at their faces.
君はその瞳の中に僕だけを満たしていればいいから。
Because you only have to fill your eyes with me.
君を必ず幸せにする。
I will definitely bring you
そ
happiness.
れだけは絶対に約束するから。
That's the one thing I can promise with certainty. Yep, so 2 lines after
どのよう
this.
に実るのか楽しみでならない。
I just can't wait to see how it will ripen.
熟れに過ぎて腐り落ちる果実の液に黄金の蝶たちは舞い降りぬ。
The gold butterflies do not swoop upon the juice of overripe and rotting fruits.
今より収穫の日が待ち遠しい。宴の時はまだかまだか。
I think she was. Side note: I think she was lying to to Canada about like not knowing when her shit's gonna happen.
We will let Beatrice cook.
Yeah, Beatrice can cook. She can cook. She can do as much as she likes. I cannot wait for the day of harvest to come. Is the time of the banquet here yet?
And that's where we'll call it.
Yep, that's it for the. You came in kind of close to the end there, Temis. Thank you for joining though. I will be back tomorrow with Barony. However, Mal and I. Thank you for the follow, Temis. I hope the audio stuff is working for you. That should have said something to you. Anyhow, I will be back tomorrow with Barony and with Nate, but Mal and I will be back on Thursday with more Umineko.
Yeah.
We're going to be picking up right here where we left off.
Yeah, we'll be picking up literally right here. I've done the save, so you can join us then.